If it's a network security group, then it's a stateful type of firewall. It's storing information about the TCP connection, the UDP flow, the ICMP behavior. It's storing that usually in the cloud of the hypervisor or in some type of firewall appliance or whatever, security gateway. If it's a security group, it can be applied to the instance, or if it's a network security group, that would be applied to everything in the network or in the subnet. So those are two kind of main types of firewalls that you would see generally. The static or the stateless network access control list, and the stateful kind of dynamic allow list security group, which could be applied either to an individual instance or it can be applied to an entire network. That would be called a network security group. Now, another term on the exam to be aware of is what's called a screen subnet. So here's a diagram of what a screen subnet is. A screen subnet is another fancy term for a three-legged or a three-armed firewall, where you have this firewall. It could be a firewall router. It could be a firewall appliance, like a Cisco ASA, maybe it's a Juniper firewall or a Palo Alto Networks, and it's got three interfaces going to three different zones. So this screen subnet is basically a three-armed firewall with one interface going to the public internet. So actually either connecting to an upstream router or your upstream customer premises equipment, or if it's a regional office or a branch office, it could be actually the Ethernet connection that you're using to go to your provider, your broadband provider. So that's the internet or the public zone or leg. And then you would have a DMZ or a public access zone. That's where you would have all of your public-facing servers. So if you have anybody on the internet that wants to get something from you, you must put those servers in that DMZ network. Web servers, FTP servers, maybe a DNS servers out there, whatever, but only the things that you're making available to the public go in that DMZ network. And then you would have an inside internal network. So this screened subnet or this three-legged firewall is a very historically common solution for the small to medium-sized business, and it's something to be aware of on the exam.
For example, this is the webmail login to Rackspace, or at least it's pretending to be that. You can see that it tends to have a problem with the spacing and some of the fonts inside of this message.
Intrusion Detection Systems, IDS, and Intrusion Prevention Systems, IPS. IDS and IPS is a combination of hardware and or software to allow visibility and mitigation of existing exploits and malware on the network or on individual hosts. However, today, it's usually IPS, and it's usually network-based, as host-based IPS is often reserved for endpoint detection and response.
All right, how's everybody doing out there? Good.
Snort IDS, running on Unix machines, was the original intrusion detection daemon, so it's been around for quite a while. Original services were highly static, signature-based solutions, but they included anomaly detection in later models. These have evolved into advanced next-generation artificial intelligence and machine learning solutions. Let's compare traditional IDS to IPS. On the left-hand side, we have intrusion detection. Traditionally, the IDS sensor was a standalone appliance or a daemon running on a Unix or Linux box. The layer 2 switch would isolate certain ports using a protocol known as SPAN to send copies of the frames to the IDS sensor. Then, if the packet matched a signature, it would send an alert or an alarm to the management station. But the IDS was actually reactive, so it's possible that the attacker actually delivered the malware or the exploit to the target on the corporate network. In other words, the IDS sensor was not in line, so it couldn't take aggressive actions such as dropping packets in line or denying attackers based on their IP address. The IPS is an inline solution. Again, this could be a standalone IPS sensor running behind the firewall, or it could be a service or a module in the firewall. Either way, it's physically or logically behind the firewall, but it's inline. So it can actually aggressively drop packets or deny attackers before it reaches the corporate network. This would be a proactive solution. Today, most solutions are intrusion prevention, and they're initially deployed in an IDS mode, or a passive or monitor mode, so they can tune them to reduce false positives, for example, and then put them into inline mode. Some common characteristics of intrusion prevention systems are that they are inline, or in an initial monitor or passive mode. You may deploy the IPS sensor in a passive mode, for example, in a honey net for active defense. They can be in-band or out-of-band. That's another way to think of it, as inline being in-band, or detective or passive mode being out-of-band. They can be signature-based and anomaly-based, or they can have human-written heuristic rules. But modern IPS solutions that qualify as next generation will leverage the cloud often and use machine learning engines and artificial intelligence. And they use cloud-based or vendor-based correlation and integration. Some of the actions that can be taken are alerts and alarms and verbose dumps. This can be done by either IDS or IPS sensors. TCP resets, blocks, and shuns. An IDS or IPS sensor can both do a TCP reset or send a block to an upstream router or a downstream router or multi-layer switch, or to shun to a firewall. This is an aggressive action that can still be taken by IDS. However, it's not in line, it's reactive.
There's not any problem with your automated payments.
Only IPS inline sensors can block attackers and drop packets. Both IDS and IPS can send traps, informs, alarms, or alerts to syslog servers. They can be SNMP agents, and they can send NetFlow records, for example, NetFlow version 9, to NetFlow collectors. And both IDS and IPS can integrate with SIM and source systems. When it comes to tuning IDS and IPS, what we want are true positives and true negatives. A true positive is when a sensor accurately takes an action. A true negative is when a sensor accurately does not take an action. In other words, it's benign traffic. Early on in the process, you want to fine-tune to reduce false positives. This is an error state because a positive action was taken. In other words, you blocked benign traffic. And a false negative is when you falsely, or in an error state, did not take action when it was necessary. IPS tuning involves reducing false positives and reducing false negatives.
A hypoallergenic clean recommended by dermatologists. No irritating
In this lesson, we're going to look at web filtering and some of its capabilities. A web filter is an application layer gateway server or service. It can be physical and or virtual, dedicated to analysis and control of HTTP and or HTTPS traffic. HTTPS today being transport layer security. Agent-based web filters require the deployment of lightweight software packages on network devices, whereas agentless filters can be instantly deployed in RAM memory or persistently without any manual configuration. Many filtering solutions are deployed on the customer premises equipment as a centralized proxy to process all web traffic from layer 3 all the way through layer 7 of the OSI model or the application layer of the TCP IP model. Some of the capabilities of web filtering include safe search. End users can do safe searches or go directly to a website with URL filtering. They can provide protection for DNS, a well-established unsecure service running at layer 7 on the internet. So it can provide DNS filtering, specifically for DNS queries on UDP port 53. They can provide URL filtering to prevent either local end users or remote end users going to a VPN gateway or a controller to go to certain websites like adult sites, gambling sites, and other unauthorized web surfing based on the acceptable use policy. They can also perform content categorization in real time or file filtering. Many end users don't use a dedicated FTP client. Instead, they use their browsers to upload and download files using FTP. Web filters can also filter for file uploads and downloads as well. Another common feature of web filters, whether they're running in a web application firewall or a web security gateway, is reputation filtering. The accuracy of a web reputation service is typically determined by the breadth, depth, and variety of the data being used. The algorithms used to analyze the relationships between internet objects and web reputations must be persistently trained by experienced human analysts and possibly using artificial intelligence tools. With an accurate web reputation source fueling associated URL filters, firewall solutions, or other specialty appliances, one can produce a resilient, proactive cybersecurity posture. Finally, when using cloud correlation and cloud reputation, vendors and cloud service providers can distribute this information to devices and services all over the world, often notifying their customers within minutes of a new zero-day attack by a bad actor, its domain, or its IP address.
This is when they'll pretend to be you using your private information, but in reality, the attacker is the one opening these accounts. For example, an attacker might open a credit card account in your name with your information, but use their
In this
address,
lesson,
so the
we're going to look at
credit card is
operating
billed
system
directly to the
security
attacker.
and specifically topics that would be on the exam. This is actually a really broad area of security. And we're going to focus first on group policy. Group policy, or GP, is a Microsoft Windows service. And it's an important service because Microsoft Windows is such a popular operating system worldwide. It enables IT administrators to centrally manage and configure the settings on Windows operating systems, both software and hardware. Group policy can manage operating system settings, applications, browsers, and user settings. From a broad standpoint, group policy is used in Active Directory environments with domain-joined computers, as well as Microsoft Azure hybrid joined device, Azure being the Microsoft Cloud Service Provider. Some group policy examples include password policies, screen lock settings, power settings, for example, to support sustainability, mapping network drives, not just to file servers in the local data center or server farm, but also network drives to cloud resources, assistance in installing printers, software, desktop shortcuts, and more, implementing software restrictions, for example, blocking access to certain programs, like BitLocker. Group policy objects, GPOs, are collections of policy settings that apply to the domain or organizational unit, OU, to manage users, computers, or the entire domain. Here we see a screenshot, and actually not a very clear screenshot, but it's one of the Group Policy Management Console, GPMC. Now on the exam, you won't have any specific configuration questions, but as you can see in the diagram, the group policy management root begins at the forest, and a forest can contain multiple domains. The forest is contoso.com, and each domain has its own default domain policy, broken up into 3 areas: groups, servers, and users. We can also see areas to manage domain controllers, and there's those GPOs, Group Policy Objects. Let's switch from the Microsoft world to the Linux world. Security Enhanced Linux, SE Linux, is an access-controlled system built into the Linux kernel. It's used to enforce the resource policies that define what level of access users, programs, and a wide variety of services have on the Linux or Unix-based system. In its default enforcement mode, SE Linux will deny and log any unauthorized attempts to access any resource. This enforces the principle of least privilege, and that explicit permission must be given to a user or application to be able to access any file, directory, socket, and a socket is a combination of an IP address and a port number, as well as other services. There are several ways to configure SE Linux to protect a system. Realize this is often built into an image or a pre-established baseline that you download. The most common configurations are targeted policy or multi-level security MLS. Targeted policy is the default option, and it covers a range of processes, tasks, and services. MLS, multi-level security, can be very complicated, and is typically only used by government organizations, for example, in a mandatory access control model, or a strict zero-trust environment. The etc sysconfig SE Linux file has a section that shows you whether SE Linux is in permissive mode, enforcing mode, or disabled, and which policy, targeted or MLS, is supposed to be loaded. Here we see a diagram of the SE Linux architecture. When the subject or process wants to get access to a file, or a socket, or a process, it goes to the Access Vector Cache, AVC. The security server determines if it's okay. If it's no, it gets sent back to the cache, and SE Linux will deny access. If it's allowed, then the security server applies the policy. Notice that SE Linux operates all the way down at the Linux kernel level, so it's extremely low level, and only explicit access is given through the security server policy to the object.
Vulnerability associated with that third-party website. Or maybe they're sending email attachments to the sandwich shop, hoping the sandwich shop clicks on it so they can gain access to their network. And then
with the Security Plus exam, you do want to have some type of networking background. In fact, CompTIA recommends you have the A+ certification before you take the exam, although it's not a prerequisite. Here's the 7-layer OSI model, layer 7 being application, layer 6 being presentation, layer 5 being session, layer 4 transport, layer 3 network or internetwork, layer 2 is link or data link, and layer 1 is physical. You should memorize this 7-layer model from top down and bottom up, perhaps using a mnemonic or make up your own. Notice at layer 7, all of those services are unsecure by default or by design. That's one thing to consider when it comes to security. You should be aware of the transport layer as well, with TCP and UDP, and the network layer with IP, ICMP, ARP, and dynamic routing protocols like BGP and OSPF. You also want to memorize certain ports for the exam, remembering the FTP file transfer protocol uses 2 ports, 21 for the control, and port 20 for the data files. Secure Shell 2 is a secure protocol, along with SFTP or SSH file transfer protocol, which both use port number 22. TACACS Plus is a Cisco proprietary AAA authentication, authorization, and accounting service on TCP port 49. DNS can use port 53 TCP to transfer the database, for example, but it uses UDP port 53 for its DNS queries. DHCP also uses 2 different UDP ports, 67 and 68, and of course HTTP uses port 80 for its clear text traffic.
And in the case of
Most
the malicious
Microsoft
software that
Active
was running
Directory
on a
sites are
Polish
going to use
financial
Kerberos
supervision
on port
authority,
88.
anyone who
The
visited
older
that site
post
with
office
those
protocol
specific IP
uses
addresses
110.
and was
More
using
often than not, you're
Symantec's
using
antivirus
IMAP for your
software
email
would
client.
receive a message
On
saying
port
that it
143
recognized
or
malicious
secure
code
port
and stopped
993,
that from
which is
executing
IMAP
on an
S,
individual's computer.
SNMP
By putting
uses
these
two different
multiple
ports.
layers of security in
LDAP
place,
uses port
you're increasing
389,
the odds that you might
or
recognize
LDAP S,
and
which
block
is really
any of this
basically just
malicious software.
LDAP with TLS, Transport Layer Security, uses port 636. And HTTPS, or HTTP with TLS, is going to use port 443. You need to memorize these for the exam. FTPS also uses TLS, so instead of port 20 and 21, it's going to use 989 and 990. Secure IMAP will use 993. Secure POP will use 995. Radius has used different ports historically, but most modern Radius services are going to use
One very
1812 and
effective social engineering
1813,
technique is
and that'll
to
be
disseminate
UDP.
incorrect information
Diameter
to
is the upgrade
unlike
to
something that's a
Radius
difference of
on
opinion,
port
misinformation
3868,
and
and then the
disinformation
secure
contains
RTP,
factually incorrect
which is really
details,
a
and
voice
it's
over
usually
IP
designed to
transport
divide
layer
or
protocol
confuse different groups of
invented by
people.
Cisco and
We see
Ericsson.
this often online
The secure
with
version of
influence
that
campaigns.
would be
These are campaigns that
5004.
are usually on social media
And as
sites,
mentioned,
and they're
most of
based
those
around
layer 7 or
political
application
issues or
layer
social
services and
issues.
protocols
There have documented
are
cases where a
unsecure
third-party government
natively
or
or by
nation-state
default.
is creating
So in the
this
next lesson,
distinction within
we'll look at how we
different
can
groups of people.
secure
This
one of
may be
those
designed
very
to persuade
unsecure
people to
protocols,
believe something that's not
DNS.
true, or to distract from something that is obviously true that perhaps would be damaging to that particular nation state. This may not even be something related to a website or location that you're visiting online.
As
Instead,
mentioned
it
in the
might be
previous
delivered to
lesson,
be advertising
the domain
purposes.
name service or
And
the domain
engine of
naming
social
service
media
DNS
is a perfect
is
place
one of the most
to begin
notoriously
disseminating
unsecure
this
protocols
The
in the
attackers are very good
TCP/IP
at using
stack
the social
on the
media
internet.
sites and the tools
So,
available to them
we want to
to
try
create
some things like
articles
DNS
and then
filtering.
share and like
This is a
these
technique
articles
of
to get
using
them by
DNS
as
to
many
block
people as
malicious
possible.
websites and
This is how
filter
the
out
disinformation
damaging or
process
unsuitable
commonly
content.
occurs. The first step is for
This
the
filtering
attacker to create
ensures that
multiple
organizational
accounts
data
that contain
stays
fake
secure and
users.
private.
These are
You can
not
also
an
call this
actual
content
person.
security
All of these accounts
or
belong to
even
the
data
attacker.
loss prevention.
Now the attacker needs to get this
It allows the
misinformation
enterprise
posted
to
online.
have control over
Use
what
one of
their
their fake
employees
user
can
accounts
access
to create
on
some
company-managed
content and post
networks
that
and
on a social media
endpoints.
site. Once it's
DNS
posted
filtering
online, the social
is
media
often part of
sites
a
commonly
wider
have
access
a like,
control
a share,
strategy.
or a follow option, and this will allow the
With
attacker
DNS
to
filtering,
amplify that
all
message
DNS
to a larger
queries
group of
are
people.
delivered to
The
a DNS
algorithms within
resolver.
social media
Realize this could be a
recognize that particular
controller
post is being
running
liked
in the
or
cloud
shared
as
and
well.
will present that post to
Specifically
others as
configured
well.
DNS
Once
resolvers
this algorithm
often
shares this
function
with
as
others,
filters by
there will be
refusing to
actual
resolve
users
queries
that see
for
this
certain
information,
domains,
and
for
they will
example,
share it with
in the
other
dark
people
web,
that they know.
that are
And once
tracked in
this
a block list
misinformation
or
reaches
reputation
a certain
list,
level of popularity,
therefore
the
blocking
mass media
users
will
from
recognize how
accessing
popular
those
it is
domains
and
and
create their
servers.
own stories to publish on something
DNS
that
filtering
from the
services
very beginning
can also
was
use an allow
misinformation.
list instead of a block list.
Another interesting social engineering technique
DNS
is to
filtering
use
can also
brand names.
block
These
list
are names
web
of
attributes
companies that you probably
based on the
know,
domain
like
name or
Coca-Cola,
IP
McDonald's.
version
These
4
brands are
or IP
instantly
version 6
recognizable to
addresses
most people.
by
So the
domain.
attackers will create
Here, the
hundreds
DNS
or even
resolver
thousands
will
of
not
sites
resolve or
with
look
this
up the
particular
IP
brand
addresses
name.
for certain
Google will
domains
then
at all
index these sites and
by
introduce
IP
it to the
address.
Google search engine.
With this filtering
If someone
mechanism,
searches for
the
those brand
DNS
names on
resolver
Google, it's
attempts to
very
resolve
possible
all
that they might be
domains,
redirected
but if the
to one of
IP
these
address is on the
impersonated
block
sites.
list, the
You may have
resolver
even
will not
seen
send
this
it back
when
to the
you do your own
requester.
Google searches that you think you're going to a
Another
legitimate
solution
site,
to
but
secure
when you visit the
DNS
site, you
is
get a pop-up
DNSSEC
message or an
or
image that says you
DNS
won, there's a
security
special
extensions.
offer, and here's some software that you should
DNSSEC adds a
download.
layer of trust on
Obviously,
top
that
of
software
DNS
is not
by
legitimate,
providing
probably
authentication.
contains malware, and
This
now your
extension
computer is
does not
infected,
provide
it will display
confidentiality,
ads,
though.
it may track what site you
When
go
a
to,
DNS
or there
resolver,
may be
for
data
example,
that's
looking for
exfiltrated from your computer and gets into the hands of the
www.skillsoft.com,
attacker.
the .com name servers help the resolver verify the records returned for Skillsoft, and this security extension service helps verify the records returned for the site. The root DNS name servers help verify .com, and information published by the root is vetted by a thorough security procedure, including the root signing ceremony, RSC.
Once it's loaded from disk, runs inside a memory.
DNSSEC also allows you to digitally sign your company's DNS records so that any system that has an authenticating DNS resolver will automatically verify if the records are valid or if they've been compromised by a man-in-the-middle, or what we would call today an on-path attack. To facilitate signature validation, DNSSEC adds a few new DNS record types. RRSIG contains a cryptographic signature. DNS key contains a public signing key. The DS record contains the hash of a DNS key record. The NSEC and NSEC3 are for explicit denial of existence of a DNS record. And the CDNS key and CDS records are for a child zone requesting updates to the aforementioned DS record or records, the one that contains the hash of the DNS key record, in the parent zone.
But it also allows this
Another popular solution is OpenDNS. OpenDNS is a company that offers DNS resolution services and a suite of consumer solutions with the goal of making the internet faster, safer, and more reliable.
One of the most common forms of malware.
It's also a cloud-delivered enterprise security service that protects against threats on the internet. OpenDNS's consumer products include parental filters, content filtering, web performance, and web security. They offer businesses the umbrella service, for example, Cisco Umbrella, which is designed to protect against malware, botnets, phishing, and targeted online attacks. It's very common for a company who's deployed the Cisco AnyConnect mobility client to also use Cisco Umbrella for all the DNS queries.
On a storage drive, and we'll put that path or a link to that path inside of the target process. As the process is executing, it reaches the point where it needs to reference that DLL. It goes out to
As we've already established, another common vector for advanced persistent threats and other exploits is through the email, electronic mail. In this lesson, we're going to look at several countermeasures and ways to enhance email security, starting with SPF, Sender Policy Framework. Practically all abusive email messages carry fake sender addresses today. The victims whose addresses are being spoofed often suffer consequences, such as reputational damage, the need to repudiate the abuse, which can be costly, and the time it takes to sort out misdirected bounce messages. Sender address forgery is a threat to both users and companies because it undermines the email medium and erodes people's confidence in email. This is why, for example, a bank never sends direct information about an account by email. It keeps making a point of that fact. The Sender Policy Framework is an open standard that introduces a method to prevent sender address forgery. More precisely, the current version of SPF, called SPF V1 or SPF Classic, protects the envelope sender address, which is used for messages delivery. SPF V1 permits domain owners to designate their mail sending policy, for instance, which mail servers they use to send mail from their domain, for example, Microsoft Exchange. The SPF solution requires two sides to work together. The domain owner publishes this information in an SPF record in the domain's DNS zone. And when someone else's mail server receives a message claiming to come from that domain, the receiving server can check whether the message complies with the domain's stated policy. For example, if the message comes from an unknown server, it will be marked as fake. Another solution is Domain Keys Identified Mail, or DKIM. DKIM is an email authentication method conducted between the outbound and inbound mail server, or message transfer agents. The authentication process happens transparently to the end user.
A.
With DKIM,
Variable B is
the
already
outbound
been
mail
written
server
to
appends a
memory,
digital
which is
signature to
bytes
the
long,
mail.
and you can see
Then the
decimal
inbound
value
server
of
verifies the
variable B
signature
is currently
by looking up the public key and then
1,979.
comparing it
For
with
this
the
particular
signature from the
application,
specified
variable
outgoing
B
mail server.
contains information on how this application should
With
provide
DKIM,
rights
if the
information.
public key does
And
not
if
match
this
the
value is
signature,
below
it may
2,000,
be because
you
the
have
email was
effectively
not
user
sent from the
rights
email
or guest
server
rights in this
designated
application.
in the email
The
header,
attacker would like to
but
have
was instead
administrative
sent
rights,
from another
but for
spoofed
administrative
server
rights, the
instead.
value of variable B
Or
must
the
be
email was
anything
modified
over
in transit to
24,000.
the recipient.
Normally, variable B
For
is not
instance,
something
an
that could be
attacker could
changed from
intercept
inside
an
the
email that was
application.
sent from a
But
valid
this
mail
attacker
server,
has found a
change it,
vulnerability
and then
with
resend it.
variable A that allows us to perform a
Domain-based
overflow.
message
The
authentication
attacker
reporting
knows
and
that they can use
conformance,
9 bytes
DMARC.
into variable A,
Organizations
that
and
will
end
fill up 8
users
bytes
undergo a
into
high
variable
volume
B
of spam
variable
and
A,
phishing from
and
the
it will
internet.
overflow that last
Many
byte
modern
into
solutions
variable B.
work in
In this
isolation from each
example,
other.
the attacker has chosen to
Each
store the
receiver
word
makes exclusive
excessive
decisions
into variable A,
about how
but
to
excessive has
evaluate
9
the spam
characters. The first
and
8
phishing
characters are
reporting
stored as
results.
part of variable A, and the
Legitimate
9
domain
B,
owners
which is also
rarely
the
get
same
any
as
meaningful
hex value
feedback.
65, is stored as the
DMARC
first byte
attempts
of
to address
variable
this
B
by providing
as it
coordinated,
overflows
tested
into that
methods for
particular
domain
variable.
owners
You can see
and
that this
email
overflow
receivers.
has now changed the value of variable B.
DMARC
and
is
now
an
its value
email
is
authentication
25,856.
policy and reporting
And as
protocol.
we've already said,
It builds on the
over
widely
24,000
deployed
in
and
variable B
previously
provides that
discussed
user with the rights
SPF
and permissions
and
of an
DKIM
administrator.
protocols,
This attacker
offering
was
linkage to the
effectively
sender
able to
or
use the
from
overflow
domain
to
name,
provide elevated rights and permissions
publish
for this
policies
application
for recipient
without
handling of
having any type
authentication
credentials
failures,
as an administrator.
reporting from receivers to senders to enhance and monitor protection of the domain from fraudulent email. Email security gateways are special gateway appliances, such as the Cisco Email Security Appliance, that are dedicated to email security services that work in or with MTAs to protect electronic
The race
mail.
condition is when two
They're also
events
called
happen
secure
at nearly
email
the same
gateways,
time in the
SEGs.
application, and the application
This is
doesn't
commonly a
take
suite of
into account
tools
these
that
two
filter
conditions
emails
may
as
be
they enter
operating
or leave the
simultaneously.
email server.
This is something application developers
Emails are
commonly
routed
check with
through
their
the
building
gateway
their
service
application,
and
but there may be
typically
times
require
when
the
a combination
DNS
of
MX
different
records to
events
be
inside the
changed,
application
regardless
might
of the
have an
email
unexpected
platform.
outcome, and this would
Many
be a
email
textbook
providers
example
today
of a
also
race
offer a
condition.
cloud-native
One common
email
type of
security
race condition
solution
is a
called an
CompTIA.
Integrated
This is a time
Cloud
check
Email Security,
time of
ICES,
This means
either
the
in
application is
parallel
going to check
or as
the
a
system to
replacement
retrieve
for the legacy
information that they
SEG,
store.
which would
And
often
then
be a
after it
highly
retrieves
available
that
appliance
information, it
running
may
on the
perform
server
a
farm
particular
or the data
function
center.
with that value. But sometimes
In this
there's
diagram,
another process
email
that occurs
security is
behind the
accomplished
scenes
by
between
either
the
using
time when
a
you check
cloud
the system
protection
for
layer
value and
like
you're actually
Fortinet
using that
FortiGate
particular value.
and
And if you
or
don't
an
take
email
into
security
account that
gateway.
value might change
Email
without
security
you knowing
gateway
it,
could be a
you run
physical,
into a
highly
race
available
condition.
appliance in the
Let's look at
data
a
center,
practical example
or it could
of
be
a race
something
condition
installed in a
where you have
hypervisor.
two users
If we
that
use
are
the cloud
moving
protection
dollars
layer,
between two
we'll get our
different accounts.
anti-DDoS
There's
protection,
user one and
our
user two,
antivirus,
and
our
the two accounts are
anti-spam,
account A
and then we can
and account B.
optionally send
The
that
race
to the
condition
email
that you're going to
security
see here
gateway
is one
or
that was
directly to
created
the email
because the
server.
application
However, we have
developer
this
takes
set up.
deposits that
In
are
this
put into the
diagram,
account
we have
and
the
has them
initial cloud
immediately
protection
updated
layer,
in
and
the
then the
application.
email that gets
But
through
if
that
someone
goes to
withdraws
the
money
email
from the
security
account,
gateway
that information
locally
may not
for
be
the
immediately
anti-spam
updated
deep
in the
inspection,
ledger.
and then our
Let's
own
see how this
policy
will play
engine.
out if the two
Then the
users
traffic
are
is sent
transferring
outbound
information
through the
from one
email
account to
security
another.
gateway
We'll start
to do
with
rate
two accounts,
controlling,
account A and account B,
antivirus,
and both have a
anti-spam,
starting
and
account
then
value
another
of
policy engine for
$100.
outbound
User
email.
one is going to
Often that
transfer
policy
$50
engine for
from
outbound
account A
is a
to
data
account
loss
B.
prevention
User
engine.
one is going
Or
to
we could
check
be
the
using a
balance
cloud
and see
access
that
security
account A is
broker
$100
that could be
and
sent
account B
back
has
up to the cloud
$100.
protection layer
User
to
two
go
is also
outbound.
going to check the
In this
balance and
diagram,
see that both
all of the
balances
outbound
are
email
at
is going through our
$100.
own system,
So far,
where we go through
everything
our
is
own
working
email
as we
security
expect.
gateway,
Now user one is
potentially
going
the
to add $50
DLP
to
policy
account B.
engine, and then we
Because
send
deposits are
encrypted
updated
email
immediately,
outbound
we know that
using
now
AES
account A has
256
$100
or
and
perhaps
account B
digitally
with
signing
extra
it with
$50
SMIME.
in it has a $150 value. Now user two is going to perform the same function. They're going to add $50 to account B, and when they do that, because this deposit is represented immediately,
In this
we
brief
have account
video,
A with $100
we'll define
and account
file
B with
integrity
$200.
monitoring for
And
the
again,
Security Plus
everything is
exam.
working exactly
File
as
integrity
expected.
monitoring, or
Now, user
FIM,
one is going to remove
examines
$50
operating
from account
system
A.
files,
From user one's
configuration
perspective, account A
files,
now has $50,
registries, application software, and Linux system files for changes and for indicators of compromise. Windows FIM provides alerts about suspicious activity, such as file and registry key creation or deletion. Any modifications to files, for example, changes in the file size, access control list, and a hash of the content. Registry modifications, changes in size, access control list, registry types, keys, and content. In the FIM lifecycle, everything begins with the baseline. For example, leveraging your change in configuration management principles or practices, you must have the known and trusted state. Preferably, it's digitally signed for integrity and non-repudiation. You must have visibility solutions, for example, SIM systems, to notify you of unauthorized changes, or the new existence of suspect files. In a zero-trust environment, that would involve robust and semi-automated detection, alert, and reporting. And then, of course, your incident response to handle the situation and get the servers, the workstation, the endpoints, or the network devices back to a known and trusted state. This is a highly iterative process, and it can be automated with robust inventory systems, SIM and source systems, and highly skilled security practitioners, especially on the incident response team.
They were able to elevate privileges to be the root user of the infotainment system, and this allowed the attackers to earn a $100,000 US prize, and they keep the Tesla.
Data loss prevention, DLP. DLP involves protecting the loss and leakage of all different types of data, intellectual property like trade secrets, or account numbers, PII, such as social security numbers, PHI, such as personal health records, and other data that must be kept private or secret. That data can leak using a wide variety of vectors.
All right, everybody, we're about to head out for lunch in 12 minutes or so?
Firewire or memory cards.
All right, that's
It can
good.
be stored on
At lunch, I will be
such as
going to
file
get
servers
something.
or
I have an
peer-to-peer file
appointment during lunch. It's like near my
personal
house.
cloud services.
Should be back by
Data
1.
moved to a
Excuse me,
cloud service
by 2,
provider.
excuse me.
It can be
There'll
transmitted
possibly
electronically
be another
through
instructor
email,
just peeking
web
in on
mail,
you
instant
if I am
messaging,
just running
or
a
other
couple of
methods.
minutes late. So if you see somebody
It can leak
pop up
to a
at 2,
wide variety
they're
of
just here to answer
unauthorized
questions, at
personnel,
least
your
until I get back,
competitors,
if I'm running behind, but
regulators,
that's about it.
unauthorized
But other than that, I should
external
be back by
users. For example,
2.
recently laid off or fired employees.
Don't forget to
Or
clock
can
out
leak
for
to the press
lunch.
or to the media, or show up in places like Reddit or GitHub, resulting in primary and secondary loss. Primary loss being immediate loss, secondary loss being subsequent loss, realizing that secondary loss can actually be more costly in the long run than a primary loss. Results such as company defamation, the monetary expense for each of the records lost, legal liabilities, criminal and civil, the loss of assets, lenders charging a higher interest rate, or insurance premiums going up, breach of your customer trust, and even bankruptcy or the close of the business. There are a variety of hardware and software solutions that can mitigate data leakage and data loss. You can implement secure email gateways, for example, on your Microsoft Exchange mail transfer agents, or some other Linux-based solution in Red Hat Enterprise. A cloud-based email security solution, for example, from Cisco or Palo Alto Networks. Cloud access security brokers that can assist with data loss prevention, compliance, and single sign-on solutions. Using endpoint detection and response, or next-generation EDR. Implement database activity monitoring, which is transparent to the user as they store and send data to a variety of platforms and databases.
When you find one of these security patches There are a number of best practices that
Okay,
are
Kevin.
associated with this update process. First, before you make any changes to any system, you should have a backup. This ensures that if
Network
something
Admission
does go
Control,
wrong
or
with the
NAC,
update process,
was an
you can
industry
revert back
initiative
to the
sponsored
previous
originally by
configuration and
Cisco.
you'll be back up and running again.
It typically
You should
enables
also make sure that the
IEEE
sources that you're using for this
802.1x
update are trusted.
port-based
This
network
means the
access
software that
control
you're using during
on
this
layer
update is
2 and
coming
layer
from a
3
source
networks.
that you commonly would use
With
or
NAC,
one that is
the
commonly
enterprise does not
associated
trust
with this
anything
update
inside or
process.
outside
And
the
it's always
perimeter
worth mentioning
without
again
stringent
that your backup
authentication
can solve
and
a lot of
verification,
problems for you if
typically
something does go wrong
attribute-based.
with the update process.
This helps
Here's
secure
an example
access
of a
from
message
users and their
you might commonly
devices,
see when an
application
needs to be
programming
updated.
interface
This is
calls,
for the Chrome browser.
IoT
Since you're
components,
using an older
microservices,
version, update now to the
containers
Chrome browser
using
running
Docker
smoothly
and
and
Kubernetes,
securely.
and
Your
more.
download will begin automatically. If not, click here where it
In
says
this diagram,
Chrome.
we see
This is a
traditional
message
network
that
access
appears when you
control.
first start your
On the
browser
left-hand
before you
side
visit
today,
any
we
other
have a wide
websites.
variety of
And there is a
devices.
reasonable amount
These
of trust
icons
associated
are a
with
little
this
bit
update
outdated,
message.
but we
What
know
if
we
this
have
is a message that
laptops,
appears
pads,
as you visit
mobile
one of the links
phones,
that's provided
voice over
by
IP
Google search?
devices,
There might
and
be a
other
question
IoT
as to whether
components.
this particular
To
update
get
is
access to
legitimate.
resources on the
Maybe
network,
something you
they're going to go
might
through an
perform a bit of
NAD,
extra checks
which is a
before
network
clicking
access
that
device.
update
Now this
button.
could be an
We're very often installing these
IEEE.1x
updates
enabled
from a
switch,
file that has been
layer
downloaded
2 or
from a
multi-layer
third-party
switch,
website.
or,
So we need
of
to
course,
look
as you see at the
where
top,
we're
it could
downloading
be a
this file
wireless
from,
access
and we need
point.
to understand more about
On the back
what's
end, we're going to have a
happening
wide
before
variety of
this update.
services.
We should
If
make
it's
sure
a
that
wireless
the source
access
is
point,
one that is
there'll
indeed
definitely be a
trusted,
wireless
going to
controller
a site
on
that
the back
commonly
end.
hosts these
That could
types
be
of
represented
caches.
as the
If
NAC
we're getting some
EDR
random
server.
pop-up message during
We
our
have the
normal
choice to
web
run a
browsing
NAC
session
EDR
that tells
server
us that we need to
directly
click here
off
to
of the
update,
network access
this might not
devices,
be a
or
legitimate
they
update
could be in a
message.
back-end
And if you
server
want to have
farm
a
or data
relatively
center.
high amount of
NAC
trust
is our
regarding this
network
particular
admission
patch,
control
you should
server.
download the update
For example,
directly from the
Windows Server
application developer site.
2022,
And many
Enterprise
operating
Red
systems
Hat
will
Linux.
only install
EDR
applications
is our
if they've
endpoint
been
detection and
digitally
response
signed. That
solution.
means that we'll
That
get
could be
a
something
message
like
during the
Palo
update
Alto
process
Traps,
that tells us
or a
that this
SIM and
application
source
is
system
from
using
Microsoft or
Splunk,
Adobe or
which is
Google,
now part
and
of
we can see
Cisco.
the digital signature
On the back end of the
associated
network
with that
admission
update.
control,
Because the
we have an
digital
identity
signature is put
services
there by
engine
the
that's
application
going to
developer,
support our
and our
attribute-based
operating
access
system
controls.
validates that digital
And of course,
signature.
probably
We can have a
supported
high level
by
of
some
trust
type of
that this
identity
particular
provider,
update
in this
is legitimate.
example, an Active
Sometimes an
Directory
application
environment.
will have its own
The
update
beauty of
process
NAC
built
is
into
that
the app
when the
itself.
device attempts
This
to
usually
connect to the
does have
network
security checks
with an
and digital signatures
EAPOL
built
start
into this
frame,
process. And although you might
extensible
not see the
authentication
digital
protocol
signature,
over
the update
LAN,
process of the
the
application is
NAD can either
automatically
request
performing that
credentials
verification.
or the credentials
This
were
process
provided
has a high
when the
amount of
device
trust
attempted to get
because
on the
it's the
network.
application
It could then
itself
pass
that is
those
performing
credentials
the
back
update.
to
You don't have
the
to
back
download
end.
any files
And in this
yourself,
environment of
and the
.1x,
update
it's
is
usually
being
a radius or
verified as
diameter
coming from the
server.
manufacturer
And then
of the
based on the
software.
credentials
However,
provided,
this
a
process
NAC
is
environment
not
can do a wide variety of
100%
things.
guarantee
It can
that the code that you're
refuse
updating
to even
is
allow the
indeed
device to
legitimate.
get onto the
In
network,
December of
or even
2020,
connect to a
company
DHCP
SolarWinds
server
reported
altogether.
that their
Or it can put it in a
application
restricted
Orion was
VLAN
performing updates
and
for
then go to one of the
users,
back-end
but the
services
update
to be
itself
remediated.
contained malicious
For example,
software.
sending them a
These
captive
updates follow the
portal
internal
where they have
update
to
process for
go
the
to a
Orion
remediation
application.
server
The
and
update
update
itself
their
is digitally
antivirus
signed by
or
the
install
company,
some
and to anyone
agent
who's ever
or do
performed
an upgrade or an
is like
update.
a normal
Then they
update
get onto the
from a
network.
legitimate
Or they can be put into a
application
guest VLAN,
Unfortunately,
simply
months
go out to the
earlier,
internet,
attackers had gained
but still
access
controlled
to
by
the
content
development
security,
system in
URL
SolarWinds
filtering,
itself
and other
and put
engines
their
like data
own
loss
code
prevention.
into the SolarWinds
You can also
software.
restrict
Their
certain
malicious
ports and
code was
isolate
rolled
them
up into the
so that
normal
only
updates
a
that were provided
printer
by
or
other
a biz
application
hub can
developers
connect to
within
them.
the company, and the
And
entire
placing them in
package was
restricted
digitally
VLANs
signed and
is only
automatically
one
distributed
type
to
of
their
activity
users.
you can do
This
in
Orion
an
software is
attribute-based
high-end
access control
management
environment.
software, and some
In
of
certain
the largest organizations
Cisco
in the
environments,
world were
you
running
can
this
inject
software.
data
This allowed
into the
attackers
outgoing
gain access to
frames
hundreds
as they go
of
from
large
device to
governmental
device.
agencies and
You can
companies,
put special
and it allowed
rules
them to
on the
effectively
NAD
have
device
full range
to control IP connectivity.
that was running
This is a very popular solution. In fact, this is what Google uses in their zero trust environment.
within those organizations.
More often than not today, your network access control and EDR solution, endpoint detection and response, is going to be cloud-based, often with a vendor like Palo Alto Networks or F5 or Fortinet or Cisco, where the external users are often being authenticated and authorized against a controller in a software-defined perimeter environment, and then getting access to the internal network, or people who are attempting to get onto the corporate network using wired or wireless are having their information sent up to a cloud-based solution. As I mentioned, a very popular one would be Palo Alto Cortex XDR.
Are foundational computing platforms, and everybody is running an operating system. From the perspective of an attacker, this makes it a very attractive place to start looking for vulnerabilities. And by keeping your
endpoint detection and response solutions. In the previous lesson, when we looked at network and mission control, both on-premise and cloud-based, I referred to EDR as part of the solution several times. In this lesson, we're going to dig a little bit deeper into modern endpoint detection and response. EDR has evolved from early host-based IDS solutions and involves now a more wider software agent. For example, Palo Alto Traps, Cortex XDR, or a Fortinet agent installed on the host system. This often provides the basis for event monitoring and reporting. EDR tools focus on detecting and investigating suspicious activities and are indicators of compromise on hosts or endpoints, or part of an active kill chain, for example, escalation of privileges or lateral movement. EDR monitors endpoint and network events to send information often to a SIM system or a centralized database or to the cloud for further analysis, investigation, and reporting. Modern solutions are extended detection and response, XDR, which include machine learning, user behavioral analytics. The main components of extended DR are threat protection driven by machine learning, incident management, automated and orchestrated, automated root cause analysis or problem management, deep forensics as part of e-discovery after an incident, flexible response based on attribute-based access controls and other risk-based access models, often supported by the network image and control environment or cloud-based solution, and extended threat hunting for penetration testers and cyber forensic teams. Here's an example of a modern solution that's becoming quite popular. Palo Alto Cortex XDR. The endpoint will run the lightweight XDR agent that's responsible for collecting events and sending alerts. They can be periodic through the Cortex data lake, or they can be ad hoc, on demand, and immediate sent to the Cortex data lake. The security administrator in the Security Operations Center is running the Cortex XDR Management Console, which is also integrated with several cloud components at Palo Alto Networks. It includes two main engines, the Analytics Engine and the Causality Analysis Engine, commonly driven by machine learning and user behavioral analytics.
But there are some patches, especially those that are built into the core parts of the operating system, that may require you to reboot the system to be fully patched. In that particular case, you want to make sure that you've saved all your data.
In this course, you learned about firewalls, IDS, IPS, and web filters, operating system security, secure protocols, DNS filtering, email security, and file integrity monitoring, and data loss prevention solutions, network access control, and endpoint detection and response. Coming up in the next course, we'll explore identity and access management.
At San Pellegrino, we look on the juicy side of life. So, how would you juice up yours?
A code injection attack is a very common application attack where the attacker will put their own code into information that is input into the application. This obviously is an attack that should not be allowed in the application, but the application developers have to put checks into their code to prevent any type of unnecessary or unwanted application data being injected during the normal input into the app. And you'll hear about many different kinds of code injections. There is HTML code injections, SQL injections, XML injections, and others. Let's look at one specific type of code injection. This is the SQL injection. SQL stands for Structured Query Language. It's probably the most popular way to have an application interact with a database. The way your application is supposed to work is that it will take information that you're inputting into the application and use that information as queries into the database. A SQL injection, or SQLI, allows an attacker to put their own requests into this query that's being made to the database. Obviously, the application should not be allowing this, but if an application doesn't have the proper checks, then you can send anything you'd like to the database. This is also often not a difficult vulnerability to exploit. You can do this within the browser that's being used as the front end to the application and simply inject your data into the input fields that are already in that application. If you were to look behind the scenes at the code that's communicating between your browser and the web server and database server, you would see something like this. This is website code that does a select asterisk from users where name equals, and then everything in red is added by the application. In this particular query, you're asking the database to select all information where a particular username equals a username that you're putting into the app. So if you're using an application where you're putting in a name to search, such as the name professor, the code that's sent to the database says, select everything from users where name equals professor. Now normally that would be the end of the transaction, but if this application is vulnerable to code injection, we can add our own SQL code into this query. So instead of just asking for a username, we would select asterisk from users where name equals professor or 1 equals 1. This is a common form to be able to ask for everything that may be in the database, because obviously 1 does equal 1. And if you ever see any code being sent to a database where the request is asking if 1 equals 1, it's very likely that you've run into a SQL injection. You can also see how easy it is to exploit this vulnerability. All you have to do is add additional code into the input line of the application. There's no additional software that has to be written. You don't have to somehow make a user click a piece of information. All you have to do is add additional code into the app. This type of exploit can also provide you with a great deal of control of the data in that database. Because you're circumventing the security of this database, you effectively now have complete control to the data inside. You can view everything that's in the database or delete everything that's in the database, or simply make changes or bring the database down so that nobody can access the data. Let's look at an example of SQL injection. I'm using an application that has been specifically written to be vulnerable. It's part of a series of applications called WebGoat. You can find it at webgoat.org. In this case, we have 2 pieces of information we're going to add to the application: an employee name, which is Smith, and a transaction authentication number, which is something like a password, and we're going to add that into that field for 3SL99A. So if you were normally logging in with your name and your password, you can click Get Department, and it shows you the department information for that particular query. Notice that this query is limited to the name Smith and to this specific transaction authentication number. Now let's use SQL injection to view all of the information that's inside of the database. We'll use the same username and the same transaction authentication number, but I'm going to include additional injected code into this field. We'll put an apostrophe or apostrophe 1 apostrophe equals apostrophe 1. So we're adding in that additional code that says, look for everything where the transaction authentication number is 3SL99A, or any place where 1 happens to equal 1. And since 1 does equal 1, when we get department, it provides us with everything that's in the database, and we effectively now have complete control of all of this data.
Tackling your security concerns starts with a prompt. With Sola AI, you get answers to the security.
In this video, we'll talk about cross-site scripting, and you may see this also abbreviated as XSS. It seems like we would use the abbreviation CSS for cross-site scripting, but that abbreviation has already been taken by cascading style sheets, so instead we use XSS to be able to differentiate between both of those technologies. This attack type was originally called cross-site scripting because of vulnerabilities that we found inside of our browsers. These vulnerabilities created a situation inside of your browser where information from one site could be shared with another site. Cross-site scripting is one of the most common vulnerabilities for web-based applications. This takes advantage of the trust that the browser has for different websites. Although there are challenges in creating a cross-site scripting exploit, once you have that exploit, there are many different ways to take advantage of it. Many of these cross-site scripting vulnerabilities are based around an attack using JavaScript. JavaScript is a very popular scripting language within our browsers, and practically everyone has JavaScript enabled in their browser. From a high level, let's see how a cross-site scripting attack might be exploited. Let's start with the victim, that would be our system, a trusted website that we might commonly associate with, and of course there is the attacker. One way that you could exploit a cross-site scripting vulnerability is for the attacker to send a link to the victim that has a malicious script inside of it. This could be sent over email, it might be a text message, or any other method that would get that malicious link into the hands of the victim. The victim will click the link inside of that message, which takes them to a legitimate site, and it's one that's trusted by the victim. But because the attacker has provided this link, there's additional information included with this connection. Usually it's a malicious script that's also running along with the connection to the trusted website. This malicious script is not usually seen by the victim, but behind the scenes, there's data that's being sent directly to the attacker. This might include cookie information, session details, other specifics on that particular website, and anything else that may be considered private or secure information. One common type of a cross-site scripting attack is a non-persistent attack. This might also be called a reflected attack. This is one where a third-party website might be configured in a way that would allow people to run scripts inside of these user input blocks. A website like this one providing a search engine should not allow someone to run their own JavaScript within that input box. That's exactly what has been found here by an attacker. The attacker is going to email that link that takes advantage of that vulnerability, and behind the scenes, that script is going to send those private details to the attacker. So the attacker is the one sending the malicious code to the user, but the user is the one executing that malicious code against a third-party website. The third-party website may send session ID information to the attacker, which means the attacker will now have the same access to that third-party website as the victim's machine. Here's an example of a website that has a cross-site scripting vulnerability. This is one that has a shopping cart in it. You can see there are a number of items within the shopping cart, and on this particular site, it's the credit card number field that does not do any type of checking for scripts, which means we could embed a script within that credit card number field to be able to perform this cross-site scripting attack. So here I've created a very small amount of JavaScript. It's a very simple script that simply puts an alert message on the screen. That alert message shows your session information and then the session ID within the cookie for this site. So when we're putting in credit card information, we would also include that entire script along with the credit card details, and you can see we've pasted it in on that credit card field. When we click the purchase button, a message appears on the screen with the information about our session, and it includes the session ID. Now obviously, the attacker is not going to have a session ID message pop up on your screen. Instead, that session ID will be sent directly to the attacker behind the scenes, and the victim has no idea that that session information is now in the hands of the attacker. Instead of the attacker trying to find some specific way to directly send a link to a user, what if the attacker simply posted the link on Facebook? This is the idea behind a persistent or stored cross-site scripting attack. The attacker will post a message on a social media site, and it will include with that message the malicious payload, which is probably malicious JavaScript. This is why it's now called persistent, because the attacker has now stored that information on that third-party social networking site. Everyone who visits that page with the malicious software will effectively have that code run inside of their browser. From the attacker's perspective, this means that they're effectively attacking everyone who visits that social networking page. So all of the viewers of that information will have that JavaScript run inside of their local browser. And because this is a social networking site, the attacker might include other code that would allow people to share their malicious code. So anyone who views this message can have it posted to their own feed on that social media site. And the next person that views it on their feed goes through the exact same process and again, as this message is now spread to all of these different users using a persistent or stored cross-site scripting attack.
Terra is the IT painkiller. Remote monitoring and management, remote access, help desk and ticketing, smart automations, patching, software deployment, scripting. And the amazing thing is that it does all this while still being easy to use. It's magical. Just this clean, intuitive UI where everything is where it's supposed to be and does what it's meant to do. Sorry, I get emotional. Not to mention, with predictive alerts, you solve real IT issues before they become IT problems.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of how awesome I am at fixing your computer.
And with advanced reporting and analytics, management can finally understand why I'm the real MVP. Also, per technician instead of per device pricing, that saves us 50% of our IT costs and makes me the new company hero.
Lions show up. Real heroes wear headsets.
And you'd be, nah, maybe you're not buying this, and that's fine, because you don't have to buy anything. You can try it out right now for free. Set up as a breeze. Just hit the link and try the thing. It's glorious. Atera, it's what IT ought to be. Except cookies.
Cookies accepted.
An interesting cross-site scripting attack was found in June 2017 by Aaron Guzman. He's a security researcher who was looking at the Subaru front end on their website that allows them to manage different capabilities within their vehicle. When you log into the Subaru website, you get a token, and this token never expires, which from a best practices perspective is probably not the best idea. Normally there would be some expiration. For instance, the token might expire in a day, which will require you to log in again after 24 hours. Not only was there no expiration associated with this token, the token allowed you to perform any service request on your vehicle. Not only did this create a security concern for your vehicle, but you could add your email address to someone else's account, and this same token would allow you access into managing their vehicle as well. The cross-site scripting part of this is a vulnerability that was also on the Subaru website, which means an attacker could send a link with malicious code inside of it and receive the token for that particular Subaru website from the victim. And now, since we know that this token has such power, as soon as the attacker has that copy of a user's token, they're able to use it forever because the token doesn't expire. And if the attacker adds their email address to another Subaru account, that same token will also grant them access to that account. This is effectively a single token that allows an attacker full access to anyone's vehicle and register on the Subaru website. Fortunately, this particular vulnerability was found by a security researcher who informed Subaru of the issue, and they were able to resolve and remove these vulnerabilities. There's a few things we can do to protect ourselves against a cross-site scripting attack. One of these is to not click a link that you may not already trust. You should not click links inside of your email, your messages, or anything else that's coming from a third party. Instead, you should open a browser separately and only type in domain names that you can trust. You may want to consider either disabling JavaScript or limiting the capabilities of JavaScript. Sometimes you do that with a browser plugin, but this offers limited protection, and ultimately, it may limit what websites you're able to visit. Perhaps most importantly, you should always make sure that your browser and your applications are always up to the latest version. As manufacturers locate and identify these cross-site scripting capabilities, they will push out patches to prevent your browser from being susceptible to these problems. And if you're an application developer, you need to make sure that all of the inputs to your application are checked to make sure that a user can add their own script to any of these input fields.
At King Supers, we never compromise. It's so high quality that's guaranteed fresh and down low prices in every aisle. With quality and savings that add up, King Soopers shoppers never compromise. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
Everyone is pizza royalty.
If you look at your local network at home or in your office, you'll notice there are a lot of devices connected to the network. Many of these devices are hardware devices that don't generally give us access to the operating system that's running inside. This might be a device used to control the air conditioning system, might use this device to clock in or clock out of work, but in any case, it's a device that has an operating system running inside of it. We don't generally have access to that operating system. Since these devices are connected to the network, they are therefore a potential security risk. So we need to make sure that we're always up to date with the firmware or software that might run inside of these hardware devices. If you look around at home, this could mean that your stove, your refrigerator, your garage door, the front doors to your house, and all of these embedded Internet of Things devices or IoT devices all could potentially be a security issue for your home and your office. Before IoT, our security concerns were basically focused on operating systems that we have control of, our Windows laptop or a tablet computer, or perhaps our mobile phone. With the advent of IoT and these hundreds of different devices that you can connect to your network, we now have security concerns with every one of these devices. We often refer to this operating system that's running inside of this hardware as firmware. This is the operating system that makes everything work inside of this device, and very often we have no idea what this operating system even is. This means that the only people who can really update or manage this system is the manufacturer themselves. They're the ones that created this device, they're the ones that developed the software running in this operating system, and they're the only ones that can really tell us how to upgrade the firmware in all of these hardware devices. Unfortunately, manufacturers of hardware don't necessarily have the same focus on IT security that others of us might have. For example, we ran into exactly this problem with Train Comfort Link 2 thermostats. These are thermostats that are automated and you can control them from something like a mobile phone or a tablet. Train was notified of security vulnerabilities of these Comfort Link thermostats in April of 2014. The manufacturer did not release a patch for these thermostats until April of 2015, and another patch was released in January of 2016. In the world of Windows, Mac OS, and Linux, we generally turn around these patches in a month or less. In this case, the manufacturer took at least a year to provide the very first patch for these security problems, and in some cases, almost another year to release the other one. This obviously created security concerns for people that were using these Train Comfort Link 2 thermostats, because during this entire period, the vulnerability was known, but a patch was not available. Sometimes the manufacturer of these devices will inform you when a device is no longer able to be updated. The first notice of this might be with an EOL notice, or an end of life. This is a notice that the manufacturer is giving to everyone to let them know that in the future they will stop selling this particular product. It's important to keep these dates in mind because you can still get security patches and updates even though this product is not actively being sold. This may be the first notice that it might be time to replace this device. Although there is a time frame where there is still support available, eventually that time frame will go away. Once the device has already hit its end of life and the manufacturer has decided to no longer support the device, we now are at the end of service life, or EOS. The manufacturer themselves have stated they are not going to provide any additional security patches for this device, although they may provide you with a very high-end support option where you can pay a great deal of money to have them continue support for that device. That financial outlay is not something that most customers have the ability to do, so often they will replace this device with something newer. Obviously, EOL is an important step that might give you some warning that the support for this device is going away, but the real important date is the EOSL. If you have equipment in your office or at home that has hit the end of service life, you may want to consider replacing that device as soon as possible so that you always have the latest security patches installed. If you work for an organization that has a large infrastructure, you've got data centers that are located around the world at many different remote sites, then you probably have equipment in one of these locations that have been installed for years and years. This is a legacy device, and it's one that might be running an older operating system. Maybe the application is very old and has not been updated in quite some time, or maybe the middleware that this application uses is very outdated. In each of these cases, the software that's running on these systems may be at their end of life or even their end of service life. And if that's the case, we may want to compare the risk of continuing to use this device or this application versus the security concerns or risks associated with keeping it on our network. The real challenge might be if this particular device or software has a very critical part of the overall goals of your organization. This means that it's not as easy as simply turning off the device or replacing it with another device that we can get elsewhere. This means we may need to keep this device running for a certain amount of time, but we might also want to create some type of mitigation that would prevent someone from taking advantage of any known security vulnerabilities. This means we may want to create additional firewall rules that would limit the people able to directly connect to this device, or you might add additional IPS signatures, especially signatures that are built for some of these older operating systems. So although this may not be something you can easily phase out of your network, you may be able to put together a path to replace this device while at the same time providing the security needed for these legacy platforms.
My kids can't hide anything from me. I'm home. Especially when they've been using toilet paper that doesn't hold up.
Charmin Ultra Strong has a diamond weave texture that's more durable. And it cleans better, so you can use less. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
With today's cloud-based infrastructures, we can build virtual machines at a moment's notice, and we can build many virtual machines simultaneously. If you've ever managed a laptop computer or a desktop computer, you know what the security concerns might be for a device like this. But if you're managing a cloud, you may have situations where virtual machines are constantly created and torn down during a normal workday. This makes it more challenging to manage the security posture of these virtual devices. Consider also that these virtual machines may all be built with different configurations. These virtual machines might all have a different number of CPUs operational, and those CPUs may have different capabilities. They might have a different amount of memory or a different amount of storage, and each one of these systems may be slightly different in how it operates. And of course, these virtual machines do have aspects of the VMs that are very similar to OSs you may be running with other physical devices. So the VM does run a version of an operating system, such as Windows or Linux, and you should be applying the same type of security best practices to your virtual machine as you have to your physical devices. But there are some security vulnerabilities that are specific to the virtual world. Vulnerabilities such as a local privilege escalation, command injection, information disclosure, and others can still be found in these virtual environments. If you've ever used a VM, you know that that VM is its own self-contained system with its own CPU, memory, storage, and other resources. And it's not possible to somehow move from inside one virtual machine on a hypervisor to things that may be on a different virtual machine on that same hypervisor. However, there have been instances where researchers have found ways to jump between these VMs. This is called a VM escape, and it allows the attacker to get access to one virtual machine and then somehow find their way to connect to other virtual machines on that same hypervisor. Some hypervisors may manage tens or even hundreds of different virtual machines, which means if you can escape from one VM and move to another VM on that same hypervisor, you would have a great deal of data that you would be able to access. This would obviously be an enormous exploit that would allow an attacker to gain access to many systems simultaneously and all of the data contained within those systems. A practical example of a VM escape occurred in March 2017 at the Pwn to Own competition. This is a hacking contest where if you can pwn the device, then you would be able to physically own it. You get to take that laptop or that computer with you at the end of the contest. In this competition, attackers were able to use a bug in the JavaScript engine of Microsoft Edge to gain access to a sandbox that's built into the Edge browser. From that sandbox, they were then able to exploit a vulnerability within the Windows 10 kernel. This allowed them to gain full access to that guest operating system. From there, they were able to take advantage of a hardware simulation bug within VMware and hop from one VM to another VM within that same hypervisor. Fortunately, this vulnerability was only demonstrated for the first time during this competition, which allowed VMware to have some time to create a patch, roll out that patch, and make sure that no one else could take advantage of this VM escape. Another security concern for virtual machines is a resource reuse. Let's consider what a hypervisor is doing for all of the virtual machines connected to a particular piece of hardware. The hypervisor is managing this relationship between the physical world and the virtual world. So the hypervisor is allocating a certain amount of memory to one VM, a certain amount of storage, and a certain amount of network and CPU access. Although the hypervisor is allocating this amount of resource use for a VM, doesn't mean that that VM has exclusive access to that particular resource. For example, a hypervisor host may have a total of 4 physical gigabytes of RAM on that particular device. But that hypervisor is managing 3 separate virtual machines, and each of the VMs is allocated 2 gigabytes of RAM each. Obviously, the VMs are allocated 6 gigabytes, and we only have 4 physical gigabytes available for the hypervisor. We're relying on that hypervisor to only allocate memory where it's needed, which would allow us to use effectively 6 gig of storage space on a machine that is only equipped with 4 gigabytes. This means at certain times that there may be certain memory areas that are shared between different virtual machines. And it's the sharing of information where we could run into a problem. If the hypervisor has a bug that doesn't properly allow for the sharing of resources, it is possible that one VM could write to a memory area, and that memory area could be read by a different VM. Normally, the hypervisor would be the component restricting that sharing of information between VMs. In this example, we can see that the hypervisor does have some type of memory management issue. Once that code is updated, that particular sharing would no longer take place, and we can avoid any type of resource reuse.
With Stella and Chewy's, it's easy to add raw nutrition to your pet's bowls. It's raw food that's gently freeze-dried to lock in the nutrients and flavor without needing refrigeration. So you get all the benefits of raw, none of the hassle. Stop by PetSmart with your dog to find Stella and Chewy's recipes.
Icon has the tools pros trust. From wrenches to storage solutions, diagnostic tools, and more. Built to last and backed for life. Pick yours up today. Icon. Tool truck quality, unbeatable value. Only at Harbor Freight.
In a relatively short period of time, companies have really embraced the cloud. And today, practically every organization has one or more applications that they run in a public cloud. But of course, along with these applications, we're putting a great deal of data into the cloud as well. These applications are often accessing sensitive data, and it's important that we find ways to maintain security for all of these cloud-based applications and their data. Unfortunately, we're not always using the best practices for security to protect these systems. For example, it's estimated that 76% of organizations aren't even using multi-factor authentication to log into the central console for their cloud-based systems. And we've also found that up to 63% of the code that's in the cloud is currently unpatched. These are not minor patches either. These are significant security concerns. And in some cases, these vulnerabilities have a common vulnerability scoring system, or a CVSS, that is greater than or equal to 7 on a scale of 10. If you have an application that's in the public cloud, then anyone in the world would be able to at least attempt to connect to that particular application. That is the point of putting your applications in a public cloud. Unfortunately, this also means that anyone in the world could try to disable that application through a denial of service, or DOS. This may also be a distributed denial of service. It's since it can be done by many different devices simultaneously anywhere in the world. We also have to think about the authentication method that's used to allow access to the application and this data. If we have a weak process for authentication, or we've misconfigured the authentication process to allow people in this application without the proper credentials, this could cause a significant breach of data. When you have anyone in the world that's able to connect to an application, you have to make sure that the configurations are set properly for the app and for the security surrounding that application. One common misconfiguration we often see with web servers is the ability for people to manually move around the structure of that web server into different folders or different subdirectories. We refer to this as directory traversal, and it's something that should not commonly be allowed. And of course, if the system is unpatched, an attacker may be able to take advantage of vulnerabilities existing for that application or operating system. And it may be very easy for them to run a remote code execution and effectively run any application on your cloud-based system. Not only do we have to make sure that our underlying operating systems and other components in the cloud are up to date, we also have to make sure that our applications have been properly patched. There have been cases where an attacker has taken advantage of an application vulnerability to then gain access to the system underneath and then other systems within that same cloud. A good example of this are the vulnerabilities we found in recent years with Log4j and the Spring Cloud function. These are very easy to exploit. You don't need a lot of knowledge in IT security to be able to take advantage of these vulnerabilities. And because you effectively have full control of the system afterwards, the rewards for running this exploit are very extensive. If the application developer has not properly provided input validation for the fields in this application, this could be a case where cross-site scripting is used by an attacker to gain access to this system. Attackers might also try to take advantage of an out-of-bounds write. This is when they're able to write information into memory, even though that section of memory is unauthorized to that user. This might allow the attacker to run a remote code execution or to simply crash the system and make it unavailable for others. And of course, if the application is in the cloud, then the data itself is also in the cloud. So the attacker may try to take advantage of code injection, such as SQL injection, to be able to gain access to the data that's in that database.
Get a taste of new Lipton Fusions, made with 50% less sugar than regular sodas.
Maybe he's afraid of commitment?
For sure.
Alright, you're not even listening to me. Bridgewater, you're in.
Teddy Bridgewater, back up, listen.
If only there were backups in real life, but at least there's Progressive to protect your home and auto.
You need a partner, not a project.
The supply chain involves the process of getting a product from the very beginning raw materials all the way through to the process of providing that product to a consumer. From a security perspective, we're concerned with every step along the way of the supply chain. This includes the processing of the raw materials, suppliers, manufacturers, distributors, customers, and consumers. We know that anywhere along this path, an attacker may be able to inject malicious code or find some way to gain access to this supply chain. This is something we often don't even consider when we are having new equipment delivered. We generally trust the suppliers of our equipment and therefore trust the equipment that we're plugging in. But we know that any exploit that's put into any step along this supply chain could be a concern. And if an attacker is able to take advantage of any of these steps of the supply chain, it can put you and your data at risk. When you're managing all of your own systems, you know exactly what software is being updated and what the security posture of these systems might be. But what if you're outsourcing that process to a third-party service provider? In that particular example, the service provider would be responsible for all of the security concerns for those systems. This can be especially important if the service provider has access to systems that may contain sensitive data. If there is an attacker that gains access to the service provider, they would therefore now have access to our sensitive data. And of course, we may be working with numerous service providers. We may have third parties helping us with our network, utilities, office cleaning, our payroll and accounting services, our cloud-based infrastructure, and so much more. This is why it's relatively common for organizations to have an ongoing security audit with their service providers. This is usually something that's built into the contract with the service provider that guarantees that you'll have access to be able to audit and find out more information about the security processes for any of your service providers. One of the most significant credit card breaches in history occurred with the Target Corporation in November of 2013, where over 40 million credit cards were stolen. This entire process began with a breach from a service provider. Specifically, it was an air conditioning and heating firm in Pennsylvania that was infected with an email that was sent and malware attached to that email. Someone at the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning firm clicked on that malicious software, and the attackers now had access to the heating and AC firm. As it turns out, this HVAC vendor was a supplier of the Target Corporation, and they had access to the HVAC systems that were on the Target network. Unfortunately, the Target HVAC network and the Target cash register network were on exactly the same network with no way to prevent access from one to the other. So when the attackers gained access to the HVAC systems at Target, they also effectively gained access to every cash register at every Target store. From there, of course, they were able to put malware on every single cash register and began collecting credit cards until months later they were discovered and removed from the network. But at that point, 40 million credit card numbers had been stolen. We often think of service providers as being only IT individuals, but it's certainly possible that other service providers in your organization may provide unintended access to your network. Another concern with the supply chain is the hardware itself. What if you bought a new firewall or a new switch or router? You simply pull that device out of the box, you plug it into your network, perform some configurations, and now it's running on your production systems. The real question, of course, is should we trust that system? And how can we verify that that system is running legitimate software? One way to do this is to have a relationship with your vendors that you can trust. And you might use a small listing of vendors rather than simply purchasing from anyone who happens to be available on the internet. There should also be policies and procedures for the acquisition of this hardware and the implementation for this hardware. You need to make sure that all of your best practices for security are in place, and you can treat this new hardware as if it is untrusted out of the box.
Get the best Halloween decor from Michael. We're not twinning. We're winning. Don't touch my stuff.
A meal that's dip-tacular. Ciabatta dippers are back. It just smells good at Panera.
Although we tend to trust our vendors and we tend to trust the manufacturers of this equipment, we still need to treat these devices as if they could potentially have some type of security concern. So we need to make sure that we're following all of the proper security procedures when we're putting any type of new hardware onto our network. If we looked at our networking infrastructure, we can see that every bit of data of our organization is passing through either a router or a switch that's part of our network infrastructure. This is obviously a perfect place for an attacker to find a way into the network and begin gathering information. This concern became very public in July of 2022 when the Department of Homeland Security arrested a reseller of Cisco products. This company had sold more than $1 billion of Cisco products, except they weren't really Cisco products. They were actually a counterfeit product with the Cisco logo on the front. The CEO who was arrested had also created about 30 different companies to be able to sell these counterfeit products under different names, and he had been selling these products since 2013. So over that time frame, hundreds or even thousands of switches and routers had been sent to people's networks, and each one of those could potentially be a security concern. The Department of Homeland Security found that most of these devices were being manufactured in China, and then they were being distributed to companies all over the world. These seemed to look and act as if they were Cisco products, but very quickly people found that they started breaking and in some cases began catching on fire. This is certainly not the only documented case where counterfeit hardware was installed in someone's network, so make sure you check all of your hardware before implementing it into your production systems. Whenever you're installing new software or you're updating existing software, you should be thinking to yourself, do I really trust this update or this installation? Trust is a foundation of anything we do in security, and it's important that when we're installing new software, that we really do trust the source of that software. One way to help with that trust is to look at the digital signature associated with the installation. Most operating systems will validate a digital signature that exists in an update or installation file, and if it doesn't validate, it will inform you of that during the installation process. Another challenge we might have with trusting the software is when software updates itself automatically. We're not even involved in the process. This means that we really need to trust the software that we're installing because anything could be installed during this automated process. And many people will say if you really want to trust your software, you should look at the source code. But even open source software has challenges with security. When someone has access to the code, they also have the ability to make changes to that code. Some of those changes could be malicious. A good example of problems with the software supply chain is the issue that occurred with SolarWinds Orion. This is software that was used by 18,000 customers, and many of them are Fortune 500 and U.S. federal government. Attackers were able to gain access to the systems being used by SolarWinds, and they were able to put their own code into the SolarWinds software within the SolarWinds infrastructure. Whenever this software was bundled together with all of the other updates, it was digitally signed and sent out to all of their users in March and June of 2020. These updates were deployed as upgrades to existing installations, and in most cases, I'm sure that the folks running SolarWinds Orion in their infrastructure didn't even consider the software to be something that they wouldn't trust. What's also interesting about this particular attack is the compromise was made in March and June of 2020, but it wasn't detected until December of 2020. This delay in identifying a breach of this sort is not unusual, and it just speaks to how important it is to make sure that you trust every step of the supply chain process. Once this malicious code was distributed automatically as part of this update, the attackers were able to gain their way into many different companies and organizations, including the names that you see here on the screen. Obviously, these are very large organizations like Microsoft, Cisco, Intel, and state organizations such as the Pentagon, Homeland Security, and the Department of Treasury. These are very large networks with huge infrastructures and very sensitive data, and the attackers were able to very easily gain access by taking advantage of this supply chain exploit.
Organic and dairy-free. Woo! Woo!
Here we go.
Third time today. At Sprouts, you'll find fresh, new, and delicious discoveries at prices you'll love so much you'll say, woo! This is that Sprouts feeling. A wider smile brightens more than just your teeth. Colgate Acid White's unique hydrogen peroxide technology is engineered to remove deeper stains for a visible difference in just 3 days. So you can live life to the brightest.
One very easy way to get your data into the hands of the attacker is to simply leave all of the information sitting in an open area of the internet. Surprisingly, this happens very often on the internet, so much that the attackers would use this as a method of reconnaissance to see if someone may have put some data on a cloud service and simply forgotten to secure it. They know that eventually they're going to run across some data that someone forgot to secure, and from there they can easily download it and disseminate it to others on the internet. A popular example of this occurred in June of 2017 when 14 million Verizon records were found on the internet, open and available to be downloaded. A third party had left an Amazon S3 data repository open without any type of passwords or security. Fortunately, this information was found by a researcher and not an attacker, so they were able to close this particular security loophole and confirm that no one else had downloaded any of this information. Although this story turned out to be rather insignificant for the 14 million records that were exposed, there are many other examples of information being made public on the internet without the intention of the data owner. Another security challenge is with unsecured admin accounts. This in the Linux world is the root account. In Windows, this is the administrator account. Sometimes we refer to both of these as the super user account. Usually there are methods built into the operating system that would prevent you from creating a root or administrator account with no password on it at all. But unfortunately, administrators will often assign a very easy to guess password to the root account, a password like 123456 or Ninja or Football, which makes it very easy for an attacker to brute force a password on this root account. A good best practice is to completely disable the ability to log in with the administrator account. This means you would first have to log in with your user account and then use an elevated access by using the SU or sudo option to be able to get a root account access. This is very similar to Windows, where you would log in with your user account, and if you needed to run something with elevated access, you would use the Windows feature to run as administrator. Ideally, you should have very few accounts that have root or administrator access. This would certainly limit the scope of an attack and make it much harder for an attacker to even find an administrator account that they can then compromise. So far in this course, we've talked quite a bit about encryption algorithms, and ways that we can protect data when we're sending it across the network. But this encryption isn't going to help very much if we use protocols that don't take advantage of any of these encryption technologies. Protocols such as Telnet, FTP, SMTP, and IMAP send all of their traffic across the network in the clear. You would need to use the secure versions of these protocols to be able to enable encryption and other security features. One way to tell if the data you're sending across the network is secure or insecure is to simply perform a packet capture. I have the results of a packet capture on the screen here, and you can read everything that is listed in this particular packet. And we know that we can read everything because right at the top, you can see that the protocol that we're using is HTTP and not HTTPS. This means we can see information about which version of browser is being used, the referral URLs, information about the cookies, and any other information that's transferred between these two devices. This is something that a quick packet capture Wireshark can easily display in the clear data, and it might prompt you to use more secure protocols such as SSH, SMTP, HTTPS, and others. This is a picture taken at DEFCON 22, which is a security conference. At this conference, they are constantly monitoring the traffic going across their wireless networks, and if there are any insecure protocols such as HTTP, IMAP, or POP3, they will pull the data out of those frames, show you the email addresses, part of the password associated with this transaction, the IP addresses, and other information that was sent over the network in the clear. They refer to this as the wall of sheep. You can see that there's a lot of details that are listed when you send this information across the network without any encryption or additional security. If you've connected a device to the network for the first time, you were probably prompted for a username and password. And of course, there is a default username and password for all of these devices. Some of these devices will prompt you to change the password the first time you log in. A great deal of devices have no security associated with the username or password. There's a botnet that takes advantage of these default accounts. It has a list of all of the default account names and passwords for every Internet of Things or IoT device that you can think of. There are more than 60 default configurations that this will look for on your network, including cameras, routers, doorbells, garage door openers, and anything else that connects to the network. If this botnet finds one of these devices with the default credentials, it's able to gain access to that device and then provide the attacker with information on where they can connect as well. This is also software that anyone can run because the Mirai botnet has been released as open source. So both researchers and attackers are using this open source botnet to identify places where the default credentials may still be in use. Each time you enable an inbound service on a server, you are opening a port number. That port number is used by someone on the outside to gain access to that specific application. This process of opening port numbers is effectively giving someone a little bit of access into a section of your server. So it's important to limit the number of open ports that might be accessible by others. We will often manage this type of access to port numbers using something like a firewall. This gives us the option of allowing or disallowing access to a specific port number on a specific IP address. Unfortunately, this also adds a level of complexity that might cause a security issue. These firewall rule sets tend to be relatively large, and it's very easy to accidentally provide access to a specific IP address or port number. This means that the firewall administrator may have enabled access to a device that normally should not be accessible, and of course, if it's open, the attackers are bound to find it. This is why we should always schedule periodic audits to make sure that our firewall rule base is in good shape and we're limiting the number of open ports available on our network.
Nature's Bounty helps you grow thicker, fuller hair with just 1 capsule per day.
Palmolive Ultra removes up to 2.5 times the grease versus Dawn non-concentrated. Try it today.
To say that our mobile devices are challenging to secure is probably an understatement. These are devices that often require additional policies and procedures along with different technologies just to be able to provide security. These are relatively small devices and you can hide them almost anywhere on a person. You also find that these are always moving. It can be difficult to manage something when you're not quite sure where it happens to be at any point in time. And these small, invisible, constantly moving devices have sensitive information on them, not only at a personal level, but for the organization as well. And because these are devices that are constantly connected to the internet, it's possible that anyone in the world might be able to access this device remotely. These mobile devices tend to have a lot of security built into the device itself. One way to circumvent this security is through the use of jailbreaking or rooting. Although we don't commonly have access to these devices at the OS level, there is certainly a complex operating system that's running under the surface. And some individuals have found that you can replace this operating system with one of your own to provide additional access or circumvent some of these security restrictions. If you're doing this to an Android device, it's referred to as rooting, and on Apple's iOS, we refer to this as jailbreaking. This replaces the firmware or operating system on this device with a third-party operating system. This is generally done to enable new features and circumvent security that would normally be found on the original OS. If an employee was to replace the current operating system with one for jailbreaking or rooting, they would effectively circumvent all of the security that you put in place using your mobile device manager or MDM. Another concern are users that may install any application they would like to this device, and some of those applications may consist of malicious code. This would certainly be a security concern, and just one bad application could subject all of the data on this device to be accessible by an attacker. There are usually restrictions put on these devices, either by the operating system or by your mobile device manager, to restrict what type of applications can be installed and where those applications can be installed from. For example, you may specify that your mobile devices can only be installed from either the company's global application library or a local app. We refer to this ability of installing applications outside the scope of these app stores as side loading. So if a user does install their own firmware to be able to root or jailbreak this device, they would probably then be able to sideload any applications they'd like. Normally, the installation of unauthorized operating systems or software would be specifically forbidden in the policies and procedures of your organization. Usually, you'll find this in an employee handbook or a list of acceptable use policies or AUPs. And it would be unusual if somebody was to circumvent this administrative security control to be subject to dismissal from the organization.
Native deodorant sprays unclean, which means no aluminum clouds to harsh your vibe.
Got pet owners? Get Febreze fabric spray to keep your fabric smelling fresh and clean.
The applications and operating systems that you're using right now most likely have security vulnerabilities inside of them. The problem is that we've not identified what those vulnerabilities are yet, but eventually someone will discover this vulnerability and will need to provide patches to be able to close those security holes in your operating systems or applications. People all over the world are working to identify vulnerabilities every day. These may be researchers who can share these vulnerabilities with developers, but this could also be found by attackers. They would like to be able to find these vulnerabilities first. That would allow them to take advantage of the vulnerability without having any patches available to stop them. So the attackers are working constantly to identify and document these vulnerabilities so that they can create an attack code that goes after that very vulnerability. The attackers, of course, are not going to share this information with the vendor of the software, and the vendor of the software has no idea that this vulnerability even exists. This also means there's no patch for this vulnerability because from the vendor's perspective, the vulnerability has not yet been discovered. If the attackers then begin exploiting this vulnerability and there's no patch available to mitigate this issue, we refer to that as a zero-day attack. If the security community suddenly realizes there's a new type of attack that no one's seen before, there will suddenly be a flurry of work to create a patch to mitigate that issue. This means until a patch is created, the attacker can continue to take advantage of this vulnerability. It's very difficult to protect a system if you have no idea that the problem even exists. If you'd like to keep track of any zero-day attacks that may arrive, or you'd like to know about vulnerabilities in general, you can visit the Common Vulnerabilities and Exposures website, or CVE, at cve.miter.org. Here's an example of zero-day attacks that you might find by visiting the CVE website. For example, in April of 2023, the Chrome browser announced a zero-day attack that involved memory corruption and a sandbox escape. In May of 2023, Microsoft introduced a zero-day patch. In this attack, self-signed code was able to run during the UE5 boot process, which should not be possible if you're using secure boot. And also in May of 2023, Apple's iOS and iPadOS had zero-day attacks. There were 3 separate patches made available. One was sandbox escape, the other was a disclosure of sensitive information, and the other was an arbitrary code execution. Many of these exploits were being used in the wild, so it was important for Apple, Microsoft, and Google to create patches that can close these vulnerabilities and prevent these zero-day attacks from occurring.
Your skin doesn't stay the same, and that's okay because CVS has your back. Personally, the routine and products that I use have changed so much over the years to meet my skin goals. Whatever stage you're in, your skincare grows with you, so make sure to shop the best products at CVS.
Malware is a very broad term, but it effectively describes any type of software that is doing bad things to your system. This may be gathering keystrokes and sending those keystrokes back to the attackers. It could be showing you advertising on your screen, and the results of you viewing that advertising translates into dollars for the attacker. Or this could be viruses or worms that are infecting your systems, encrypting your data, and effectively turning your day into a very bad day. When we're talking about malware, we're talking about different types of malicious code. This could be viruses or worms that can infect your system. It may be the ransomware that's encrypting all of the data on your storage drives. Or this could be a Trojan horse, where you think you're installing software to perform a particular function, but in reality, that software is installing malware. There's also rootkits, keyloggers, spyware, bloatware, logic bomb, and other categories of malware as well. Regardless of the malware type, all of these different methods can turn your system into a botnet, steal personal data, or encrypt everything that's on your system. We often think of malware as one event or one thing that occurs, but in reality, all of these different types of malware work together to infect your system. For example, you might have a worm that takes advantage of a known vulnerability on your system and automatically installs itself on your storage drive. It might then install additional malware that might have a remote access backdoor, and when the attacker connects to that remote access, they can install additional malware on your system to provide additional.
Welcome to Tech Talk.
For this malware to infect your system, it has to somehow find a way to run on your computer. Normally, this would be something that you might click in your email message.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back.
The CPU of your system to be able to execute.
Good to see everybody back from lunch.
Message that you receive when you
Good
visit
stuff.
the website. You might also see when you visit one of these malicious locations.
What we're going to be going into this afternoon will be day 2, cryptographic solutions and identity management, as we start getting into this. And don't forget to clock in to class. Use that time clock. Don't leave any minutes on the table. As we get started, these are the domains that we're going to be in. Domain 2.1, 2.2, 3, 4, and then jump down to domain 4. So domains 2 and 4. First thing we need to do, as far as domain 2, compare and contrast common threat actors and motivations, which we've talked about right before, I believe around 11 a.m. Ooh, Charles is back. Pause. Let's see what's going on with Mr. C. No, Mr. C?
Security goals and controls. In this course,
Send me
we'll learn about confidentiality,
yeah, send me a private message with your
availability, and
score.
non-repudiation. We'll explore authentication,
What?
authorization, and accounting, or AAA. We'll describe control
Isn't that passing?
and define control types.
720. Oh my God. You're going back in. Give me your voucher. That's, yeah. Don't worry about it. You're going back in. Let me get your voucher.
CIA triad.
You can test on the weekends too if you
for
want.
confidentiality,
Martin's testing on Saturday.
and availability.
Think
Let's
about
start with
it. Tell me what you want to do.
Confidentiality
All right,
measures
here we
the
go.
attacker's ability to get unauthorized
So if we're thinking,
access
if
to
we're looking
data
at this,
or
compare and
information
contrast
from an
common threat
application
actors and
or a
motivations,
system,
explain common threat vectors and attack surfaces, and we've looked at that already on the previous lesson. Various types of vulnerabilities. We're going to look at how do we analyze indicators of malicious activity, and then we're going to look at security implementations
data at rest, and
for proper hardware, software, and data asset
confidentiality is used for
management.
protecting
So those, that's what we're looking
privacy and proprietary information.
at. First thing we want to just hop on the train of is one of the PBQs got me.
Personally identifiable
We'll see.
information,
We'll see what's going on.
PII, personal health
Cryptographic
information,
contents. Now you have encryption
intellectual property
and
rights,
decryption, and you have encoding and decoding.
Some examples of confidentiality.
I think we know what encryption and decryption is. Mike, I see your hands up. You okay?
Network VPN.
Got your virtual hand up. Oh, okay.
Transport layer security.
So,
MTLS. Between
okay.
web browser. For example,
now we know what the encryption decryption is. What's encoding and decoding? Who wants to look that up and drop that in the chat?
Encoding.
Give you a gander. Somebody give me the definition of the encoding and decoding.
and implementing AES encryption on data at rest and storage. File, block, object storage.
This is just another layer of the sandwich we can add on when data is being transmitted.
Integrity involves safeguarding against improper information modification or even destruction.
Here we go. Mr. T has, here we go. Encoding is the process of converting information or data into a specific format or code. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's say you're looking for, let's say you have a security information and event management system. You're correct, like JSON and HTML.
And occurrence of the stored data.
You want to put it in a certain format. What if your scene dashboard receives telemetry about signatures for viruses and stuff? Well, the encoding portion is, when it comes in, it's being read XML, extensible markup language. So it has to be seen that way. Decoding is the reverse process of encoding and involves interpreting or understanding a message or information that has been encoded and or encrypted. Thank you very much, Mr. T. And for that, you get a virtual.
Availability is the process of ensuring timely and reliable access to information. It
There
is
you
a
go.
property of data, information.
So plain text, it says it right there. Then you use your cipher. Ciphertext is the coded message you'll use, and cipher is the means of change. Or it uses an algorithm to put it into a cipher. Now, crypt analysis is the art of cracking cryptographic systems. So if you never knew what that name was, it's cryptanalysis.
That protect systems and services.
Also,
Spoofing, flooding,
hashing algorithms will come into play, encryption ciphers, and then you have symmetric and asymmetric. Now, just to sum all this up, it's a lot of big words. All of these sit at what layer? Well, predominantly 99% of what we're seeing happens at which layer of the OSI network?
consuming large amounts of memory, CPU cycles,
Damn! Charles hit it.
power consumption.
Presentation layer.
Availability is also
Oh my God, somebody's been studying while they've been in bed.
Firewalls,
Trying to find their appendix.
antivirus.
He said, I just got done with the test.
Are always reliable,
Information is still fresh.
deployed in a failover group or cluster.
Good job, though.
It can be
So,
determining the
as we
best
move on,
disaster
this is what we're
recovery
seeing.
site solution.
When we're talking about encryption, Alice and Bob, this is the names that they had in the previous slide.
For every scenario,
Alice wants to talk to Bob. He's involved.
in the next lesson,
Alice is sending something. Alice encrypts the file using the symmetric
often
key.
added to the CIA triad.
Alice sends ciphertext to Bob.
CIAN.
Here's hello world. It gets encrypted and it gets sent. Now, Bob has to use his key, or the symmetric key, the one key. So when you see symmetric, it's one key being used.
Non-repudiation.
Asymmetric,
Non-repudiation
check this out.
is the opposite of repudiation.
Encryption is a reversible process algorithm based on a key that is known by the authorized user. You can substitute or transpose. Here you go. Process should be too complex to unravel. You should not be able to do that. You should not be able to unravel an encryption.
Such as email. This capability
With symmetric algorithms, the same secret key. Symmetric.
transactions.
It's fast. It's good for bulk encryption of large amounts of data.
To an obligation.
Problem storing and distribution of the key security is a problem. So it's a problem to store the key, and that one key could be your downfall.
If you take a pen and
It's for
sign a legal
confidentiality
document,
only.
your signature
Sender and recipient, they both have the same key. So we're telling each other what we should be using.
non-repudiation is usually accomplished with a public-private.
Now, so symmetric is that if you're using asymmetric, you're using two keys, two key pair to encrypt and decrypt.
In fact, this
All right.
happens all the time.
When it comes down to the key
on
length,
the internet,
this key ensures ciphertext remains protected even when the operation of the algorithm is
or an online brokerage firm cannot say
you can have a ton or a large range of values for the key space. The longer the key bit means the larger the key space, and it will protect you against brute force cryptanalysis. Now, these are folks that are running like these programs 24 hours a day trying to penetrate the system and or unravel the key. All right? That's why you use these advanced encryption standards.
Authentication is
AES and AES 256. Now, AES, typically, there it is. I was about to say it, it's on the slide. Regular AES, 128-bit encryption. Or you can use AES 256, was nothing but 128, goes through a second round. So it encrypts it in 128, puts it in another round of encryption. That's where you get your 256. If you want to encrypt that round again, 512. See where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
So the more you encrypt it, the bigger the number gets. Are y'all noticing a theme here? 48-bit MAC address.
Character mode sends keystrokes.
What? So 32-bit for IPv4, 128-bit for IPv6 address, 48-bit MAC address, 64-bit.
Configuration or administration
What,
on that same
64-bit?
device.
Oh.
Packet or network mode occurs when the network admission device serves as an authentication proxy on behalf of services.
He said half of 128. Oh my gosh. 64-bit OS.
FTP
Then you have a
servers,
32-bit OS, right? Half IPv6.
So,
Right? So that's what we're looking at.
Let's say the end user
And then you get even further with encryption. So the numbers, this number wheel, 128, 64, 32, 16. Do you see how that whole string is being used over and over and over again? And a lot of things in networking and encryption and hashing.
And optional accounting.
There's the thing. There's the common numbers right there that we've been using right in front of our face the whole
We'll
time.
talk more about that later. Once
Larger keys use more CPU, memory, power, and resources. Why? Because it's just like if you're using TCP traffic. It's kind of like verified mail. Send, SYNAC, ACK. They're throwing it through these rounds of encryption, and it's being put and stamped, time-stamped with everything as it's being transported. So yeah, it's going to use more CPU and resources. Why not? So check out the asymmetric.
Is technically mandatory, even if using.
We have Alice and Bob again. Bob at this time. Bob generates an asymmetric key pair and keeps the private key secret.
Historically,
Bob publishes the key and Alice's key keeps a copy of it. So he has his two key pair, right? Private and public.
authentication process, although still done.
Keeps the private key a secret. Public key gets published. Now, Alice encrypts a message using Bob's public key because she shared it out in public. They say, don't put your privates in public. So you're always going to keep your private key. Right? So since he willingly shared his public key, Alice's encrypts the message using his public key. When it comes back, goes into ciphertext, is being converted, is being encoded, gone. Now Bob uses his private key to decrypt the message, the message, whatever way you want to say it, that's what's being used. Then, over here on 6, now Mallory, she knows it. What's she doing down there? Sniffing. Mallory's down here trying to sniff the network traffic and learns the public key value and the ciphertext. But guess what? Mallory's out there hanging because without Bob's private key, Mallory cannot use Bob's public key to reverse the encryption. She needs Bob's private. So even if she sniffs the traffic to see what's out there, still need Bob's private key. That's asymmetric encryption.
Access to secure systems, applications,
I use my pill box.
Today, the most common factor
I'm gonna send something to
people is still a
Mr. T.
username and or webmail.
I'm sending him a file. Attached to that file,
Password or passphrase.
public key.
However, there should always be another robust factor.
Mr. T has my public key. So now he wants to send me something back. So me encrypted hash comes back. I can only decrypt it. I can only decrypt it because of my private key. The public was used to originate everything. We teamed that up with Mr. T's key, and then it was sent back. Now I need Mr. T's key and my key, the private key, to decrypt it. Sound good? You'll see this on the exam, not the pills. You'll see the keys. DJ Khaled, I got the keys, the keys, the keys. Throw me some chips. I got the keys, the keys. Right? I like that part because Jay-Z says it. Right. Okay. Anyway, moving on. I know, Leah. It's after lunch. Y'all know I get hype after lunch. Be Weezy. My hype man.
Or principles that can be authenticated.
So let's get back to this. Used for small amounts of authentication data. So know the difference, please.
Mobile devices, gateways and load balancers, robotic systems,
Symmetric encryption used for large amounts of data. Yeah, you go, Mike. Yep, asymmetric uses small. It's for small. Now you gotta use these ciphers here. There's different ciphers that need to be used. Symmetric uses AES and AES 256. Basically, you're saying AES 128 and AES 256. When you use asymmetric, you gotta use these ciphers here.
Endpoint security
Rivis,
management
Shamir, Adelman,
is
those are the
rapidly
ciphers,
emerging
and look at the
as
round
an
of
important
encryption.
area in the machine-to-machine M2M communication.
What's that round of encryption for
and
2048?
IoT.
How many rounds of encryption is that?
On the exam, remember the term endpoint?
Yeah, these are the people that pretty much created these ciphers.
To enable authentication
Yeah.
of non-traditional network endpoints.
What's 2048 divided by 128?
Fax systems
Where my mathematicians at?
and IP-enabled door locks.
Yeah, 1024. Yeah. So if you're using 1024, that's
methods would be a shared secret key stored on the endpoint. For example,
4 rounds of it.
wireless
Bingo.
or
Y'all got it.
infrastructure device. An
Yep.
X509
That's a lot. And then the elliptical curve cryptography,
Software
ECC. When you see ECC cipher, I lost connection for a second. I don't know if it'll happen again. No problem then. If you lose connection, just wander back in. We'll be here. We're not going anywhere. So then you have the elliptical curve cryptography. Now, I don't even want to talk about elliptical curve. I'm going to show it to you.
Or even a protected access file hacked.
Yes.
Cisco EAP fast wireless
Check this out.
infrastructure.
Have a record of everything you typed into your computer. We often talk about protecting the data sent across our network by using encryption or VPNs. Sometimes we'll discuss storing files.
And y'all gonna freak out. Now, if Kevin were here, he'd be in his wheelhouse.
Let's talk about authorization models you must know about on the Security Plus exam, starting with the discretionary access control model,
Give me 1 second.
DAC.
Credit card number. This key logging
DAC
software
grants
can do a
access
lot
control
more than
decisions
simply
to the resource
I
owner.
had a student say, do we need to know this first? No, because once I got done showing them this, they were like, oh, no
Determines
problem.
the access permissions and shares. Now, when we talk about resources, these could be
Elliptical
endpoint
curve
devices,
cryptography, based on the algebraic structure of elliptical curves and finite fields.
revoke access
What?
rights for other
I'm
users.
lost already.
If allowed,
Anybody with me?
DAC offers flexibility.
All right.
and allows business owners
This seems like I'm not there.
fine-grained control over access. But
They're applicable
it can
for
also
key
result in
agreement, digital
access
signals,
control
pseudo rank.
decisions
Woo!
without proper
Let's just get down to the algorithm.
automation
There it
and
is.
orchestration.
On the left side is
In fact, discretionary access control models are the most
Yeah.
knowledge creep.
There you go. Put that in your
RBAC stands for Role-Based
Notes.
Access Control. In this model, you're granting access based on a
there you
predefined
go.
job role or job title. Users are assigned roles.
So,
and access
all you need to
rights
know is
associated
the definition
with these roles.
and
For
of the
example,
ECC.
job title,
Sound good?
organizational chart.
Great.
Instead of directly
Moving
assigning
on.
permissions
Nothing to
to
see.
individual users, in an RBAC model,
Nothing to
permissions
see.
are assigned to roles, and users inherit the
Just know the
access rights
definition.
associated with their assigned roles. For example,
All right, so
there are
now
roles in a hospital
we're going to get down to what they call
for example,
action.
medical doctor,
Quick, rapid fire.
medical
What's the encryption used for symmetric?
orderly, built-in roles in a database management system. For example,
Quickly,
database
quickly,
administrator,
expeditiously.
response
Mr. Clark, I don't want to go there. Come on, Sams.
lines access control
Jump,
administration
then jump,
by
Sams.
users with similar
Mr.
job
Clark.
functions, and
You're killing your brain cells. There you go. Michael, what movie is that
you don't
from?
have to use these models exclusively. For example, you can be
Lean
in an
on-
environment
say that one more
with
time, I'm sorry.
directory
All right.
that uses a DAC
Mr.
model.
Clark, we'll jump, Sams. You're not doing anything. You're not doing anything with your life. You might as well just jump.
Database
But
management
Mr. Clark, I don't want to
say
jump.
Microsoft SQL.
Lean on me. There you go.
Traditional role-based
They used to
access
call me Joe,
control.
now they call me Batman.
There's no
Listen,
one-size-fits-all.
A malicious email.
Morgan Free.
A
There you go.
mandatory access control MAC model.
So AES and AES 256. Quickly, what hashes, what ciphers are we using for asymmetric people?
Based on predefined
Asymmetric.
labels and
Asymmetric.
MAC principles are assigned security clearances or classification levels, such as top secret.
You can use the slides to cheat. Go ahead.
confidential
I mean, we don't want to use the word cheat
resource
in here.
objects,
Be resourceful.
both physical and or
You can use the
logical,
slides to be
are
resourceful.
labeled with sensitivity
What
levels.
ciphers are used for
Access is
asymmetric?
granted or denied
We just went over
by
one.
comparing these
I told you the
labels,
formula. It's actually in the chat.
ensuring strict control, and preventing
Can't use that one.
unauthorized
ECC,
access.
I used it for you.
A
What's
MAC
another one?
model is a non-discretionary discretionary model. For example, subjects and resource objects cannot change.
Mr. T's looking confused. I've never seen that look on his face.
In other words, there's no
What are the
owner.
ciphers used
Everything's
for
done by committee.
symmetric, asymmetric,
AMAC stands for Attribute-Based Access
Encryption.
Control. Here, you grant access based on a combination of
Planted.
characteristics or
There you go.
attributes
Thank you very much. Y'all got it.
with
All right.
users' resources.
Which encryption is used for large amounts of data?
Here, you can use elements of role-based or discretionary. For example, attributes can include user attributes like job title or department.
Then asymmetric is used for smaller amounts of data, but it gives you more overhead.
Environmental attributes,
More
the
overhead.
time of access, and the
Okay,
location
y'all getting it?
or
Y'all
the
getting it.
method used.
As we move into hashing, fixed length digest for variable string with cryptographic properties. Woo! I dare any one of y'all to say that 10 times fast.
Decisions are made
What is
based on
that?
evaluating the attributes against
It's
the
one way, but it's in plain text, not be recovered from the digest. Now, the digest is
combines the principles of attribute-based access control.
It's the
ABAC,
brief
with a
of
dynamic
the
access
hash.
control model.
Okay,
It considers
so
dynamic
it will
factors
accompany
such as your risk
the hashing.
assessment. For example,
Now,
the
it's
qualitative
anti-collision.
model
No
on a
two
scale
plain
of 1 to
texts are
5,
likely
1 to
produced
10,
in the
with
same
various
digest.
user
The
attributes,
digest,
resource
meaning
attributes,
if I read a
and
file, it looks at it.
contextual information.
From there, it
to make
gets a
access
digest or a
control
brief of it, then it
often with
assigns it a
automated
hash.
decision tree in
It's
real
hash
time.
encryption.
ABDAC provides a more fine-grained
It's a hash
context-aware access
encryption.
control.
Elaine, you're correct. I saw your head.
In a
He is right.
zero-trust
No, it is not.
environment.
It's only there for,
Traditional static access control
starts with an I.
ABDAC may also include
Integrity.
dynamic machine learning
Yep,
techniques
integrity.
such as user behavioral analytics.
Used for password storage and checksums. There it is right there. Integrity.
Next, we have
Secure
rule-based
hash
access
algorithm.
control.
SHA.
Rule-based access control
And message
may
digest
also have the
algorithm.
same acronym
MD5.
as role-based.
The SHA will use 256 or better. MD5 128. Here we go. Alice publishes a file
Criteria that must be met
and
for
reference
access to be
hash.
granted. These rules can be based on several factors, such as
How are you
user
doing,
attributes,
Sandra?
resource
All right.
attributes, time of access.
She publishes a file and the reference hash, as we can see
How are
on
you
the
doing?
screen. Now it comes over here. Hello world.
And other
Yeah.
elements like services and
The hash
phone numbers.
along with it. Reference file goes with it.
Access
Bob
to
downloads
systems
the
are
file
made
and
by comparing
records.
against the
Records
context
the reference
of the
hash
access
value.
request. Usually,
Okay.
IP
So,
transport and network
same
internet
file.
metadata.
Notice the file's not encrypted.
Here's an
The
example
same
of a
file
rule-based
is
access
going
control.
over. We just
You're
use
allowed
the hashing algorithm
port
to
numbers,
assign it the
source and
hash.
destination IP
She
version
will
4
accompany
or
that,
IP
the
version 6
digest,
address, and then,
with
of course, an
the
allow or
file.
deny decision. In addition,
When Bob
rule-based
downloads
access
it,
control
he
has
doesn't
a
want to
profit
open it
number,
yet.
starting with
Bob
100
computes the hash and
going to
compares the
105 to
value
110,
digit by digit
starting with the lowest number first.
all the way
And
across.
once
If
there's
they
a
match, good to
the
go.
allow or deny decision is activated.
Mallory.
New and existing customers can get the new
Now, as it goes over here, Mallory injects a malicious download but cannot change the reference hash value. So if we're looking at this, this is valid traffic. Boom, everything's good to go.
Operational.
If Mallory
Let's
were
take a look at these one at a time, starting with technical.
malicious,
Technical controls are security.
she would try to inject a malicious download but cannot change the hash. That means when Bob gets it,
These controls deliver confidentiality,
right?
integrity,
She sent him the valid hash.
levels
It
of
should match.
authenticity,
But if she were to send him the same file and something changed, it doesn't match. She's like, nope, not doing it. I'm not opening this file. I'm not downloading it. I'm deleting it. And I'm emptying it out my trash
for
bin.
applications and data.
That's why it's important to always check the hash. I told y'all the story.
Infrastructure security and device hardware.
Didn't I tell you the story about me getting something from the Air Force repository?
Cryptographic key management and
Tar files,
security modules.
archive files, temporary tape archive files. I had to take like 8 of them and put them together to make an image. and I was getting lazy. I was like, I don't want to check this hash. And I checked it, and it was one digit off.
Policies, procedures,
And I was like,
standard operating procedures,
man, it already took me 2 days to get this file. I really want to be done with this, but I couldn't use it.
managerial controls.
So I had to message AFSEDS, which is the Air Force Repository for Approved Software, and I had to tell them, yo, tar file, tape archive file, number such and such and such and such, the hash don't match. So they had to pull it, redo it, repost it, and it took a couple of days, and then I can go get that one file and use that to create the big file. And then there was a new hash for the big file.
Yeah.
This stuff ain't it, yeah. It's time consuming.
The length, the strength, the history.
Let's move on to digital signatures. We've heard digital signatures when we talk about email. It's that email.
How difficult would it be to use brute force?
The digital signature is nothing more than a digest of a message signed with Alice's private
and
key.
continual improvement. For example,
Okay.
optimizing, changing
So the
configuration
private
of
key
database, or
is paired with the hash,
from a relational database
which creates
to a
the digital
NoSQL
signature.
database.
It's sent out
Tested patch management
with the message,
actual conducting
message
of
with
the
digital
security
signature sent to Bob.
initiative.
So access back.
Bob verifies the digital signature using Alice's public
Incident
key,
response testing
okay,
and disaster
resulting
planning
in
drills and
the
scenarios.
message.
Performing
And
software
Bob creates the digest of a message, compares the two, and boom,
your
he's
ongoing
good to
mobile
go.
device
So,
and mobile application.
Alice's public key
Physical controls.
is used
These are
to help
introduced to protect the campus.
decrypt the message. So using a public key cryptography with hashing, digital signatures provide integrity, authentication, and non-repudiation. So you can't say it wasn't you if you sent something.
Different types of sensors and alarms.
Digital signatures are cool,
Mechanisms. Secure
but they can work against you in an enterprise. I've been
secure areas.
a victim of this. I'm sending something to the network operating center to get something verified. Well, I've got email signatures turned on.
Make sure to memorize these categories. for the
They set up the
security
system
exam.
to say,
In the next lesson,
we don't
we'll
receive
look at different
anything in digital
security
in
control
signature
types.
format. You got to take the signature off when communicating with us because we can't open it. They won't open it. So in some forms of communication, you will not use the signature.
In the previous lesson,
I am the sysadmin. They are the network operating
Look
center.
at the 6 main
When we're
security
communicating
control types to be
in
aware of on
email,
the
they
exam.
know it's me.
First, we have preventative.
Then they're gonna call me and say, put it in a trouble ticket. They have no another way of verifying it. So digital signatures in that world sometimes don't work. Now, if you're working in finance
Stop an
and you're
attack
sending
from
stuff back and
successfully
forth and
conducting
sensitive
an
information,
exploit or advanced
maybe you want to do a
threat.
digital signature.
Classic examples of preventative controls
So you got to figure out what's good for you and what's not
and locking
in your
mechanisms.
organization.
And although practically speaking, a fence or a gate
All
or
right.
even a lock can be overcome by brute
So before we
force,
go into public
we still
key
consider them
infrastructure,
preventative. A deterrent
in our next
discourages an
break,
attacker from initiating or
we're
continuing
gonna
an
look
attack.
at
This could be a
dun,
sign,
dun, dun.
a bollard,
I got
a
something to show
sticker
you.
on a window, or the very presence of a security guard. A detective attack identifies
And yes, Elaine,
the attack that is occurring.
I went
as
with
well as the steps of a kill
YouTube Premium.
chain. The steps that an attacker takes against a system.
Yeah,
And
I had to do it. Had to pull the trigger.
could be
So here we go. We're gonna learn about
like an
PKI
IDS or IDS
infrastructure.
sensor, or it could be physical. Like a
Welcome to
camera
Tech Talk.
or some
Today's
other
topic
system.
is public key infrastructure. Before we finish, you're going to know what it is, why it's important, and how it works. And with me is Jeff, the security guy. I want to explain why I wanted to pick up this topic. Last week, I was setting up a website, and I wanted to get a lock icon that people expect in the web browsers, right? Sure. Because if you don't see that, in fact, some web browsers, they put up a warning. They say, hey, are you sure you want to do this? This could be sketchy, right? And so I was going through those steps, and I pretty much just followed a run book. And that involved first generating like a public and private key. And then from there, I created a certificate request, which I sent to a certificate authority. And then finally, I got my certificate, okay? Which I then installed on the web server. But I really didn't understand how it worked. And so, can you explain that to me?
Yeah, sure. So one of the things that was happening when you did this is you generated this key pair, public and private key. Well, there's this thing that we call asymmetric cryptography. Asymmetric because there's two keys involved. They're mathematically related with this special property that whatever you do with one of the keys, you can only undo with the other. So if you encrypt the message with one of the keys, then you can only decrypt the message with the other, and vice versa. Then what you're doing is you arbitrarily choose one of those and say, this one is my private key. I am going to guard that like the keys to Fort Knox. It's going to be super secure. I'm not going to tell anyone.
In my case, I ended up putting it in as a root user. It was only accessible that way.
Sure. That's a typical way if you're storing it from a software perspective. An even more secure way to do it would be to store it in hardware on a secure enclave, a special chip that never even exposes the key to the storage.
Or even the admin for that matter.
Exactly. Okay. No one can see it. It stays only inside there, and all of its operations are performed in the secure chip.
Got it. So let's go on then.
So there's a private key. That one you keep, totally secret. The public key is just the opposite. You tell the entire world. You don't care. Who knows what your public key is? Because the beauty of asymmetric cryptography is that even if someone knows this, they have no way to reverse engineer practically to get to that. So giving that public key information out basically tells the world how they can communicate with you, but doesn't reveal anything about your private key.
A little true confession here. I have to admit that I always thought a public key was just doing for decryption, and the other was used for encryption.
Yeah.
You're saying that's not true?
It's not true. It's a reasonable assumption, but it's not the case. In fact, the math behind this doesn't know which one you chose as public or private. It doesn't care. You encrypt with one, you decrypt with the other. And it's an arbitrary decision at the time that you designate which is which.
Before we leave that, what would symmetric encryption come into play here?
Yeah, so symmetric cryptography is similar but different. With asymmetric, we have two keys. That's the asymmetry. One's public, one's private. With symmetric, we have only one key. That one key is used to encrypt. That one key is used to decrypt.
It does double duty. Okay.
Exactly. So it's symmetric. It has symmetry. It's the same key on both sides. If I send you a message that I've encrypted with this particular symmetric key, the only way you can decrypt it is to use the very same symmetric key.
But that presents a problem for me getting that symmetric key too, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. So the advantage to symmetric key cryptography is that it's relatively efficient. It's fast compared to asymmetric, which is much, much slower. The downside with symmetric is exactly the problem you said. If I generate a key and I encrypt a message with it, now I need a way for you to know what that key is. And if I just sent you the key in an email, someone might intercept it. If I come up with some other kinds of means to send that to you, then there are all different kinds of problems. So that's why we use asymmetric cryptography as a way to communicate and transmit the symmetric key.
Oh, I see. So, for example, if I want to get you the symmetric key, I first encrypt it with an asymmetric key, send that to you, and then you can decrypt it with my public key.
Exactly.
And then you have that symmetric key that we can then use to do fast exchanges.
Exactly.
Okay.
So this is why you can use both and each one for what it's good for. So the PKI, the public key infrastructure part, refers to this asymmetric. And what that really solves for us is the key distribution problem that was left over by using symmetric key cryptography.
Okay, great. I got that. So I have that now, my public-private key. I've done my certificate request, which has a bunch of information like, the website you're going to use, the admin contact information, stuff like that. I fill out that certificate request. It goes to a certificate authority, and I get finally my certificate. What is going on in this certificate that is going to work back on my web server? What's going on behind the scenes?
So it's important to understand that the main thing that's in your certificate is this. your public key. That's the information, and the certificate is the way of conveying that. The certificate is a way that is a trustworthy way of conveying to the world what your public key is, because if I want to send you that message that only you can get, then I've got to encrypt it with your public key. But how do I know what your public key is? I'm going to take it from your certificate.
And the certificate authority, which was given my public key, how do they verify, like when I create my web browser, how does it verify that this actually came from them?
Yeah, so it's going to ask a bunch of questions, and it's going to populate the certificate with your answers to those questions. But ultimately, if the certificate authority, this guy right here, that we refer to as a trusted third party, the certificate authority is someone that you trust and someone that I trust. So I don't have to trust you, I just have to trust the certificate authority that the certificate it gave me is in fact yours.
When you click that lock icon, it actually shows you a list of all the authorities that were used to authenticate that, and shows a chain of trust.
Exactly.
Right. Okay.
Because you may have multiple certificate authorities. This certificate authority is trusted by another, and so forth. As long as all of those chain of certificate authorities trust each other, then the certs that they issue will be trusted as well.
And I don't have to go back to the certificate authority for each browser request, right?
In fact, you don't. That's the beauty of this. You could store all of these in a central database, and that could be at the certificate authority, but it doesn't have to be. You could, in fact, store these certificates anywhere. I could send it to you in an email. It doesn't matter how I get it to you, as long as I get it to you. The information in here is secure, and we know it's secure because it was vouched for by the CA.
So they had a signature on it.
That's where we get this thing we call a digital signature.
Right, I've heard that phrase used quite a bit. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, so with a digital signature, that's the way the CA, once it's been satisfied that this is in fact your actual cert, and that is in fact your public key, and you are in fact who you claim to be, then the CA will basically sign that all of these things are true. The way it does that is it runs a special algorithm against the cert, a thing called a hash. So we have a hashing algorithm that's run that summarizes the information here. If anything changes in here, the hash value would change dramatically. So the CA runs this hash to verify what the message is. Then it uses, guess what? Its private key to encrypt that hash value.
Which I can then decrypt with?
Yes.
The public key.
Exactly. You know the CA's public key because it's baked into your browser in advance. So that's how the whole process bootstrapped. And so we're using the same techniques that we're using to communicate the keys. We're using that same PKI infrastructure in order to do digital signing and in order to create a system of trust.
I think we've covered it now. That was the how, the why, and the what. So there it is. We're going to wrap on that. If you'd like to see more tech talks, maybe with Jeff or on other topics, be sure.
All right, so that I like the board, the light board they use.
Yeah, that is a really good one.
So that's how they walk you through the public key infrastructure. That was the whole next part of the slide set that we were gonna go over. But I wanted you to see this first. Now, when it comes down to the Security Plus exam, you have to know certificate requests. That's the person filling out the request for the organization in order to get the public key for the website. So the IT or the web designer can put those or bake those certificates into the server to allow people to access the website and for them to feel nice, warm, and cozy knowing it's secure because it'll show a lock on it. So that's the public key we give everybody. So it's the public key with the hash, which creates this signature, and everything about our organization is in it. So when they connect, they'll use the public key to connect that we gave them. Information starts flowing back and forth. They can use their private key plus the public key to encrypt traffic going back and forth. All right. That's the asymmetric portion of it all. All right. Usually, and those are small amounts of data at a time, right? You bounce around the websites like you change socks, right? Yeah. We're always going somewhere. Small amounts of data keep going back and forth. Oh, yeah. Big amounts of data you're going to use a symmetric key. Both people know what that key is.
Such as brute force,
Both people.
engineering the password, perhaps
So you use that pretty much in server farms and different other ways the information will travel. FTP, stuff like that.
that allow us to gain access
All right.
to the username and password for this account.
Any questions so far? Any questions?
To this domain registration, they would be able to make
No questions?
to the IP addresses or the
I'm amazed.
associated with that fully qualified.
All right, so let's just go back
Example of this happening
up to,
on Saturday, October 22nd, 2016 at 1 p.m.
since we saw the slide, we just go over the information real quick for the video. This is what we're looking at.
Associated with a bank in Brazil, and it modified the domains that were used by desktop systems.
Now, with the terms is what we're looking at. Certificate of Authority, or PKI, basically prove identity of the public key holder. The subject or the computer will be verified. So now I know I put in here PKI. They're mostly referring to asymmetric, not so much symmetric. PKI, two key pair, public private. So it's mostly talking about that or relating to that. The certificate authority is the repository of certificates and public keys issued, verifies all the subjects.
Yeah.
Basically, we know where to find you. We also use that to verify your organization. You're basically kind of like applying for credit. That's basically what that is. Think of it this way. Who's seen that movie with Nick Cannon and what's her face? Can't Buy Me Love, Money Can't Buy You Love? Which is actually a remake anyway. Guy was a nerd in school, right? She was on the cheerleading team. She's real popular. Love don't cost a thing, though, would it? I didn't see it, but yeah. He basically went to the certificate authority, which is her, to say, listen, I need somebody to vouch for me, to say I'm good. I'm accepted by people. She was the certificate authority. They made a deal. He hung out with her. Over time, every time they saw her and him together, street cred. It's the street cred. She vouched for him. She said, oh, now he's in the in crowd. That's basically what certificate authorities do. All right? They issued a root certificate that everybody uses. The only thing is the information inside the certificate changes by vetted organization. That's it. But the same template is being used. Self-signed certificates are dangerous. That means I'm out here on my own. I have no covering. I'm just going to create certificates just to put them in my website. If it gets hacked, oh well. That's why you got to click that lock to see if it's a vetted certificate or if it says self-signed certificate that can't be validated. If you see any of that, you'll be like, ooh, take a pause before you use that website. Now, if you get to a website and you notice there is a lock, but Windows firewall is saying, caution, danger, Will Robinson, danger. Proceed at your own risk, but you're like, wait a minute, there's a key there. Click it, because a couple of things could be happening. The certificate probably is on somebody's revocation list, meaning it's bad, should have been switched. Or two, it's a self-signed certificate. So it's actually alerting you to like, you better look around because something on here don't look right. And if you keep going, yep, that's on Android a lot because it's often, yep, you are correct because it's open source. So you gotta poke around the website and make sure everything's good to go before you do it. Then you have the third-party CA. That's the entity that has established widespread trust in its policies and issues their certificates. Now, every one of y'all has had to go see a third-party CA. Think about it. This is a trivia question. What caused you to go get a certificate from a third-party CA? All of you have went at least a couple of times. Missing certs. Where are the certs at, Mr. T?
Anyone on this wireless network could be susceptible to a wireless deauthentication attack.
Nope, you carry it around with you everywhere you go.
People that are working normally on the wireless network.
Your common access card.
Completely from any kind of
Yep.
over that network. The main vulnerability.
You went to see the DoD Intermediate Certificate Authority, also known as Pass an ID, right? To get your CAT card updated, right? That's where they put the new certs in the system. They put them and apply it towards your roaming profile, your global profile for your branch of service. Your certificates live in that chip on your common access card. That's why when it's stolen, PMO with the police, whatever how you want to say it, they want you to bring a police report so they can keep it on file, because now they have to take those certificates and change them, because now they're compromised. Somebody has your card with certs on it, and they can probably try to do whatever they want with them. So then they say, what certs did they have? Oh, revoke them. Yeah, those are your X509.509 certs. Remember we talked about those? Your identity certs. So that's why they say, man, why do I got to get a police report? That's why. They want to get this recorded. Here's your digital certificates. Contains the subject's public key, information identifying the subject, X509 key, PKIX, then public key cryptography standards. Mr. T said, I see that on Net Plus. Yep. So all of this is baked in. Look at that look at that, 48 bits.
Yeah, that's
look at that.
Yeah, that's just a lot. Yeah.
Man, that's a big cipher.
Yeah.
So when you click on it, it tells you all the information. We talked about the root of trust, the root of trust. So a root certificate self-signed, so users must trust in the CA's security procedures. You can have a single CA or a root CA. And we talked about self-signed certificates. Now, the root certificate is the main certificate that comes from, it was created there, right? That's like me. I'm Steve Jobs. I created the iPhone. I'm at the top of the pyramid. You got to come to me. A single certificate is sort of like you're buying you're buying an iPhone. You're buying a reproduction of the original iPhone, but you're allowed to have it because you bought it, right? So now I'm distributing the certificates to everybody who needs them. If you go to GoDaddy, like for my website, I could go buy certificates, but I don't sell anything at my website. So I don't have any products or anything for you to buy that you need extra certificates for. Just by having my page under GoDaddy, I have the PKI, which is the public key for my page, so you can look at it and know it's safe. But let's say if I wanted to add a store, a checkout, some form of payment, I may have to buy extra certs from GoDaddy as the Intermediate Certificate Authority, and then that gets applied to my website. When you're in that area, it's an extra layer of protection. You see how that works? So that's basically how it's going. With this, you have the hierarchical chain of trust. Root CA trusts the intermediate CA, then they trust the certificates, the leaf certificates, the certificates that were given from the root, the leaf. Get it? Root, leaf. It's like a tree. Certificate signing requests. So registration, identification, certificate signing request. This is it, the CSR. You will need to generate the key pair, public key to the CA and the CSR. Don't send your private key, always keep that private and with you. And then CA performs a subject identity check. So basically, you're filling out a credit request with the certificate authority, and they're going to vet you before they give it to you. All right? They're going to vet you before they allow you to get certificates. Yeah. Yep, branching. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And this is all the other stuff. So if it's ever deprecated, you have to revoke. You have to revoke your certificate, put it on a list. If you look at your cert manager, type cert manager or certificate manager in your search bar for Windows, it'll come up with your search store for your computer that I showed you. Yeah. And you'll see one that says revoked, like revoked certs, it'll pop in there if there's anything that's revoked. It's a lot of data in there. It's good to look around in there. As certificate managers, because guess what? All of you will be crypto managers. Trust me. I'm a crypto manager or a PKI manager. I had to do a class with the DoD in order to become one as a system administrator. If there's ever an item, I'm going to give you an example. In finance, they had a little laptop computer, old as hell, sitting in the corner. Old as hell. On the network. Something happened to the software. It fell offline. The software wasn't updated, so the military says you can't use it anymore. Well, they finally got the updated software and the license, put it on there. But because it wasn't used for a long time, the IT before me revoked the keys. The keys were revoked. So I had to go to the certificate manager website for the Air Force. Yeah. And I had to go through all those lists. It's 1 billion certs. Yep. There's 1 billion certs. And nobody knows what belongs to what. You have to research it and figure out what certs do I need to, first of all, download to the machine. I have to use my system administrator common access card to install the certs under using my CAT card. So I have to install it. Yeah. Then I have to put a security group for that one computer to say, how many people are going to be using this thing? Well, we need airman such and such and this person and this. So we got like 4 people. I have to make sure only those 4 people use that laptop. So now I have to put them in a security group in the Active Directory. The computer needed to be used so you can fax travel claims straight to DFS. So now I got to call them in Kansas City and say, listen, what certs are y'all using to have trust between this device and your device? Here's the certs. They emailed them to me. I got to use my CAT card, download them straight to the machine. Then I have to attach the fax machine, search for that, reboot everything, and hopefully it works. Man, it took me like 4 days to hook this thing up. So it's not that easy. I don't like when people explain it and say, yeah, this is all you got to do. No, there's a lot. There's a lot you have to do. Okay? But you are the trusted agent that they will allow you to download all these certs and install them. But if anything goes wrong, guess who they coming to see?
The router has an IP address of 192.168.1.1, and its MAC address ends in Bravo, Fox, Echo. When the laptop first connects to the network,
here's the certificate revocation list that we talked about.
All it has is the IP address of the router, but of course
you'll see it, the CR number. Browser does a control, the browser will do a CRL check. So if anything is revoked or suspended, you will get the alert. Online certificate status protocol, you have to check these. There's actually an online database. So when Aaliyah becomes a crypto manager, for her whole organization, man, that could be like 3,000 certs being floating around some kind of way. She has to go look through this list and make sure ain't none of them been revoked.
warrants the laptop
or request new ones. Or if she see the date changing, like the drop dead date, in 2 months, they're already on her radar. If she don't see them being issued again, now she has to request those certs. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's constant. It is constant. That's why they pay you a lot of money.
It will be cached again. It'll be saved locally for the next interval.
All right.
Now we have
Sound like break time to me. What y'all think?
Address of 192.168.1.14, and you can see.
Let's take 10 mini offs. And then what we'll do is we'll come back, put a pause on this, and I'll let you work on some assignments for an hour. How about that? Micro learning.
That ARP information, but the attacker sends an ARP response anyway that says that I am 192.168.1.1, and my MAC address ends with echo echo fox fox. You'll notice that is identical to the MAC address associated with the attacker. ARP doesn't have any type of authentication function or additional security, so when it receives this type of message, it will update its cache with this new detail. So you can see the ARP cache has now been overwritten with the 192.168.1.1 and the new MAC address of echo echo fox fox. This same process will occur to the router, which means now that whenever the router wants to talk to the laptop and the laptop wants to talk to the router, it will send all of that information through the attacker's device, at which time the attacker can monitor traffic, modify information that's being sent between these two devices, or effectively turn off the connection between the laptop and the router. The previous ARP poisoning example involved a number of different devices all communicating over the same network. But what if the attacker could perform this on-path attack on the same device as the victim? This is referred to as an on-path browser attack. With an on-path browser attack, or what you may have heard as a man-in-the-browser attack, malware or a Trojan on this device is configured as a proxy that is able to redirect traffic before and after it's sent to the network. This means that even if the network traffic was encrypted, this type of attack would still be able to see all of the information in the clear because it's running on the same device as the victim. And of course, because it's an on-path attack, everything looks normal to the victim device. Now the malware waits for you to log into something important, like your bank account, and captures all of the information that you sent to the bank, including your username, your password, and other credentials. Once you open up your browser and connect to your bank with the username and password, the attacker now has all of the information they need on your device to start other sessions behind the scenes that you as the victim would never see. These sessions may be transferring data from one account to another, spending your money at an online shopping site, or any other location that requires a username and password that has now been captured by the on-path browser attack. A common flow of network traffic is from a client to send information to the server and the server to reply with additional details. Some of this information that's being sent back and forth between the client and the server may contain information that an attacker would love to be able to see and to be able to collect. Once that information is collected, the attacker may be able to reuse that information with a replay attack. To be able to perform a replay attack, the attacker has to be able to have information that can be replayed. This can be difficult for the attacker to obtain. Some of the techniques they might use would be to use a physical network tap to watch the traffic, perhaps use ARP poisoning to redirect traffic to the attacker, or the attacker may put malware on the victim's computer to be able to gather information going across the network. Once the attacker has these details, they can replay this back to the server, effectively posing as the victim computer. The replay itself is not an on-path attack, although it is very common to perform an on-path attack to gather the details that later will be used for a replay attack. One form of a replay attack is called pass the hash. The hash in this context refers to a password hash that is normally used during the authentication process. This starts with the client or the victim computer sending a normal authentication request to a server. During that process, the attacker has put in place a way to redirect or get a copy of that traffic also sent to the attacker's computer. So effectively, they're capturing a username and a hashed password, which is identical to the username and hashed password being sent to the server. Once the attacker has this information, they can replay the username and hashed password back to the server, posing as the original client. The server receives a username and hashed password that properly authenticates, so the attacker now has access to the server, posing as the victim computer. One way to stop this replay attack from occurring is to use encryption so that none of the traffic sent across the network can be seen, and this also might include some additional salting of the password so that each time an authentication occurs, it's using a different salt and therefore a different hash. The server is configured to not accept the same hash twice in a row, so if the attacker does somehow gain access to this salted hash, they wouldn't be able to use a replay attack to gain access to the server. Another valuable piece of information that an attacker would love to retrieve from your computer are your browser cookies. These cookies are simply files that store information about the sites that you visit. This is a way for your browser to maintain tracking and session management when you're connecting to websites. The cookie is not an executable, and it doesn't contain any malicious code, but it does contain information that would be valuable for an attacker to gain access to a server. This could also be a privacy risk. If you look through the information that's contained in the cookies stored in your browser, there's username information, other details about the connection, and things that a third party could use to learn more about you. The information that an attacker would love to pull out of these cookies, though, would be a session ID. This session ID could be used by an attacker to gain access to a server without needing any login credentials from the victim. The session hijacking or sidejacking occurs when a user authenticates initially with a web server. So they provide a username and password, and a session ID is sent back to the victim's computer. If the attacker does gain access to the session ID, they can use it for subsequent sessions to the web server. And every time they use this session ID, the web server thinks it's coming from the original victim's computer, which is now logged in, and the attacker would now have access to everything the victim machine would have on that web server. The session ID and many other details are contained within the headers that are sent back and forth between systems. These headers could be gathered using some type of packet capture, such as Wireshark or Kismet. There are also exploits like cross-site scripting that can gather these details on a client machine and have those details sent to the attacker. The attacker might also modify the headers that they're sending to a victim server. And through the years, we've used tools like Tamper, Firesheep, and Scapy to be able to accomplish this. There are also a number of add-ons and extensions you can put in your browser to be able to view your cookies and modify the information that's contained within those cookies. One way to prevent this session hijacking is to simply encrypt everything. If you're encrypting from the source device and all of that data is encrypted all the way until you reach the destination device, anyone monitoring this traffic would not be able to see any of your session IDs or any other personal information. This requires the server to be configured to allow encryption using HTTPS, and these days many servers are already configured to allow this type of encryption. There are also extensions that you can enable in your browser that will require that the connection between you and a web server is running HTTPS, and it will prevent any type of access that may be in the clear. If you can't encrypt end-to-end, you might want to encrypt from your device to a VPN concentrator. That would at least allow for encryption on the first part of the journey, and the only part that would be in the clear is the part that is after the VPN concentrator. As we've already discussed in this course, attackers have many things they can do to try to gain access to your systems. They might use social engineering to trick you into giving up access to an area or a username and password. Or they might try using default credentials that unfortunately may not have been changed on newly installed equipment. And of course, misconfigurations can easily leave a door open for an attacker to walk right into your network. These attacks may require some knowledge of the organization or of the users, but they're not solely technical attacks. Logging in with default credentials or misconfigurations are errors that were left by the user, and don't require a huge amount of technical know-how. But if the users are not susceptible to social engineering techniques and the device has not been misconfigured or left with the default credentials, then the attacker needs some other method to gain access to those systems. Instead of walking in an open door that was left unlocked because of default credentials, malicious code requires a bit more technical know-how. And in this video, we'll look at some of the techniques that attackers use with malicious code to gain access to your network. When we mention malicious code, we are really referring to many different methods that could be used to gain access to these systems. This malicious code could be packaged in an executable. There could be scripts that are running on that system. There might be macro viruses or Trojan horses or many other methods of malicious code that can gain access to this system. Because there's so many different methods that could be used, we have to present a very strong defense against any possibility of malicious code. So we might be using anti-malware to block executables and perhaps some scripts or macro viruses. We have a firewall to block traffic that may be known malicious passing through your network. We have continuous updates and patches that will always close these vulnerabilities if a security issue does exist. And of course, we need to train our users to use secure computing habits so that they don't give people information over the phone or click unknown links inside of an email. Malicious code was used with the WannaCry ransomware attacks to infect devices that were Windows systems that had a vulnerability using SMB or Server Message Block version 1. This vulnerability allowed for arbitrary code execution so the attacker could effectively run any software they'd like on a user's machine. This allowed the attacker access into the operating system, and from there they could install additional malware to run the ransomware software. Another type of malicious code was the one that affected British Airways with cross-site scripting. The attackers were able to gain access to the British Airways website, and they placed 22 lines of malicious JavaScript code on the pages used to check out when purchasing a flight. This allowed the attackers to start collecting credit card information, and by the time this was discovered, approximately 380,000 victims potentially could have had their credit card stolen for this cross-site scripting attack. And another type of malicious code was used with the Estonian Central Health Database. This is a database for the entire country of Estonia, and it was accessed using SQL injection as the malicious code. This allowed attackers access to the entire database, effectively breaching all health information for citizens of Estonia. An injection attack is a very common way to attack an application because an attacker can easily add additional malicious code to input that is going to a server or a client device. Normally, this injection attack would be stopped by the application, but occasionally you'll find an application that does not provide the proper...
All right, everybody, we are back. We are back. Been back for a couple of minutes now. We're working on
type of injection attack is a SQL injection, but there are other types that can include HTML
material for class for the next hour or so.
A similar application attack is one called a buffer overflow. With a buffer overflow, you're adding information into a particular area of memory reserved for a variable, but you're putting more information than that variable can hold, and the extra data overflows into the buffer of memory that is next to this variable. This is another attack that is enabled because the application itself is not doing any type of checks for input into the app. This means the attacker can add much more information to the input, and the application will improperly allow that information to be written into memory. Fortunately, this is a relatively difficult exploit for an attacker to discover. There are many different variables. Memory works in different ways depending on the application in use, and very often this simply crashes the application instead of providing any functional use for the attacker. But if the attacker does find a buffer overflow that they can repeatedly use and has consistent results, then they may have a very powerful attack against this application. Some applications will allow an attacker to gather information from the network directly or from the victim's computer and replay that information to the server to gain additional access to the application. This is referred to as a replay attack. With a replay attack, the biggest challenge for the attacker is finding the information that they can use to replay back to the server. Sometimes this can be captured directly from the network using a network tap or ARP poisoning, or simply putting malware on the victim's computer. Once the attacker has a username and password hash, or they have a session ID, they can use that to replay against the server to gain access. In some situations, this is two different attack types that are being used together. You might use an on-path attack to gather information from the network, and then use the replay attack to send that information to the server. When a user logs into an application, they're often provided permissions that are appropriate for their role. A user would not commonly be granted administrator rights or higher level permissions by simply logging into the application. But of course, an attacker is looking for these elevated rights and permissions. And if there is a known vulnerability in this application or a bug that they can take advantage of, they may be able to get privilege escalation. We obviously want to limit the individuals that would have this level of access. So this is something we would commonly see from a system administrator, but we certainly don't want to have an attacker with this elevated level of access. This is a relatively common attack type, and obviously you would want to quickly patch any vulnerabilities that would allow an attacker to perform a privilege escalation. Although the best case from an attacker's perspective for a privilege escalation is to get administrator access, but it's possible that the attacker could perform a horizontal privilege escalation. With this type of privilege escalation, the attacker isn't moving to an administrator access, but instead is moving from user A access to access that user B would normally have. To block a privilege escalation, your first step is to close any vulnerabilities that might be on the system by patching the application. Then you might want to update your antivirus or anti-malware, especially with the signatures, so that they can look for known attacks that might focus on this type of privilege escalation. Some operating systems are equipped with data execution prevention, which limits what areas of memory a particular executable can run. This might also be able to block certain exploits because those exploits are not running in an area of memory specifically allocated for the application. And along those same lines, many operating systems can randomize where data may be stored within memory when the application is running. This means that each time the application runs, data may be located in a different location, which makes it more difficult for an attacker to find a vulnerability. Here's an example of a privilege escalation vulnerability. This is CVE 2023-29336. This is a Win32K elevation of privilege vulnerability, and it was announced in May of 2023. This vulnerability affected the Win32K kernel driver in Server 2008, 2008 R2, 2012, 2012 R2, and 2016, and it also affected Windows 10. If an attacker was able to take advantage of this vulnerability, they would be granted system privileges in the Windows operating system, and system privileges are the highest level of privilege you can have in the Windows operating system. Another application attack is the cross-site request attack. Cross-site requests are things that occur normally when you visit a website. For example, if you visit ProfessorMesser.com, your browser is going to load a page, and on that page is text that comes from the ProfessorMesser.com web server. Your browser might also load a video that is loaded from YouTube, and it might also have pictures and other information that might come from Instagram. All of this loads into a single screen, and from the user's perspective, it looks like all of this information is coming from one server, when in reality, all of this information on the screen is being loaded from different servers. This is a normal process that occurs when you visit almost any website. You'll also notice that this information on the screen is being loaded from all of these different servers, but there's no authentication requirement. So when this page is loaded on the ProfessorMesser.com website, even though it includes YouTube and Instagram information, you don't have to include your YouTube username and password or your Instagram credentials. If we were to look into the code of what's really running when you visit a website, you'll see that it's separated into two different types of code. Some code will run on the web server itself, and some code will run on the client side. The client-side code that runs inside of your browser is commonly HTML or JavaScript. This is rendering all of the information inside of your browser in a way that the website administrator originally authored. There are also also processes occurring on the server side or the web server side itself that the browser doesn't see. This may be the web server accepting a request from the user and processing that request with HTML and PHP. It could be transferring funds from one account to the other behind the scenes or posting information onto YouTube. This is something the server does only on its side, and your browser is not involved with any part of that process. The attackers, of course, know that some of these processes are happening on the client and some of these processes are happening on the server. And they can create attacks that take advantage of this difference between the client side and the server side. Many of these attack types consist of cross-site request forgeries. This is sometimes referred to as a one-click attack or session writing. This is abbreviated as XSRF or CSRF. We often refer to this as CSRF. This attack exists because you've logged into a website and now that website trusts your browser. The attacker also knows that your browser is trusted and they're hoping to have your browser make requests on their behalf to a server that is already trusted. For example, if you're already logged into Facebook, the attacker may be able to create code that would cause your browser to begin posting status information on your Facebook account. Many web-based applications recognize the danger of this type of forgery, and they've already built anti-forgery techniques into the application itself. One way to provide this type of anti-forgery is to use a cryptographic token that is used whenever a request is made by the client. This way the web server knows that not only have you authenticated properly, but you're presenting the correct token to use for this particular transaction. Here's the way that an attacker might take advantage of a cross-site request forgery. We have in this example an attacker, a website visitor, and this website visitor has already authenticated to the bank's web server. The first step is the attacker is going to create a funds transfer request, but it needs to get that request into the hands of the bank site visitor. So they might send a hyperlink to a user, have them click on it. Perhaps it's included with an email, or it's included as a message that's sent separately to the user. If the victim is logged into the bank and they click one of those malicious links, there may be information sent to the web server that causes that victim's account to transfer information and money to the attacker's account. This all happens behind the scenes, and it's very common for the victim to not even realize that this transfer has taken place because they happen to click on one of those malicious links. A directory traversal is not necessarily an application vulnerability, but it is a vulnerability associated with a web server configuration. This misconfiguration allows an attacker to read or write files to a web server that are normally outside the scope of the website's directory. For example, if you looked at all of the different folders that were installed on a Windows computer, you would see folders for Windows that included program files, the Windows directory, the users directory, and others. Everything that's in gray are directories that normally would not be accessible by the web server running on this Windows machine. A user visiting the website should only be able to see and write to files that may be located in the www root directory of that server. But if this web server is not configured properly, it's possible for an attacker to gain access to other parts of the system. Sometimes the web server is configured properly, but it's a software vulnerability within the web server software that allows an attacker to use a specially crafted attack to gain access to these other directories. And of course, there might be an application running on this web server that could allow an attacker to write to other parts of this file system that are not part of the web server itself. Here's an example of a line that is in a web server log that shows a user performing a GET request for a specific web page on that server. And you can see that the URL says it's looking for www.example.com/show.asp, and you can see there are additional parameters in this URL that include //windows/system.ini. The .. is very indicative of a directory traversal because that is the command that allows you to move backwards one directory in that particular file system. So if you happen to see someone trying to use .. whenever they're accessing files on a web server, they're probably checking to see if this server is susceptible to a directory traversal. Cryptography is a technology we use many times a day, but we often don't even think about what's happening behind the scenes. If we encrypt data and we send it out to someone else, is that information really secure? And how would we know if that information is secure? We need to investigate how the cryptography works to be able to understand how secure it might be. With most cryptography, the piece of information that is the difference between something being secure and insecure is the key that's being used during the encryption process. But very often the attackers don't have access to your encryption or decryption key, and they have to find other means to be able to gain access to that data. Instead of trying to find the key to the safe, they'll instead start attacking the safe itself. So we have to examine the cryptography that we're using to make sure that it is secure and can't be attacked in any other way. One interesting part of cryptography is we tend to make these protocols and algorithms public so that everyone can examine exactly the way this cryptography works. This also means that we should be able to find weaknesses or workarounds within the cryptography that would allow us access to the data without the key. Of course, if we do find a workaround, we immediately choose not to use that cryptography any longer. This means that the cryptography we use today has withstood the test of time, and we can continue to trust these algorithms to protect our data. Since we know the algorithms are secure, the attackers now focus on the implementation of the cryptography, and very often it's the incorrect implementation of the cryptography that ultimately provides the weakest link that allows the attacker to gain access to our data. Let's first look at attacks that we can do against the algorithms.
Hey Charles, I'm about to just send it to you. Just let me know what day you schedule it for.
And here's the question. In a classroom of 23 students,
Put me back in, coach. I'll just send you the voucher number. Just let me know what you pick.
I figure I might as well take it again while it's still kind of fresh. And I do have a question about a PVQ that I need to ask you because I think that might have been what screwed me up.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Okay.
Their birthday with anyone else. That means if you increase the number of students to about 30, the chance goes up to 70%. In the world of cryptography, the same thing applies except on a much larger scale. We refer to this birthday attack as being a hash collision where you have two different plain texts and they both result in exactly the same hash. This is usually found through a brute force process, which means that you would have to try every possible plain text and compare it to every resulting hash to see if you ever have any duplicates. One way to prevent the attacker from using this method of finding multiple identical hashes is to use a very large hash output size. The larger the hash, the more difficult it will be to duplicate that specific hash. Ideally, if we have two different plain texts, we should have two different hashes. If we have a single hash that is exactly the same across two different plain texts, then we have a collision. Unfortunately, this is exactly the situation we found with the MD5 hashing algorithm. This is the Message Digest Algorithm 5. This was first published in April of 1992, and researchers found collisions in 1996. This became much more important in December of 2008. Researchers created a certificate from a CA that appeared legitimate when the MD5 hash was validated. This means they were able to create a certificate that was digitally signed by a certificate authority, but in reality, this had never been signed by the CA. So the industry very quickly realized that MD5 would not be a good hashing algorithm to use in the future, and we very quickly transitioned to using different types of hashing algorithms. Here's what a hash collision really looks like. I have two types of plain text that I'm going to put into an MD5 hashing algorithm. And you can see that the plain texts are almost identical. You can see they both start with delta 131 delta delta, and everything that is the black letters are identical between both of those plain texts. But there are minor differences between the plain text. You can see that the letters that have a bold red are different between both of those plain texts. Because these are different, we would expect the resulting hash to also be very different. But if you put both of these plain texts into the MD5 algorithm, you end up with exactly the same hash, which means we found a collision. In our previous example, it was the MD5 algorithm itself that had shortcomings that would create these hash collisions. But earlier, I also mentioned that it's the implementation of the cryptography that can often create these types of attacks. For example, the downgrade attack is an attack type that uses a perfectly secure algorithm, but it's the implementation of the algorithm that creates the attack. The purpose of a downgrade attack is for the two devices that are trying to send encrypted data to either use a weaker encryption algorithm or not encrypt any of the data at all. One common form of a downgrade attack is SSL stripping. This is a combination of an on-path attack, so you're sitting in the middle of a conversation, and because you're sitting in the middle of the conversation, you're able to perform a downgrade attack. Like most on-path attacks, this can be challenging to be able to implement because the attacker really does need to be in the middle of the conversation. But if the attacker is able to sit in the middle of this conversation, it can send back information to the victim's browser page that the page that they're trying to visit really is not encrypted, so you don't need to request an encrypted form of the page. Simply send all of the data across the network without any type of encryption. This means the victim will use the non-encrypted HTTP protocol rather than the more secure encrypted HTTPS. Here's how SSL stripping works. Normally, you would have a website visitor that can...
Okay, Charles, I'll send it over to you in your chat.
But with SSL stripping, there is an on-path attack. So there's an attacker that sits in the middle of this conversation that normally would not be there. It's this attacker in the middle who's stripping out the encryption part of the HTTPS to provide simply HTTP to the victim. Let's go through the steps that a website visitor might use to log into a web server. Let's include the attacker in the middle to do the SSL stripping. The first step is for the website visitor to send a GET request to the web server. This GET request would include HTTP instead of HTTPS, which starts the process of the HTTP stripping. This request is made over HTTP and not HTTPS. Although normally this is changed by the web server, the initial request being made with HTTP means that the attacker can now take advantage of SSL stripping. The attacker will act as a proxy in the middle of this conversation, and for the very first request, which is that HTTP request, it will simply pass through that request to the web server. The web server recognizes that this request is being made in the clear. There's no encryption because the user is using HTTP. So it will send a message back to the user saying, let's use a different web page that includes HTTPS. Obviously, the attacker doesn't want that information to get to the user, so it simply doesn't send that answer back to the user's workstation. Instead, the attacker sends a second request to the web server, but this one has the HTTPS included as part of the conversation. Since the attacker is the one initiating this conversation, it has complete access to all of the data that will go back and forth over that encrypted connection. So the web server sees the proper request is being made to the HTTPS page, and it sends back an OK message saying, everything looks great. The attacker then sends the OK message to the website visitor. That's the response to the initial GET that occurred. And notice that is sent over HTTP and not the original HTTPS. The second step would be for the user to log in. So they'll send their username and password information, but again, they're sending it over HTTP because they were never redirected to HTTPS. The attacker sees this information being sent, can read everything in the request, including the username and password, and simply uses that username and password to log into the web server with the appropriate HTTPS. The web server responds with an acknowledgement that the login was successful, and the attacker simply passes that acknowledgement back down to the visitor. From this point on, all subsequent communication will take place in the clear between the website visitor and the attacker, and of course all of the information between the attacker and the web server will continue to run over the encrypted HTTPS. This means that anything that is sent back and forth between the visitor and the web server will always be captured, viewed, and in some cases modified by the attacker sitting in the middle of this SSL stripping. In your IT career, there is a possibility that you could run across an application that stores credentials like usernames and passwords in a non-encrypted form. We often refer to this as in the clear. Although this is rare, this is something that could be a significant security concern. This is why we always say to never store passwords as the plain text of the password. someone can gain access to the files or databases where those credentials are stored, and at that point, they would easily have everyone's username and password in plain text, and they can begin taking advantage of that information immediately. If you're using an application that is storing this information as plain text, your only good option is to stop using that application. Perhaps reaching out to the application developer might be an option, but this will require a rewrite to be able to save your passwords in a form that's more secure. Instead of storing these passwords as plain text, all of these passwords should be stored as a hash. We've discussed an overview of hashing in previous videos. In this video, I want to drill down into how hashes and passwords are so closely related. When we're storing information as a hash, we're taking a variable length input and representing it as a fixed length string of text. You'll often hear this referred to as a message digest or a fingerprint. Another interesting characteristic of hashing is if you have a different input into the hashing algorithm, you will have a very different output. This means that everyone with a different password will have a very different hash that is stored in the database. And perhaps from a password perspective, the most important characteristic is there's no way to reverse engineer the password once it's stored as a hash. Just as the fingerprints on your hand can't be used to reconstruct an entire person, you can't somehow reconstruct a password when you only have the hash of that password. Here's an example of what these passwords would look like if we stored them with a hash instead of storing them with the plain text. On the left side of this list are the passwords, and on the right side is a hash that's been created with the SHA-256 hashing algorithm. You can see that the password of 123456 is stored as this hash, and the password of 12345667 appears to be a very different hash. Notice that although the password itself is only one character difference between the two different hashes are very different from each other. If we were to look at the section of an operating system or the file where these credentials are saved, you may be able to see the usernames associated with these accounts, but notice that the hash that is stored for each one of these accounts is very different from each other, and none of it contains the original plain text. You may have run into a scenario where you forgot your password and you try a number of different options for logging in, but after the fourth or fifth try of an incorrect password, your account is locked out, sometimes for a certain amount of time, or sometimes you would need to call to have this account re-enabled. The attackers would love to try guessing at what your password might be, but they don't want to guess so many times that they also might cause a lockout. So instead, they might try the most common passwords. This is a list of the top 5 most common passwords as found on Wikipedia, and they're passwords you might expect. Passwords like 123456, 1234567889, QWERTY, password, and 12345667. Although it may seem obvious that people shouldn't use these types of passwords, unfortunately, people all too commonly use these very common passwords when securing their accounts. So all an attacker would need to do is to try perhaps maybe the top 3 passwords on this list, and if they don't gain access to the account, they'll simply move on to the next one on their list. So the attacker will try to find these accounts that have very weak passwords, and it might try 3 attempts. Once it uses those 3 attempts, it moves on to the next account. This means there won't be any lockouts, there won't be any alarms or notices in a security report, and they can effectively try this online brute force attack without raising any type of notice. We refer to this type of attack as a spraying attack, and if an attacker wants to simply find those accounts that might be available using these common passwords, this is a good way to accomplish that without raising any suspicion. You can think of a spraying attack as the beginnings of what could potentially be a brute force attack. But a brute force attack would be trying many different iterations of passwords to try to find the right one. In many cases, the attackers will go through every possible combination of letters, numbers, and special characters until they can find every password in that password list. As you can imagine, stepping through every possible iteration of a password is very time-consuming. And if the hashes have been saved with a strong hashing algorithm and the passwords themselves are quite long, this could take quite a bit of time to brute force. Here's the process that an attacker goes through when trying to brute force a password. They have already received the hash. They might have received this as part of a file that was downloaded, or they were able to obtain the hash in other ways. This hash doesn't contain any information that can tell us what the password is. So we'll now start the brute force. We'll start with the password AAAAA, and we'll look at the hash for that password. If that hash matches the hash that was from our password file, then we've just found the right password. In this particular case, it does not, so we will go to the next possible iteration, which is AAAAB. And we can see that that hash also does not match the password. We'll go to the next one on our list, and we'll keep iterating through every possible combination. Eventually, the attacker will come across a hash that finally matches the hash that was stored in the password file. In this particular case, the password that the attacker was looking for is literally the word password. As we've already mentioned, it's very common for accounts to automatically lock themselves when too many incorrect password attempts are made. And that's why a brute force attack online is going to be very slow, because you'll only be able to make a request to this perhaps once or twice a day. And of course, you do have the concern that eventually this account will be locked out. Instead, the way that most attackers handle a brute force is to download the file that contains all of that password information. Very often it looks something like this, where there would be a list of usernames, perhaps a name ID or group ID, and then the hashed password itself. Once the attacker is offline, there's no concern that an account might be locked out. They can perform as many brute force attacks as they would like over whatever time frame that they would like. As long as the attacker has enough time and enough computational resources, they can try every possible hash until they come across one that matches information that's stored in the password file itself. As an IT security professional, you'll often be looking for any evidence that someone may have breached or gained access to your systems. We refer to this evidence as an indicator of compromise, or IOC. This describes a situation where you are highly confident that there has been some type of compromise to your systems. For example, you may find that there is an unusually large amount of traffic being transferred over a particular network. Or perhaps the hash values associated with files that have been stored in your system have now changed, indicating that something has been modified with those files. Perhaps most of your traffic is within your own country, but you're noticing an uptick of traffic that's coming from international sites. Or maybe the DNS information in your servers have been modified, and that could be an indication that someone is trying to manipulate where traffic can go on your network. There might also be unusual patterns when people are authenticating or logging into the network, and there may be certain files that are suddenly being read a lot more often than they might normally be. All of these situations and many more could be interpreted as an indicator of compromise, and in this video we'll step through some of these very important indicators to see what it might mean if we were to see it. One very telling indicator of compromise might be that your account has been locked out. This would be especially unusual if the account was locked because of too many attempts to log in, even though you were not the one that made those attempts. Most accounts will lock themselves automatically after a certain number of incorrect password attempts, and at that point you would need to unlock the account to allow the legitimate login. Of course, the account could have been administratively disabled, which means it wasn't a password attempt that caused that account to be locked. Someone specifically went into your management system and disabled that particular user's account. That would certainly be an indicator of compromise, especially if no one at your organization was tasked with the process of disabling that account. And this indicator might be part of a much larger plan by the attacker. They might be trying to intentionally have this account locked so they can call the help desk pretending to be the user and have the help desk reset the password on the phone with the attacker. This is another good reason why there should be very strong processes and procedures for a password reset to avoid this type of impersonation. Traditional physics tells us that if we are in one location, it's not possible for us to also be in another location at the same time. This is something we can also apply to logins and session usage on our systems. If one person is logged in from one facility and we notice that person is also logged in from a different location, that may indeed be an indicator of compromise. Of course, this may not always be the case, and this may be very difficult to track down as well. Many of us have accounts that are running on different devices simultaneously. You You might have an account that's logged in on a desktop, a laptop, and a mobile device, and sometimes those devices can exist in different locations. Or this may be an automated process, perhaps a service login, and the service login is obviously not the same as an interactive login. Here's a report that I ran from my Google Mail account. It lists out all of the different types of access, the location with the IP addresses, and when this particular activity occurred. This can show me if I was the person logged in and using my Google Mail account, or if there may be an account running elsewhere that may have access to my mailbox. Once an attacker has done all of the hard work of gaining access to a system, they want to be sure that they remain in that system as long as possible. And they also know that if you're able to patch this system, you would effectively close the vulnerability and perhaps lock them out of this system that they previously had access to. This is why you'll notice that viruses and malware will tend to disable any type of updates from the antivirus software once it has infected that machine. This means the user would not be able to download any security patches or update any signatures for antivirus, which of course means that the attacker can remain on that system for as long as they need. If you're finding that you're not able to connect to certain security websites or download security patches, that could certainly be an indicator of compromise. Normally you would think logging in, all you would need is a username, password, and any other type of authentication mechanism to gain access to a system. And indeed, most of the time that's true. But what if these logins occur in very different parts of the world? We should be able to look at all of the logons and logoffs for a particular account to see exactly where the users might be located. For example, there may be someone logging in from your corporate office in Omaha, Nebraska, right in the middle of the United States. You notice that a few minutes later, you have another login from the same user located in Australia. This should immediately create some type of alert or alarm indicating that these two logins should not be occurring so quickly together at such a very far distance. These types of impossible logins should be something that you can easily identify by looking at the authentication logs. This would tell you when a person logs in and where they're logging in from, and then that can be compared to any of the other logins occurring for that user during a particular time frame. When an attacker gets inside of your network and gains access to your systems, there's always something the attacker is doing that should allow you to track any of their progress. This is called resource consumption. For example, the attacker may be transferring files from one system to another, or transferring data out of your network and onto the attacker's servers. This would certainly show a spike in traffic, and if you happen to notice that your network is suddenly busier than it normally might be at 3 in the morning, that could be an indicator of compromise. Your firewall logs would certainly show a transfer of information associated with a flow of traffic, and you might even have IP addresses and timeframes associated with that as well. This can often be your first notification that someone may be inside of your network and transferring data from one place to the other. And there have been breaches where the only notification that something was a little unusual was one small file transfer occurring at a time when nothing else should be happening. Sometimes not being able to access a resource on your network is relatively innocuous and not something that is an IT security concern. But there are times when a resource being unavailable could be an indicator of compromise. For example, a server may suddenly be inaccessible across the network because an attacker was trying to find a vulnerability and in that process caused the server to crash. Or it may be that there's network that's being disrupted in one part of the network. This may be caused by the attacker transferring data on the network, or they may be trying to create a problem on the network so that they can run other exploits elsewhere. This attempt to exploit a vulnerability can certainly cause a server to fail, and there have been more than one case in my career where we found a system that had failed because someone tried to find a known vulnerability in that system. If you access some data on the file system, you may find that the data is simply encrypted and not available. And if that's the case, you may be infected with ransomware. And as we've already mentioned, if you try to log into a server and it tells you that your account is locked, that resource will certainly be inaccessible, and it's probably locked because an attacker tried to brute force your password. In the world of IT, we try to log as much information as we can, and very often those logs may also be an indicator of compromise. For example, it might be an out-of-cycle logging, which means the log or the information contained in the log is something that should not be in that log during that particular time frame. For example, your organization probably has a change control process that manages the updates of security patches. These security patches are probably installed on a very regular schedule, and everyone knows the time and date that these security patches are commonly pushed out. But if you happen to see log information showing that patches or applications are being installed at times when you would not expect them to be there, this may be a case of out-of-cycle logging. We see this quite a bit with firewalls because firewalls tend to record every single traffic flow and all of the details associated with those traffic flows. This means that we can look at every bit of traffic traversing that firewall to understand what was sent at any particular time of the day. And if we're examining the firewall logs and notice that some information is being transferred at an unusual time frame, that may indeed be an out-of-cycle logging and an indicator of compromise. The attackers also know that there are extensive logs being stored on operating systems, workstations, firewalls, and other devices. Because of this, attackers will very often delete log information in order to hide the fact that they were on that system. Each time the attacker authenticates, transfers files, sends data through a firewall, or accesses a server, there will most likely be a log associated with those actions. This is why it's a good best practice not only to create reports based on that log information, but to also set up notifications if any of that log information is missing. This would give you some type of indication that there might be a compromise occurring on your network. And a very clear indicator of compromise is when suddenly your private organizational data is suddenly made available on the internet. It's very possible for an attacker to gain access to all of your systems, exfiltrate all of your sensitive information, and you have no idea that any of that data was even transferred. At least not until that data suddenly appears on the internet and everyone can now view this sensitive information that normally would only be private to your company. This is sometimes done in conjunction with ransomware. The attackers will embed ransomware in your environment and encrypt all of that data on your systems. But before doing that, the attackers will send all of that sensitive information to their servers. They'll then inform the victim that they're expecting a payment so that they can send the decryption key. And if you don't send any payment, they'll start releasing your private information to the public. Sometimes this information will suddenly appear on a server that's publicly available on the internet. Researchers will then need to go through the data to see if they can discover where this information was stolen from and contact the original owner. In order to limit the scope of any type of security event, it may be useful to segment your network into smaller pieces. This might be through physical segmentation, where you are physically separating devices. It might be logical segmentation. We often see that in network switches with VLANs, or virtual segmentation, which is very common in cloud-based or virtual machine architectures. Sometimes we separate these systems to get the best possible performance, especially if it's a high bandwidth applications. We might dedicate a single subnet just for this high bandwidth application so that it can run as efficiently as possible, and anything that's done by any other user on the network would not have any effect on the throughput of this app. Sometimes our segmentation is very strategic, especially from a security perspective. For example, you might have a rule that says users should not be communicating directly to a database server. Instead, they should be communicating to an application, and the application server should be communicating to the database server. In this situation, there might be a firewall or some type of control list that would limit who might have access to a particular server. And some segmentation is required, perhaps due to a mandate or a set of policies and procedures. For example, if you're running PCI compliance, that's the payment card industry, which means you're protecting credit card numbers, you might be required to keep the credit card information completely separate from any other part of your network. It can be easy to implement this separation using an ACL, or access control list. This provides a way to allow or disallow traffic through your network, operating systems, or other technologies. So you might have a grouping of different categories like source IP address, destination IP address, port numbers, time of day, or any other detail that you can use to control traffic through a device. This access may be all based on IP address, where certain IP addresses can access other IP addresses, and there may be blocks installed for other ranges of addresses. Or maybe it's based on the user. If it's a regular user, they might not have access, but if you are an administrator or a super user, you may have the proper access to that service. It's also important when configuring these ACLs that you take all different connections into account. You don't want to create an ACL that would effectively lock you out from building other ACLs in that system. Here's an example of permissions that you might want to allow or disallow using an access control list. For example, you might have a rule that says that Bob can read files on a particular resource, Fred can access the network, and then James can access the network 192.168.1.0/24 using only the TCP ports 80, 443, and 8088. You can see this last control is relatively specific, which allows the administrator to create very granular controls for access. ACLs are also found in our operating systems. If you've ever configured permissions to a particular folder or file that's in an operating system, or you've created groups and added users to those groups, then you've configured an access control list. Another form of segmentation is based on the applications you use themselves. And many operating systems allow you to create an application allow list and deny list. Many organizations will use these lists to ensure that only legitimate applications can be used on those systems, and it will block the use of any other app. This would include blocking of malicious software, such as Trojan horses, malware, viruses, and others. You would generally set a rule or a security policy that would allow or disallow a particular application to run in that operating system. There are two different philosophies for allow lists and deny lists. You might set up an allow list where nothing runs unless it is specifically approved, which means you would have a relatively restricted list. Only what's on the list is able to run on that system. In other environments, you might have more flexibility with a deny list. Deny list works the opposite of an allow list, where nothing that's on that bad list can be executed on that system. That means that everything can run except the things that you have specifically written as being unable to run on that system. A good example of a deny list is the
All right, everybody, let's go ahead and grab a break. See you in about
which allow
10
everything
minutes.
to work through your system until it identifies a known bad virus or malware, and then it will block that particular application from working. Windows provides extensive controls for allowing what applications can run, what applications are denied. This can be done with an application hash, where an application can be identified not with its name, but with a very specific hash associated with the application itself. That means if something changes with the application, the hash will no longer match, and it will not apply to this particular rule. Some applications are digitally signed, so there's a certificate you can reference on who signed this particular app. So if an application is from Microsoft, Adobe, Google, or any other organization with a signed app, you might set a rule that says if it's digitally signed, it's allowed, and if it's not digitally signed, it won't run on this system. Windows also allows you to allow or disallow applications that are running from a very specific area of the drive. And if an application is running from a different directory on that system, you can configure a rule to prevent that application from running. And of course, Windows has the concept of network zones, where you might be on a private network or a public network, and you can set rules inside of Windows that would allow certain applications to work depending on what zone you happen to be located in at that time. Mitigation is the process of reducing the impact of a security event or a potential security event, and in this video we'll look at some of these mitigation techniques. One great way to stop an attack is well before the attack even happens, and the best way to do this is by patching any known vulnerabilities. This will not only keep your system more secure, but occasionally will also keep your system more stable. Organizations like Microsoft create a series of patches every month that you can then push out to keep all of your systems up to date with the latest security patches. You might also get security patches from application developers or device manufacturers to make sure that those devices are also secure. And you may find that your operating systems at home patch themselves automatically. It's built into the operating system to constantly check to see if new patches are available, and if they are, it will download them and install them without any type of user intervention. In a large organization, however, this might not be an automated process. Instead, the information technology department may test the patches first, and only once they know that they're working properly do they push them out to everybody else's system. And although some of these patches arrive on regular intervals, there may be times when an emergency patch is pushed out, especially if it's a significant vulnerability and the attackers are actively taking advantage of this unpatched opening. Another way to mitigate these security events is to limit how much data an attacker can get their hands on. Many file systems include encryption as part of the file system itself. It's integrated into the operating system. So you can select the file or the folder and have the operating system only encrypt that specific piece of data. In Windows, you might see this file level encryption referred to as EFX. That refers to the encrypting file system that is integrated into the Windows operating system. If there are devices that are leaving your building and you're concerned that someone might have access to the storage drives on those systems, you might want to enable full disk encryption, or FDE. This will encrypt everything on that storage volume, including the operating system and the user files. In Windows, you can enable this with BitLocker. macOS uses FileVault. There's other technologies available for almost any operating system. Some applications don't assume that file system or full disk encryption is even in place and will encrypt data itself inside of the application. This ensures that regardless of the type of encryption being used, the application data will always be protected. In order to identify these security events, it's important to have constant monitoring and be able to log all of the information that's occurring on your network. Monitoring can be done using technologies built into switches, routers, and other devices, or you might have a separate sensor that sits external to those devices. Many security devices will include this type of monitoring, so if you're running a firewall or intrusion prevention system, or an operating system where authentication is occurring, all of this log information is stored automatically in the operating system. Many times these logs are spread across many different systems, so it can be useful to have all of those log files consolidated back to one central source. Very often we use a SIEM, or Security Information and Event Manager, to consolidate all of those logs and provide a central source for creating reports and monitoring data. If you look around at the rights and permissions assigned to users in your company, you may find that there are very few of them with administrative access. That's because most organizations use the best practice of least privilege. This means that the rights and permissions assigned to a user are limited to the specific job role for that individual. They don't need additional rights and permissions if their job doesn't require them to have those permissions. The best case scenario would be that no user runs with administrative permissions. If you need additional rights, you can elevate permissions temporarily and then bring those rights back down to normal permissions when you're done. If malicious software or an attack occurred on that particular user's account, the access would be limited to only what that user can see. This can limit the scope of an attack or a data breach, and it could be a significant difference between an attacker gaining access to a little bit of data and all of the company's data. Another good idea is to enforce the configuration of the systems that are connecting to your network. We would commonly do this during a login process and perform a posture assessment. This checks your system to see if you're running the latest version of the operating system, if you've installed the latest patches, if your antivirus is up to date, and checks for other security features as well. This might check to see if you're running the latest version of an operating system, including all of the most recent patches. This might also check for the EDR, or endpoint detection and response version. Make sure you're up to date with the latest signatures. This might check to see if your local firewall and EDR are configured and turned on properly. And it might even check for a certificate to see if your system that's connecting is really one that is trusted by the organization. If any of those settings are not up to date with the configuration that's expected, your system may be quarantined or set into a private VLAN where you can make changes to bring it up to date with the latest configurations. Once those changes are made, you can try logging in again, have the posture assessment complete, and if everything is working properly, you would now have access to the network. When we are past the usable lifetime of a piece of equipment, we often put it in the corner or forget about using it at all. But there may be sensitive information on that device that we need to remove before completing the decommissioning process. This is often associated with a storage drive. So if you have an SSD, a hard drive, a USB drive, or any other storage device, you may want to remove that or delete all information from that storage drive before decommissioning this equipment. If this decommissioned device has an SSD and you want to use that SSD for another system within your own organization, you can simply move that from one system to another. You may need to format that drive before moving it into another system, but at least you can recycle some of those storage drives. If that storage drive is no longer needed and you feel there might be sensitive information still on that drive, it might be a better idea to simply destroy the drive itself, which would certainly prevent anyone from gaining access to that data. If you take a look around your network, your servers, and other devices, you may find opportunities to make those devices just a little bit more secure. And in this video, we'll go through a number of hardening techniques. Let's start with a server. This system hardening refers to the operating system that's running on this server. Operating systems like Windows, Linux, Mac OS, and others are very different, but there are some best practices to ensure that these operating systems remain secure. One of the first most significant steps for keeping these systems hardened is to always apply the security updates. These would be updates to the operating system and security patches that are usually included with those. Manufacturers like Microsoft will release these patches every month, and other manufacturers follow a similar schedule. You should also make sure that
automation, orchestration, and incident response. In this course, we'll examine automation and scripting use cases, benefits, and considerations. Explore the incident response process and life cycle. Learn about threat hunting and hunt teams. And learn about root cause analysis, or problem management, digital forensics, and investigation of data sources.
Not every account on the system should be an administrator, and each individual user account should only have the rights and permissions necessary for that user to do their job. If you're accessing this device,
automation versus orchestration. IT automation involves generating a single task to run automatically without any or little human intervention. Automation could involve sending alerts to a security information and event management SIM system, dynamically triggering a serverless function at a cloud provider, for example, Azure Functions or AWS Lambda, or adding a record to a database when a batch job is run, just to name a few. Enterprises often automate both cloud-based and on-premises tasks. Orchestration involves managing several or many automated tasks or processes. As opposed to focusing on one task, orchestration combines or aggregates all of the individual tasks for the entire life cycle. Orchestration occurs with various technologies, applications, containers and microservices, data sets, middleware, systems, and more. Let's look at some use cases for automation and its predecessor, scripting. User and resource provisioning. Most modern enterprises have tightly integrated joiner and mover onboarding and provisioning processes that involve automation and integration between the human resources department, legal, the directory services, identity management, and inventory engines. Inventory of both physical and virtual assets. Guardrails. Cloud providers use JSON, JavaScript object notation policies, and infrastructure as code IAC to enforce least privilege policies and separation of duties to remove the ability to make certain API calls from privileged groups and users. For example, at Amazon Web Services, you can use new languages like CEDAR, C-E-D-A-R, to create custom API calls to your applications and services, to consumer-constructed applications and services. Creating guardrails is just one use case. Security group firewalls. These firewalls are layer 3, network layer, and layer 4, transport layer, stateful or static packet filters, applied to either subnets or virtual instances in hypervisors or in the cloud. You can use automation for creating tickets and for elevating or escalating as part of a service desk deployment, running scripts and automated workflows. This can be a huge enabler for software-defined networks, software-defined local area networks, and software-defined wide and metropolitan area networks. In modern LANs and data centers, enabling or disabling services and access controls is a common function of scripts, automation, and infrastructure as code, for example with JSON or YAML files. As part of the DevOps lifecycle, for example, if you're using Agile, CI/CD, continuous integration and continuous deployment, automation is leveraged for continuous integration and testing. Any API call or request can be automated. You can use Python, Postman, or something else in order to run tests to help quality assurance, continuously check a product's quality. Generate light orchestrations that involve several API calls to perform a particular task on a microservice backend. Use preformed snippets to run functions as a service in the cloud. For example, Google Cloud Functions. In the next lesson, we'll break down 8 benefits of automation.
Wait for a technician or a help desk ticket to be created. Instead, EDR will isolate this system, quarantine that thread, and even roll back to a previous config to remove that virus from the system. This entire process can be
we're going to look at the benefits of automation, and this is a good opportunity for you to maybe take some notes and get interactive. So if you want to pause, jot some things down, that should help you in your exam preparation. So first off, we have efficiency and productivity. Automated processes can finish tasks and processes faster and more effectively than a manual process. Automation tends to increase productivity levels.
I'm going to drift into the 1202 room.
Workforce, you'll discover
The
that
breakout.
production rate will vastly increase.
So if you want to join me in there, you
advantage
can.
of automation is the capacity to save time. By automating manual tasks, businesses can remove or greatly reduce the requirement for repetitive and time-consuming tasks. Of course, in our context, we're thinking about security tasks. For example, dealing administratively with things like layer 2 switches and routers and other infrastructure devices that have a lot of manual tasks and configuration. This is going to let your security force focus on more critical and strategic actions in the Security Operations Center. A popular approach to security is enforcing baselines. These are often standardized security images, and we can get these from organizations like CIS, the Center for Internet Security, or from vendors who are government and military contractors. Traditionally, systems administrators use a combination of scripts and manual processes to set up their infrastructure environments. Let's say, for example, your wireless local area network. Well, automation supports infrastructure as code. They go hand in hand, and this can be utilized for new physical and virtual network and data center environments, or creating those baselines. It's also widely used for software development to build, test, and deploy applications. Creating secure, scalable network automation, for example, using JSON and or YAML in the cloud, enhances security, calibration, supports versioning control, documentation, error handling, testing, contributes to compliance, provides better visibility, enhances collaboration, and contributes overall to your ongoing continual maintenance, what we call due care, providing a more resilient environment as you scale up to more robust processors and more RAM, the higher-end platforms, or as you scale out, for example, auto-scaling out virtual machines at Microsoft Azure. Automation can free up employees from everyday mundane processes, providing them with more time and energy to engage in more creative and meaningful tasks and projects. It also helps prevent critical errors that might jeopardize a job performance review. It also helps increase productivity, employee morale, and overall job satisfaction. Quick reaction times increase safety, operational performance, and, for example, incident response security with fine-tuned SOAR playbooks and runbooks. And then finally, automation is a force multiplier. A force multiplier is actually a military term, but for our organizations, they would be tools, automation, and orchestration that help amplify efforts to produce more output. A simple example of a force multiplier would be, let's say, if you're roofing your home and using a nail gun as opposed to a manual hammer, investing in force multipliers means that you'll accomplish more with the same or less effort. So automation can enhance things like patch management, backup and restore policies, compliance scanning, and of course, software development life cycles.
If you install a router, a switch, a firewall, an access point, or almost any other device, there will be a default configuration screen that allows you to set the settings in that device. These management interfaces might also be found
in this next brief lesson. We'll look at automation considerations. Developers can reduce the complexity of automation by using established tool sets, kits, and integrated solutions. For example, between the on-premise and the cloud in a hybrid or edge computing environment. Automation and scripting can reduce costs for provisioning, onboarding users and devices, reducing human interaction, and potential configuration errors and further troubleshooting. In this context, a single point of failure SPOF is a flaw in the design, configuration, or implementation of the automation solution. In other words, all the problems that automation solves, you'll lose the benefit if the automation system or tool is a single point of failure and not highly available or resilient. If the automation solution is not redundant and reliable, then one loses the overall benefits of automation. Automation systems can also be a technical debt if implemented in a rush or without proper testing, or even understanding completely how the automation and orchestration system works. Ongoing supportability of automation and orchestration is another key factor. That is a cost, an ongoing outlay that the organization must consider. We call that operational maintenance or due care. In the next lesson, we'll look at a process that is commonly automated, at least partially, and that is incident response.
Everything up to date on your system.
In this lesson, we're going to explore the incident response process and realize that incident response is actually an information technology practice, otherwise known as incident response management. Early responders to the incident must quickly classify the negative event to determine the actions to be taken, hopefully predetermined actions. Is it a benign event? For example, a false positive, or is it an actual incident or a negative occurrence? That can be done by a person, since incident response is an art and a science, and we get better with experience, or it can be done automatically or in an automated fashion, for example, with a SOAR runbook or playbook. What is the immediate impact on operations? How severe is it? In other words, an incident can easily escalate to disaster recovery. What is the scope of the impact? Is it just the CEO's workstation or laptop? Is it a single mobile device that is lost or stolen? Or is it a server farm or a data center or a DDoS attack on an entire call center or local area networks? Is the scope on one floor, multiple floors, or multiple buildings? How prioritized or critical is the target? This can be done qualitatively, for an example, 1 to 5 or 1 to 10. or quantitatively? And then, as a bonus, can the root cause of the incident be performed quickly and easily? The reason why I say that's a bonus is because that's not the goal of incident response. Root cause analysis is actually a different practice we refer to as problem management. If based on experience, the first responder can determine the root cause, that's always a good thing. And again, does the incident trigger some type of escalation or elevation, or does it trigger disaster recovery? The main goals of incident response are to reduce the immediate impact, prevent the spread to other systems, other VLANs, other zones, to protect and maintain ongoing operations through due care, and improving the incident response process, and learning from incidents to prevent their recurrence, to support forensic investigations, an aspect of e-discovery, and continuity of operations, otherwise known as business continuity, and to provide information. Remember, data becomes information, information becomes knowledge, and knowledge becomes wisdom. So after action reporting and a lessons learned database being populated. Next, we're going to look at the incident response life cycle. And one thing I want to tell you about life cycles on the Security Plus exam is by no means do you have to memorize the various steps of life cycles. You won't get a question, for example, what is phase 3 or step 3 of the incident response life cycle. But to understand life cycles, there's some fundamental common elements. So for example, the first stage of the first phase is always preparation or information gathering or reconnaissance or planning, correct? And then the final phase is the lessons learned phase or the disposition of the life cycle. Also remember that although the steps are typically linear, they can happen simultaneously. So for example, analysis and containment or detection and analysis could happen simultaneously. Also, sometimes you don't have to even have one of the steps. Like you may not even contain, you may go right from escalation to eradication or recovery. Also realize that recovery, or the phase right before the lessons learned, where the life cycle is wrapped up, can be a very long, persistent phase. In other words, your system or application or service can be in a state of containment and recovery for a long period of time before you reach that recovery point, which is basically what was the state of the system or the application or service before the incident ever happened. Let's look at the phase detection, also referred to as identification. First responders, or possibly your SIM and source system, must separate an event, a benign event, from an incident or a breach immediately, and preferably using predefined metrics combined with your experience and automated if possible. Responders will implement techniques, predefined and pre-tested techniques, for categorizing and prioritizing the incident based on an established risk register for a small to medium-sized business, or for larger organizations, a SOAR runbook. In this first phase, how are you alerted? And by the way, you can be alerted by several different sources. It can be a log, for example, syslog, or an SNMP trap, or an alert from an intrusion prevention system, or a firewall. It can be a feed, for example, from a cloud service. You could get a phone call to the Security Operations Center, manual or automated text messages, logical and physical alarms, or you're notified because you're doing real-time interactive monitoring in a Security Operations Center, and it shows up on the dashboard. Next is analysis and escalation. The analysis of incidents is a combination of an art and a science, and I mentioned this earlier. There are some important questions to answer in this phase, or combination of phases. What is the scope of the incident? Does it qualify for escalation or disaster recovery? Are there obvious artifacts or indicators of compromise? Elements of the kill chain that are obvious or observable on systems or servers? Can you discover the actions in the kill chain based on your experience? Or by doing threat modeling in a sandbox or a hypervisor environment, or threat modeling in the cloud? We'll explore the kill chain in an upcoming lesson. And, if possible, can you quickly identify the root cause? Remember, that's not the main goal of incident response. Escalation or elevation. Basically, this is a pre-established workflow. We're escalating the incident to a higher service desk tier, and that must be established, especially in a medium-sized or larger organization. If you're a medium-sized or large enterprise, you don't have a service desk, you wouldn't be considered a mature organization, for example, on the capability maturity model. Does the incident need to be passed from the first responders to an incident response team, IRT? Realize you may not have a separate first responder and a separate incident response team. Many organizations have a security operations center, often off-site, and a service desk, along with an emergency change advisory board. Containment. This is implementing short-term processes, such as disconnecting devices from the network. Malware can be quarantined by antivirus programs and security suites. You might want to leverage quarantine compartments, sandbox locations, detonation chambers, private cloud deployments, and threat modeling environments, often running in the cloud. Managed Security Service Providers, MSSPs, can help maintain separation, containment, and segregation. For example, Fortinet, FortiGate, Cisco, Juniper, and Palo Alto networks. Eradication. Potentially unwanted programs, PUPs, can be eradicated by advanced antivirus and anti-malware suites, running on-premises or in the cloud or in a hybrid cloud environment. Some artifacts may need to be moved to detonation chambers, for example, the Type 1 hypervisor, for further analysis, and running machine learning algorithms. All the findings should be reported to cloud partners and added to vulnerability repositories and shared reputation databases. For example, the National Vulnerability Database. Advanced wiping tools may be needed to completely remove all malware footprints and artifact remnants. Incident response recovery and lessons learned. Recovery involves getting back to an acceptable state to continue to deliver the value proposition. That's a key issue, an acceptable state. Full recovery would be getting back to a recovery point as if the incident never happened. But sometimes an organization has to function in a perpetual state of recovery. Complete remediation may not be possible even for an extended period. For example, the damage done by a ransomware attack or a fire that breaks out in the data center. After-action reports will be generated after the exercises and after the actual incidents, and there should be a lessons learned database. The success of redress and recovery depends upon the level of testing and exercise performed. For example, one of your main countermeasures or protections from ransomware attacks is a backup and recovery policy. You may be doing automated backups on a daily or weekly basis, but if you never test the recovery or restoration, you will not be successful in recovering from the ransomware attack. Notice here on bullet point 3 again, where I mentioned after-action reports will be generated after exercises and actual incidents. In the next lesson, we'll break down the different types of tests and exercises you will do, not just for incident response, but also for your disaster recovery planning. Because remember, an incident can quickly escalate to a disaster or catastrophe.
Access also to switch B. If there is a requirement for devices on switch A to talk to devices on switch B, then there would obviously need to be some type of connectivity. This might be a direct connection.
Well, obviously, the members of your incident response team don't have this knowledge or skill set. They weren't born with it. They had to learn it from somewhere. So let's talk about training your IRT. A prime example of incident response training would be the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA. This is an important entity that helps organizations across the nation protect their IT enterprises and enable their cybersecurity talent. The CISA, among other organizations, offer incident response training courses free to the government employees and contractors across federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial government, educational, and critical infrastructure partners, as well as the general public. To test the incident response, either based on your training or actual experience, you'll initially have a plan review or a read-through. This could be a group discussion, plan auditing. It could be a Delphi session, starting with anonymous surveys and questionnaires, or brainstorming sessions with all the applicable stakeholders. This is often called a checklist, and it's one of the earliest tests. You can build on that with a tabletop test. Here you're going to examine documented plans, diagrams, and logical and virtual walkthroughs to eliminate gaps and errors. Your first initial drill or exercise that's actually a real-world experience would be a walkthrough. This is a planned rehearsal and/or drill. However, it's limited. It's performed in stages, maybe by department or building only. It should have no impact whatsoever on delivering the value proposition. You're looking for additional gaps, other areas that you can strengthen the incident response plan. A simulation is a more elaborate walkthrough. It focuses on specific scenarios and areas. For example, active shooter, chemical leak, ransomware attack in your data center, fire or flooding. You're going to use your real business continuity plan and disaster recovery plan and your recovery sites. If you don't have a full-blown incident response team, you'll look at simulations with your swarm team. This is a more elaborate test than the walkthrough, and it will actually have some impact on delivering the value proposition. You'll test your snapshot recoveries and hot spares, for example in the cloud, or your hybrid cloud scenario. This may be the highest level test that most organizations conduct, because it will have an impact on delivering the value proposition, an impact on the productivity of your employees. It'll affect your customers, your vendors, and your partners to some degree. A parallel test is a real-world drill while still operating your business. This is a more elaborate test than a simulation. It's more resource-intensive. In fact, many organizations will bring in what are called crisis actors to replace the employees, and then they'll video or they'll film it, and then their employees, as part of their training, will go back and they'll watch the crisis actors go through, for example, the active shooter drill. A parallel test will definitely take advantage of the recovery sites: warm site, hot site, mobile site, and cloud site. And the full interruption test is the most elaborate. This is a real-world drill where you'll actually cease conducting any business or operational activities. So basically the organization just goes dark, and you're going to go to the cold site, or the warm site, or the hot, or the cloud site, fully interrupting the delivery of your value proposition. This is often cost prohibitive for most commercial organizations. Perhaps only a very well-funded company like a Google or Amazon could do this, or maybe an organization that has lots of taxpayer dollars like a government agency or a military site. But this would be the other extreme to just the checklist or the read-through plan that you begin with.
And obviously, we'll need to connect to this device over a console or management interface. That all occurs at the management plane. Now we can take these 3 planes of operation.
All right, in this lesson, we're going to look at root cause analysis. Root cause analysis, RCA, is the function of the problem management IT service practice. A root cause is defined as a factor that introduced a non-conformance in an application, a service, or a system. It is the core causative issue, the highest level trigger that sets in motion the entire cause and effect reaction that ultimately leads to the problem or problems. RCA is defined as a collective term that describes a wide range of approaches, tools, and techniques used to uncover the cause of problems.
that's connecting to a load
Let's look at the
balancer.
steps of root
That
cause
load balancer
analysis.
is connecting to
First,
web server A,
we
web
define the
server B,
problem.
and the database
Often
server
this is
for this
obvious.
application.
For example,
With
in the
cloud
early
technologies
phase of
using
incident
SDN,
response,
we can
where
now
we're notified
immediately build
through an
out
alert
infrastructure
or an
devices we
alarm
might need.
or
For
a
example,
log,
in this scenario,
an
we
API
might
call,
add some
a function,
firewalls. So we
a
can
phone
add a
call,
firewall that
or
will
something that
separate
shows up
internet
on the
from a load
dashboard in our
balancer.
Security
We might want
Operations Center.
another firewall
Hopefully,
to separate
we've already
the control
categorized the most
between
likely
web
types
servers
of
and the
problems
database server.
and potential
We're able to click a
issues.
button and
If not,
dynamically create
step
this
2 will take
technology
longer
in the cloud
and
thanks to
involve
our
more
software
collection of
defined
data.
network.
The more meaningful data and indicators that we collect or gather in step 3, the easier it is to identify the possible causal factors. Now remember, root cause analysis or problem management is also a combination of an art and a science. So often, based on the experience of the first responder or the incident response team, they will quickly be able to identify the causal factor. If not, it may involve an elaborate forensic investigation or e-discovery. In step 4, we successfully identify the root cause or causes, and then of course in step 5, based on our after-action reporting, we'll recommend and implement solutions to reduce the likelihood of the problem occurring again. Threat hunting is also referred to as a hunt team. Threat hunting involves groups of skilled, experienced, and well-trained cyber investigators who are aggressively seeking out threats on a network or a system. They're often auditors for compliance or regulations. They may be a pen testing team sent from your insurance company. They attempt to quickly recognize anomalies and discover historic patterns in data, files, and indicators of compromise. For example, cyber artifacts to counter cybercriminals and mitigate threats. Threat hunting can also be part of a red team versus blue team exercise, where red team are the attackers and the blue team are the defenders. Experts in threat hunting or cyber teams will have a solid understanding of the cyber kill chain. Let's officially define a cyber kill chain. A kill chain is a succession of steps and or phases used during a structured external or internal cyber attack. Kill chains are also used and analyzed by penetration testers and threat hunting teams to better understand advanced persistent threats from exploits and malware attacks. The original kill chain was developed by Lockheed Martin, and we'll look at that here in a moment. But first, let's define an advanced persistent threat, which is a generic phrase for exploits that use a kill chain. A means it's targeted, it's coordinated, it's planned ahead of time, it's purposeful, often with cost-benefit analysis and other analytics before the advanced persistent threat is launched. It's persistent. In other words, it's repetitive, it's iterative. If not successful in the early phases, or for example, from a long distance, the attacker will attempt to get closer and closer to the target. It also involves remnants, where the malware may be able to survive a reboot of a system, or hide from antivirus or anti-malware tools. And T is the threat. The person or persons, which we refer to as threat actors or threat agents, that have the intent, opportunity, and capability. Here we see the 7-step Lockheed Martin cyber kill chain. The first phase is reconnaissance or information gathering. If the attacker or the pen testers know nothing about your organization or your target, this phase can take a long period of time, days, weeks, even months. And the various reconnaissance tools are actually considered attacks. For example, fingerprinting, evaluating the posture of systems, delineating the operating systems and builds and versions, weaponization, choosing the modality or the malicious code or the exploit. Delivery is the vector through email, spam, malvertisements, email attachments, phishing attacks. business email compromise, putting code on USB fobs and leaving them in the parking lot or in the foyer, penetrating firewall systems, or internal compromised users introducing rootkits or remote access trojans on systems and services, to name a few. Then the actual exploitation, taking advantage of the weakness or the vulnerability in the application, service, or system. Installation of the malware, often involving lateral movement or escalation or elevation on the server or the workstation. Often the malware is a remote access Trojan, so it communicates back either to the command and control server as part of a DDoS or a botnet, or an intermediate bot in the stealthy, polymorphic advanced persistent threat. And then typically, exfiltration of data is the primary goal.
Also have multiple applications running simultaneously, all on one single piece of hardware. The container in this containerization is the applications that sit on top of the container software.
Now we've established the fact that forensics is part of root cause analysis or problem management. So why do we perform digital forensics or cyber forensics? Laws have been violated. Organizational policies have been violated. Systems have been attacked, either externally or internally. Data and identity have been breached. Intellectual property has been exfiltrated or stolen. Privileged insiders are suspected of crimes. Or it's simply the next incident response phase, as mentioned, root cause analysis or problem management.
You'll also notice that each
cyber forensics is a part of e-discovery. It's a main category. E-discovery is an innovative technology that has emerged over the last decade or longer to lower the risks and costs associated with big data, especially in litigation and internal corporate and government investigations. The e-discovery process includes 4 phases: identifying and collecting documents or artifacts, sorting through the data by relevance, creating production sets, and data management. The cyber forensics process involves 1. Identification of the crime, 2. Collection of evidence, 3. Examination of the evidence, 4. Analysis of the evidence, and finally, reporting on the findings of the analysis. As mentioned previously in this course, when talking about phases, for example, the incident response lifecycle, sometimes these phases or stages can happen simultaneously. For example, the collection and examination of evidence may happen in a single phase or stage. When collecting and handling evidence in a forensic investigation, you want to employ forensic kits and laptops, typically a very powerful Linux laptop and something like FTK Imager. Collect network traffic and various logs, for example using your SIM system. Capture and hash system images and memory dumps. Make sure you're using a write blocker so you leave no fingerprint on the target device. You'll document the timeline of event sequences. You need that for billing and accounting and maintaining the chain of custody. Record time offsets, create screenshots, or even use digital cameras, or conduct interviews or depositions. When gathering evidence on the exam, you want to remember the order of volatility. The most volatile is the CPU, its registers, and any caches or buffers. Next, you have kernel statistics, tables, and caches of workstations, operating systems, specialty devices like controllers, infrastructure devices, and server operating systems. Next is volatile RAM memory, then temporary file systems, and swap or slack space would be on a hard disk drive or a solid state drive. Now remember, at this point, during the incident response, if you decide to turn off the system or shut down the system that's been attacked, you will not have any of these 4 things. They're extremely volatile, and they only exist when the system is running. So otherwise, you will be able to get data at rest, off of disk drives and volumes, RAID arrays,
then you're probably
Attached
very familiar
removable
with this
drives like
equipment
USB and
connecting
FireWire
all of these devices
or
together
directly
to
attached
SCADA.
storage.
This allows the
Log
technicians
data
sit
to a
in
remote
centralized
location.
control room,
For example,
monitor the status
a cluster of
all
syslog
these
servers
equipment, and
or
be able to
SIM
make
and source
changes
system.
and modifications
Next in the order of
in the control
volatility
room
would
rather
be
than
copies
having
of
to
data
physically visit
that are
every piece
part of
of equipment.
archived or
One
backup
characteristic
media
that tends
or
to be very
moved to the
similar
cloud.
across many different organizations when it comes to
In
SCADA
processing
is that
forensic
all of these
evidence,
need to be
you want to
completely
detect
segmented
encrypted
from the
files and
outside.
encrypted
You can
volumes,
imagine
and then
the
attempt to
security issues
decrypt
that
them.
could arise
You'll
when
discover
someone wants to
compressed
gain access
files and
to power
folders.
generation systems
Perform
or
validation
oil
and pattern
refining.
matching,
This could
often
have a
using your
dramatic
forensic
impact
kit,
not just on
such
immediate
as
power needs,
in-case
but
by
could affect
guidance
it
software.
a long period of time.
Leverage regular
This is why you'll
expressions and
find that these SCADA
meta-characters.
systems are some of the
Filter for
most secure
suspected
that you'll
user
find in the
data.
world, and
For
good
example,
reason.
if you suspect
If you use
an internal
Windows,
user
Linux, or
of
other
using their
operating
corporate
systems on
email
your
in an
desktop,
unauthorized
your
way,
tablet, or
you
your
want a
mobile
filter
devices,
just for
then
the
you're
security
using a
identifier of that
non-deterministic
particular
operating
user.
system.
In a
That means that
Microsoft
there's no
system,
single
you would call that a
process
SID.
that suddenly
You want to
grab
perform
all of the
discovery
resources
of
the
hidden
system
data
and take
stored in
priority.
Slack
But there are
space.
some systems
And
that
again,
need that
extract
kind of
only
deterministic
meaningful
use.
data,
If you're
data that
driving
has
around the
utility
field using
in the forensic
military
process,
equipment or setting up
and conduct
manufacturing
traces
equipment,
and
then you're
calibrated
probably going
estimates
need a
to determine your
deterministic operating
suspect
system.
or
You
suspects.
may have already taken advantage of an RTOS
It's
or
critical in a
real-time
forensic
operating
investigation
system when you drive your
to
car.
maintain
If
the
you're in a
chain of
situation
custody.
where you need to break
This
the
follows
vehicle
the
very
evidence
quickly,
throughout the
your
entire life
system
cycle
will suddenly
until the
focus on
possible
that
court
braking
date
system
or
and make sure that
deposition.
you're not able to
It
skid
involves
out of
strict
control.
procedures for
The anti-lock
collecting,
brakes kick in
handling,
immediately,
and
understand
tagging or
the
labeling
environment
the
that you happen to
evidence.
be driving in,
You want to provide a
and
history
safely bring you to
and
a stop.
timeline
As
of the
you can
evidence
imagine, we're
handling,
very sensitive to any
maintaining the
security
integrity
issues
of the
that may be
evidence.
associated with our
Therefore,
real-time operating
any
system.
image you
We
create,
don't have the luxury
file,
of these types of
volume,
operating systems
disk
being able
image,
to
or
wait
memory
around
dump
while
must
something
be
else is occurring in the
cryptographically
operating
hashed,
system itself.
preferably
We're obviously
with
not
SHA-2
installing
or higher.
antivirus or anti-malware
You want to provide
software
accountability,
into our automobiles,
prohibit
but
tampering,
the same
and
type of security
make sure you
concerns
anticipate
certainly
any
applies
admissibility
regardless
issues,
of what system
such
it
as a
might
legal
be.
hold
This is
on
why
that
those
evidence.
systems tend to be very self-contained, and it's very difficult
Let's
to
define a
find
legal
way
hold.
into even
A
access
legal
the
hold
operating
refers to a
system
process
and that
which an organization uses
It
to
might also
retain
be
all
difficult
forms
to
of
gain
pertinent
access to an
data
operating
and
system
information
running on
when it
an embedded
reasonably
system.
expects
An
some
embedded
type of
system is
litigation
one where the
against it
hardware and
or
software
some
are
need
all
for future
created as a
utility in a
self-contained,
court of law,
purpose-built device.
administrative,
Sometimes we
criminal,
see these embedded
civil.
systems
It
working
can be a
as
restriction
single
placed on a
components that make
database
up a much
or a
larger
set of
device.
records,
We also
electronic
typically
or
find that
physical,
embedded systems
because
are
of
created
existing
for
or
one sole
anticipated
purpose,
litigation,
and that's the
an
only
audit,
process
a
that
government
embedded system
investigation,
does.
for example, in
This
the
would not be a
U.S. by the
technology
Justice
where
Department
different
or the
apps might be
SEC,
loaded, or you
or
might pull in
other
different
such
capabilities
activity
from
that
a
suspends
centralized
the
app
regular
store.
usage,
Instead, these are
processing,
designed to do one
or
thing and do
disposition
that
of the
one thing
data.
very efficiently. For example, the
Chain of
traffic
custody
lights that you
involves
see
different
when you're
types of
out driving your
labels.
car
You
are
can
all
use special
controlled through an
bags that have
embedded
areas
system.
to
The digital
mark
watches that we
information
use today
or
are very good,
document
providing
information
us
on
with
the bag
information
itself.
on weather
It
and
could be a
time,
sticker
and you'll
that
notice
you
that
attach
there's
to
no
a
direct
box.
access
It could
to
also
an operating
correspond to
system on
information
that
that you
embedded
put into a
system.
software
Being in a
application,
doctor's office or
designating the
hospital,
form
you'll
of
probably see
registered mail
monitoring
or
equipment for
certified
medical
mail,
use. That is
maybe using a
certainly a very
delivery
advanced
service,
form of an
date
embedded
and
system.
timestamp, who released
One
it,
concern
who
that most
received it,
security
and a
professionals have
description
is
or
maintaining
reason.
the uptime and availability of their critical
Like
systems.
any activity,
One way to
you
provide
want to
this
have
uptime
after
is to
action
use
reporting.
high availability.
Reports should have as much
This gives
information
you a
as
way to keep the
necessary,
system
but not a
constantly
data
running,
overload.
even if
You
one
may need
part
to
of the
express
system
things
was
in
failed.
simpler
This
terms,
would be one
or
step up
have a
from
different
something that might
report
simply be
for a different
redundant.
target
Redundant
audience.
means that we have
So, for
multiple
example, for
systems
your
available
forensic
so that
team,
one system
it may be a
can
more
use if
elaborate,
another fails.
technical technical report, but for the C-suite or the C-team members, maybe a more simpler report. Make sure you provide electronic and physical documentation of all of your findings. Meet with the proper authorities, local, regional, state, federal law enforcement, and possibly prepare to offer expert testimony and provide any needed clarification for all parties involved. Identify the overall impact on business, and then recommend any countermeasures. And of course, the result: who, what, when, and how. Who had the motivation, opportunity, and means. This is important for the court or other proceedings.
Be configured so that both of those systems are active all the time. And if one of those firewalls was to fail, the other would continue to work normally, and all of the traffic would continue to flow without anyone knowing there was a failure.
In this this final lesson of this course, we're going to look at investigating the source of data, starting with various logs. Firewall logs can provide traffic data in layer 2 frames up to deep packet inspection, for example of HTTP, FTP, DNS, and SMTP traffic using various outputs to syslog servers, SIM systems, and NetFlow collectors. Application logs for email, web, Microsoft SharePoint, file servers, directory services, database servers, and more. There's endpoint logs, such as logs created by Palo Alto Cortex XDR, or logs stored in a cloud provider in an object bucket from various managed services. For example, configuration logs and logs showing API activity. Operating system-specific security log for Windows, Unix, Linux, Mac OS, and Solaris. Intrusion prevention system and intrusion detection systems logs, alerts, dumps, traps, and informs, and network logs from infrastructure devices, security appliances, data activity monitors, and more. One of the most common services historically is the Simple Network Management Protocol, traps, and informs. An inform just means when it gets sent, the sender gets a notification it was received. Version 3 being the most popular. There's also NetFlow collections. Version 5 is traditional, with metadata of the Layer 3 and Layer 4 IP headers. And version 9, which is extensible, you can create your own tagged and metadata. Syslog trap messages, SIM system events, SOAR analysis output, cloud-based machine learning, and AI visibility and analysis, IPS sensor dumps and alerts, and endpoint detection and response EDR logs. For example, Palo Alto traps. Let's talk more about a SIM system. This is a combination of Security Information Management, SIM, and Security Event Management, SEM. The main goals are to centralize the storage and analysis of logs and other security-related documentation to perform near real-time analysis. To send filtered data to data mining, Google BigQuery, AWS Redshift data warehousing servers in a data center or at a CSP, and to allow security and network professionals to take countermeasures, perform rapid defensive actions, and conduct incident handling. One of the main goals of a SIM system is to collect, aggregate, correlate, and deduplicate information from a wide variety of devices. Then, you can use the SIM system, for example, Cisco's Splunk running on Windows Server 2022, to perform log analysis, contribute to forensics, IT compliance, monitoring applications, auditing object access, automating your real-time alerts, monitoring user activity, synchronizing your time, generating reports, conducting FIM, file integrity monitoring, and even storing them on the SIM system or a database attached to the SIM system. One of the most common outputs from a SIM system is a security orchestration, automation, and response system. SOAR is an assortment of software services and tools. For example, cloud-based Azure Sentinel, Splunk, Chronicle SOAR, part of the Google Cloud umbrella. SOAR allows organizations to simplify and aggregate security operations in 3 core areas: threat and vulnerability management, incident response, and security operations automation. You can deploy SOAR to do 1, 2, or all of these. Security automation involves performing security-related tasks without the need for human intervention. It includes defensive detection, response, and remediation, or offensive vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. SIM uses cases, categories, and rules that are mapped to incident categories. Then, these categories get sent to be handled by three types of SOAR playbooks. Manual playbooks, which is a series of manual tasks, semi-automated playbooks, which is a hybrid of automated and manual subtasks, and fully automated playbooks, completely automated. There's four types of automation. Defensive automation, basically anything that tries to prevent the threat or a risk, in other words, a countermeasure. Forensic automation, anything that tries to retrieve additional evidence, or a later phase of incident response. Offensive automation, anything proactive that tries to investigate an asset, or counterattack an attacker, or a command and control server, or deception automation, anything that retrieves or adjusts deception tools, often automating sending traffic to a honey net. Then there's three different categories of SOAR action. Enrichment, adding additional configuration management database CMDB or environmental data. Escalation, escalating through email, ticket escalation, service desk, simple notification services running in the cloud, or chat or messaging communication. And mitigation, actually modifying the device configuration.
Extend or scale this application to be much larger. Sometimes this can be done automatically behind the scenes, and the end user has no idea that you're increasing scalability as the load increases.
In this course, you learn about automation and scripting use cases, benefits and considerations, incident response lifecycle and threat hunting, and root cause analysis, digital forensics, and the investigation of data sources. Coming up in the next lesson, we'll explore effective security governance.
There are many moving parts that make up a single application instance. For example, we might need a web server. That web server communicates with a database server. You're able to increase performance by adding a caching server, and to protect all of this, you might need a firewall. And those might be just the base components of any application instance. This may be a relatively complex implementation with tens of different components all working together. When deploying these applications, you not only need to consider the technical infrastructure, but you've also got resources on the hardware that's available. You might have certain budgets for building these out in the cloud. And of course, you always need to consider the process of change control. For many cloud-based deployments, this might be a relatively easy process. This may be completely automated through orchestration, which is a description of building out a cloud-based infrastructure automatically on demand. This is one of the significant advantages of a cloud-based infrastructure, is that you can very easily and programmatically build out an entire application instance in a moment's notice. This is why project management and project planning is so important during the deployment phase. You have to consider where this particular application instance will be deployed, who will be deploying it, and any additional resources you might need. If any one of those happens to be missed, it's possible that this could delay the entire implementation.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products, and we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With the complexities and risk associated with today's technologies, it would not be unusual for an organization to want to transfer that risk to a third party. One common way to do this in the world of information technology is to take out cybersecurity insurance. One common use of cybersecurity insurance is to protect against ransomware. This obviously doesn't stop ransomware from occurring, but if your organization does have a financial loss based on a ransomware attack, you may be able to recoup some of that loss through cybersecurity insurance. This insurance might cover any outages that occurred during that particular security event, and if you do have some business downtime and financial losses, this might be able to provide some recovery of that financial loss. This might also help an organization to minimize the risk associated with what happens after a security event. It's not unusual for a downtime that causes financial loss to the customers to result in some type of legal proceeding. This cybersecurity insurance may be able to assist with costs associated with hiring a lawyer in dealing with that legal process. It's certainly true that the longer it takes to perform a particular task, the more money that's costing an organization. And that's why if you're trying to recover from some type of outage, you should already plan to have that outage recovery process be as efficient as possible. For example, let's take the situation of a malware infection. We know that this system has malware on it. We know that the best practice is to delete everything on that system and start over again. One way that you can do this is by reloading the operating system from the original installation media, and that might take as long as an hour. Or perhaps you've already made images of your systems, and you can easily recover from an image backup in approximately 10 minutes. Although both of these recovery processes result in the same working system, one of them is much easier to process and indeed much less expensive. If you're planning on implementing a new application or a new service in your organization, you might also think about what it will take to get this system back up and running if it runs into a problem, and find the easiest way to recover from that particular situation. They say that the only constant is change, and that certainly applies to the process of patch availability. We spend a great deal of time going through the patching process to fix bugs, provide security updates, or make our systems more available. Usually once we install an operating system or an application, one of the very first things we do is check to see if there are any updates before deploying this into production. And very often we will need to install additional patches that were released after this installation media was created. In most organizations, this is a normal part of the IT process. We know that we will get monthly patches from Microsoft, and patches will arrive from other organizations throughout the month. Our organization, of course, will need to test all of these patches, make sure that it's not going to break something that's currently working in our production environment, and then we will need to deploy those to production as quickly as possible. If you're working for an organization that doesn't seem to have an emphasis in the patching process, then you might want to reconsider your security posture as it's associated with those systems. If you're not going to patch a system or an application, you leave it open and more susceptible for some type of exploit. And from a security perspective, we want to be sure to limit any instances of a security risk. But in some cases, you might find that an organization doesn't release patches and there's no process in place to patch that particular system. We see this often with embedded systems like HVAC controls for your heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, or it may be time clocks. These are purpose-built systems. There's no internet access or other type of connectivity to this device, so there's no way to easily patch what's inside of that embedded system. This is relatively short-sighted these days because attackers will find any technology and find a way to exploit that technology. There may certainly be security issues associated with the software that's running on these systems, but until you find a patch, it will remain vulnerable. It might be a good idea to provide additional security around this particular device. For example, if these devices are connected to the network, you might want to have a firewall between this device and the rest of the world, if only to provide another layer of security. One thing that today's technology can simply not do without is power. We must have electricity to be able to run all of these systems, whether it's something that is on premises or in the cloud. Unfortunately, we often don't think about our power infrastructure as being something that we might want to monitor. But in fact, it is one of the most important components of everything that we do in technology. It's often a good idea to bring in a licensed electrician who can look at your current power usage and give you plans for extending this power in the future. And those requirements may be quite different depending on what you're doing. For example, if you have a data center, your requirements for power will probably be very different than the power requirements for an office building. For most organizations, there is a single primary power provider for your particular geography. But if you're living in a very populous area, you might have multiple options for bringing power into your facility. But there may be times when primary power is simply not available and you may need some type of backup. In those cases, you might want to look at the UPS, which is an uninterruptible power supply, or something like a generator that can provide some or all of your organization's power requirements. In today's cloud-based environments, we tend to take the resources we need for an application instance and break them into their smallest components. One of the components that's going to provide the heavy lifting and processing is the compute component. This is something that's more than a single CPU, and in the cloud is probably called a compute engine. This is the part of the entire process that does the actual thinking and processing of the data. It might be a single processor running in a server that's in our data center, or it may be multiple processors that are located on multiple cloud-based technologies, and we're able to scale those systems to be whatever size we might need for the computing requirements of our applications. I've worked on hundreds of different networks in my career, and everyone's network tends to have unique characteristics. This makes sense because if you're working in a manufacturing environment, your network infrastructure is going to be very different than if you're working in a medical environment. But even with these dramatic differences between the overall goals of the organization, there are still parts of the network that are very similar from one network to another. We tend to use firewalls to help us segment the network and determine where we might place different devices in our network infrastructure. This can help us keep the attackers on the outside of our network while allowing legitimate traffic to pass through. But of course, the firewall is not the only security technology we might use. There are other devices that either include their own security or can help with the overall security architecture. Devices such as honeypots, jump servers, sensors on the network, and load balancers can help create a more secure computing environment. One characteristic that can help in the process of designing a secure environment is the idea of a security zone. A security zone is very different than an IP address range or subnet description. Instead, a security zone allows us to logically separate all of the devices on our network by their use or their access type. Each section of the network would be assigned a zone. For example, you might create a very basic network design where part of the network can be accessed from the outside and part of the network is prohibited from outside access. You might assign one of those zones as a trusted zone and the other as the untrusted zone. By themselves, those names don't tell us a lot about what those zones do. Some organizations refer to these as an internal zone and an external zone. And if you wanted to expand on those descriptions to provide more granular security, you can have many different zones, some that might be called inside, internet, servers, databases, or screen. This makes it easier for us to understand what the security rule is based upon, and it makes it easier to maintain these rules in a very large rule base. For example, we might have a rule that says we are allowed to send data from a trusted zone to an untrusted zone. Or you might allow access from the outside, the untrusted part of the network, to a screened zone, which is where our screen subnet might be. Or in certain circumstances, there may be untrusted traffic that is allowed to move onto the trusted network. Here's how we might put these into practice. This is a network that has an internet connection on the outside, there's a firewall, and then there's a router that connects to the rest of the internal network, which includes mail servers, database servers, directory servers, and other internal devices. A very simple zone configuration then might be everything on the outside and everything on the inside. We might call one of those zones the untrusted zone, where the internet is, and then we would have the inside, which is the trusted zone. Here's a similar design where we're using an internet zone, a screened zone, and an inside zone. And you can see that we have more granularity when we start breaking these up into smaller zones and can set more precise security rules in all of our firewalls. An attacker is going to work very hard to find any opening that might be on your network. And for that reason, we should think about how would an attacker get into our network. If this was our house, they could get in through a door, a window, or perhaps the basement. In our network, they could get in through application code, an open port that might be in a server, the authentication process itself, or simply human error. We can work very hard to make sure that we've patched all of our applications and we've closed any open ports that are unnecessary on our servers. But if we've got one firewall rule that we've accidentally configured improperly, that human error could result in someone gaining access to our network. We refer to this combination of potential openings of our network as the attack surface. And our goal is to minimize the size of the possible attack surface. For example, we may want to audit any code that we're putting into our network. We might want to specifically block certain ports on our firewall. And we'll always be monitoring traffic in real time to get an idea of who's entering our network and what applications are being used. And of course, part of that attack surface is the connectivity that we build throughout our network. Of course, every device on our network tends to be connected in some way to every other device. So it's important that we integrate security into the network connectivity as well. One thing that we can do is secure the network cabling that we have in our facility. In many organizations, the cabling is simply sitting out. There are both physical and logical protections that we can apply to the network drops that are next to our desks and our conference rooms. We might also want to consider protecting the cabling as it goes between different parts of the building. If someone is able to tap into the network, they can watch all of the traffic traversing between devices. For that reason, it's always a good idea to provide application-level encryption, so even if they are able to capture the actual packets, they have no idea what's contained inside of those packets. For our remote sites, people connecting from off-site, we may want to include additional encryption for those links. It's not unusual to build IPsec tunnels from site to site, or to have a VPN concentrator so that anyone on the outside can securely connect to the corporate office. An intrusion prevention system, or IPS, is designed to watch traffic traverse the network in real time. If there's anything inside the traffic that could be interpreted as dangerous or an exploit, it can be blocked immediately by the IPS. This might be a known vulnerability, such as an exploit against an operating system or a known vulnerability in an application, or it might be something more generic, like a buffer overflow or a SQL injection. You might also see a reference to an intrusion detection system, or an IDS, which is able to alert you that these vulnerabilities are traversing your network, but an IDS can't block any of that traffic. That's why we have intrusion prevention systems, so that you can prevent that information from getting into your network if it's identified. One of the challenges with security devices that sit in line to monitor traffic going by is that those devices can occasionally fail. They might lose power, there might be a hardware problem, or it might be that there's a bug in the software and the system crashes. If this device is in line, what happens to your network traffic when that device fails? There are different scenarios depending on the engineering of that device. If this device has been configured as fail open, when there's a crash or it becomes unavailable, the data will continue to flow through that connection. Obviously, there will be no security processes occurring, but at least the network will remain up and running. If this is a fail-closed system and the device crashes, not only will the security process no longer operate, but your network connection will be severed and there'll be no communication through that link. Obviously, most networks would probably prefer to have a fail-open system, but that's not always the case for every security device, so you'll need to check the documentation of what you're using to see whether it's fail-open or fail-closed. The need to have something that's fail-open or fail-closed is important when the device is in line and performing active monitoring. This is an example of an inline
resilience and recovery. In this course, we'll examine load balancing, clustering, and backup strategies. We'll explore continuity of operations, multi-cloud, and disaster recovery sites. We'll examine capacity planning and testing techniques, and look at power considerations.
Or potentially malicious, and then it can block that traffic in the IPS itself. Because an IPS is designed to block traffic in real time, an active monitoring configuration is often the default config.
Load balancing. Load balancing devices and services are popular due to the usage of data and network-intensive applications and services. For example, computer-based training, streaming audio and video, and conferencing. They can optimize application availability and performance for the end user. load balancing systems distribute TCP, UDP, HTTP, and TLS traffic across multiple servers to efficiently allocate resources and also offer failover solutions in case one of the servers goes down. Dedicated load balancing appliances and modules have become a standard component in physical and virtual networks. All of the major network equipment vendors, Cisco and Juniper and others, offer load balancing solutions to basically put traffic in its place. These systems can optimize application availability and performance, as well as distribute traffic across multiple servers. Servers that are in active standby, active-active, or cluster failover solutions. In other words, the endpoint or the client has a virtual IP address that is actually represented by a load balancer, which is load balancing on behalf of back-end services and servers. For example, load balancing across front-end SharePoint servers in your intranet. Load balancing at cloud providers is a very popular solution. Many organizations have shifted their web presence or their e-commerce solutions up to a cloud provider like Microsoft Azure or Google Cloud, and they deploy load balancers out in front of those auto-scaling front-end services. In the cloud, you can do network load balancing or application load balancing. The load balancer often represents virtual networks to the public based on an IP version 4 or IP version 6 address or a public domain name. Load balancers perform health checks on the back-end instances and containers, notifying the cloud service if one needs to be replaced for any reason. And that replacement can happen within minutes. They produce flow logs that can be used for threat management services and active defense. In other words, see who's coming to your load balancer over the public internet. It runs a TLS listener or a certificate service to decrypt the traffic so that other services can process the traffic, like a web application firewall, which can only do its job on decrypted traffic. And as mentioned, they can have layer 3 and 4 firewalls or security group firewalls and web application firewalls, which are in fact web access control lists. Here we see a cloud load balancer, which is accepting requests, for example, HTTPS or TLS requests from the public internet. The load balancer has different firewall rules, stateful firewalls, and a listener, possibly a certificate service, representing traffic in target groups. And those target groups are usually auto-scaling or scaling out groups of virtual machines, like Apache front-end web services, or SharePoint servers, or containers running on network operating systems. In the cloud, you can consider that target group as a form of auto-scaling clusters of virtual machines or containers. So let's dig deeper into clustering. A primary target of modern load balancers, whether it's on-premises or in the cloud, is a cluster. Clustering is intended to improve performance and availability of a complex physical or virtual system. Clusters are designed to be a redundant set of service functionalities based on active standby or active-active deployments. Cluster deployments are often measured by reliability, which is the ability to successfully provide responses for each incoming request. Availability, the uptime of the server, usually measured as a percentage of annual uptime in minutes. Performance, measured by the average of the time spent by the service to provide responses, or by the throughput. 1.25 gigabit per second, 5 gigabit, 10 gigabit, 50 or higher. Scalability, the ability to handle a growing amount of work in a capable manner without degradation in the quality of service. Let's compare clustering to load balancing. Server clustering combines multiple servers and containers to operate as a single physical and or virtual entity. Load balancing distributes a workload across multiple servers to improve performance. Both load balancing and server clustering technologies are used together to coordinate multiple servers to handle larger workloads or auto-scaling workloads. Server clusters typically require identical hardware and versioning to function optimally. Load balancers can be used to distribute workloads to different types of servers and services and can be more easily integrated into an existing architecture. However, clustering and load balancing do have several common attributes. To external devices, both technologies typically appear to be a single system or a single IP address that manages all of their requests. Both technologies often integrate reverse proxy techniques that allow for that single address, IP version 6 or IP version 4, to redirect traffic to different IP or MAC addresses. Both clustering and load balancing were developed for managing a data center's physical servers originally, but today they've been extended to applications, virtual servers, cloud servers, and containers. High availability clusters prioritize resilience over other advantages and can be implemented in either active-passive, which means the standby device is on and it's running, but it's not processing traffic, or active-active, where two or more are actively processing traffic. Load balancing clusters highlight balancing the jobs among all of the servers in the cluster and incorporate load balancing software and special algorithms in the controller node. High-performance clusters use multiple servers to execute a specific task very quickly and support data-intensive projects such as live streaming and real-time data processing. Storage clusters, on the other hand, offer massive storage arrays, usually solid-state drives, sometimes in support of high-performance clusters, but always in a support role for other servers or clusters, such as a storage area networking or hypervisor cluster, data store, or data pool.
Another type of proxy you might find is an open proxy. From a security perspective, this is a significant concern because this is a proxy that is simply available for anyone on the internet to be able to use.
In this lesson, we're going to look at different types of backup strategies, and I want to remind you that CompTIA highly recommends that you have the A+ certification before you take Security Plus. So realize a lot of the things that we're looking at here would be things you would learn on an A+ path. It's not a prerequisite for the certification, it's not a prerequisite for this training, but it's highly recommended. The full backup process backs up everything, regardless of whether the archive bit on the file is set or not. A full backup will clear the archive bit or set it to 0 once the backup completes. This method takes the longest to back up, and the time depends on how much data there is to back up. A full backup is the quickest to restore, as only the most recent full backup is required. Realize, however, it's not as quick as a snapshot, but traditional backups, it's the quickest. A full backup should be scheduled, automated, and tested, although it's common to perform this manually. An incremental backup backs up any new file or any file that's changed since the last full backup or since the last incremental backup. Subsequent backups only store changes that were made since the previous full or incremental backup. An incremental backup clears the archive bit once the backup completes. It also has that in common with the full backup. The process of restoring lost data from an incremental backup is longer because you have to include all of the incremental backups in the restoration process, but the backup process is quicker. It's not recommended to perform incremental backups manually. The differential backup backs up any file that has the archive bit set. It backs up any new file or any file that has changed since the last full backup. A differential backup does not clear the archive bit when the backup completes. That's one thing that separates it from the incremental and full backup, not clearing the archive bit. It is slow to back up, but quick to restore. The last full backup and the most recent differential backup are needed for restoration. Why? Because the differential backup does not clear the archive bit. So, you must have the most recent differential. But like the incremental, it's not recommended to perform differential backups manually.
Martin, I'm about to take a break. If you need to take a break too, you and Michael, that's cool.
Point-in-time virtual copies of the source data. It could be simply data, but it could be an entire elastic block store volume, or a machine image, or a virtual hard disk. It offers easier and faster backups and restores. The snapshot should be replicated to another medium or cloud storage to actually be considered a backup. The time to backup does not increase with the amount of data. Snapshots deliver improved recovery time objectives, RTOs, and recovery point objectives, RPO, for business or continuity of operations. The restores are fast, and if there's an outage, less data will be lost, often because snapshots are generated every few minutes or every few hours. And a snapshot can easily be encrypted and decrypted as data at rest with AES 128 or 256. Backup frequency is often based on the business impact analysis metric known as the recovery point objective. The RPO is the maximum amount of data loss that you can tolerate in case of a disaster. The lower the RPO, the more frequently you'll need to back up your data. The type of database management system, DBMS, data volume or block, data change rate, and performance needs all contribute to determining the best backup strategy.
Another useful series of network
Commonly,
components is
full backups are conducted automatically or manually at least once a week, or more frequently, based on the criticality or the latency of your data. Differential backups should be done daily if the RPO is low or the data changes on a regular basis. Incremental backups should be done hourly if the RPO is low or the data changes very rapidly. Snapshots are common techniques for virtual data and should also be automated and scheduled based on various recovery points and time objectives, all part of your business continuity planning strategy. Remember, backup and restore is a key component of business continuity. Journaling is also referred to as a journal-based backup. Journaling is the simultaneous real-time logging of all data file updates. This journal log offers an audit trail and is used to reconstruct the database if the original file is damaged or destroyed. Journals can also be used as part of e-discovery or forensic investigations, or to track the kill chain of an advanced persistent threat actor. Journal-based backup is an alternative method of backup that uses a change journal maintained by a hardware or a software storage manager or server administrator. Encrypting the database and other data backups helps secure the data. All DBMS systems offer the option to encrypt the backup data when creating the backup. Encryption can also be used for databases that are encrypted using transparent data encryption, TDE, so that the database engine forces the creation of a new transaction log, which will be encrypted by a database encryption key. Most scenarios include various encryption algorithms up to AES 256, neither counter-block chaining, CBC, or Galois counter mode, commonly. Administrators can also integrate encryption keys with extensible key management system, EKM providers, and cloud-based key management services, KMS. When comparing on-site backups to off-site backups, here's some of the considerations. Accessibility. Off-site backup is not as reliable to access physically, as the data is stored in different geographical locations, often many miles apart. Cost. For entities with a lot of data, cloud-based backup solutions can be quite cost-efficient in the long run, using infrastructure and platform as a service. Security. On-site may be as secure as off-site if a large resource commitment is made for administrative, physical, and technical security controls. Scalability. This is one of the huge advantages of off-site data backup, where the cloud service provider CSP is responsible for providing the storage. Support and maintenance. With on-premises solution, the organization has the most control, with their own support team responsible for data backup. Reliability. Off-site data backup is more reliable because the data is not stored in the same place as the original data. On the Security Plus exam, by no means you have to memorize this diagram. Just realize that many organizations who take advantage of hybrid cloud or edge computing will install some type of gateway at their data center or a remote branch office server farm or data center. The gateway could be a hardware device or it could be in a hypervisor. For example, at AWS, it could be VMware, Microsoft Hyper-V, Linux-based KVM. Then you have various types of caches and various types of file system protocols that are supported. NFS, SMB, iSCSI, with file gateway caches, volume gateway caches, and tape gateway caches, often going over a direct connection, high-speed fiber to a partner in a metropolitan area. It can be AWS Direct Connect, or you can use Google Interconnect, and as part of your replication lifecycle, you can interface with many different services at the cloud. You can do data archiving, you can have object storage, you can have a virtual tape library, you can use advanced file systems with a hybrid cloud, data and database lifecycle management system. Without a comprehensive, well-tested recovery and restoration practice, there is no real backup strategy. In other words, backups without recovery are not backups at all. Many organizations have relied on regular automated backups when suffering a ransomware attack, only to find out there were configuration errors or gaps that were not discovered through ongoing recovery and restoration testing. And remember, the team that performs recovery and restoration is often different than the backup operators, and that's based on a separation or segregation of duties initiative.
Microsoft Azure helps you handle workload spikes without sacrificing performance. Scale your cloud resources automatically. Start with 65
On the Security Plus exam, CompTIA refers to business continuity planning. Is a more macro term, continuity of operations. A continuity of operations plan, otherwise known specifically as a business continuity plan, helps to ensure that the entity remains operational at a predetermined level when a wide variety of disasters or catastrophes strike. These are plans and documents must be approved by executive management. If not generated by executive management, then approved. It outlines the risk to business from various probable catastrophic events. It populates the risk register or the risk ledger or some type of database. It lays out the requirements to mitigate from severe incidents. It identifies procedures necessary to recover from a disaster. And what is an acceptable amount of time? And how do we reduce the impact of the disaster, especially if it happens again? There are several components to the business continuity or continuity of operations plan. The three main components seen in this diagram, at the lower left, business impact analysis, then disaster recovery planning, and then the backup and restore policy. Some organizations will include IRT, or the incident response team, because an incident can quickly escalate or elevate into the category of a disaster. So a lot of things that are done for incident response planning will be leveraged by the disaster recovery plan. According to NIST, business continuity planning first involves developing a continuity planning policy statement. Remember, if you're a multinational corporation and you have several campuses in a metropolitan area, you may have a business continuity plan for each campus, or multiple buildings within a campus. Step 2 is conducting the business impact analysis. We'll talk more about that later. Step 3, identifying the preventative controls. 4, creating contingency strategies. 5, develop an information system contingency plan. 6, ensure that you have planned testing, training, and exercises, including drills. 7, generate the after-action report, AAR. And from that report, you'll have lessons learned and ongoing planned maintenance. In other words, due care. One of the first initiatives of continuity of operations is the business impact analysis. There are several critical metrics or key indicators of your BIA. The recovery time objective, RTO. This is the target amount of time within which a process, for example, your voice over IP phone, your email, your power, must be restored after disruption. The maximum tolerable downtime, MTD, also known as maximum allowable downtime, is the absolute maximum amount of time that a resource, service, or function can be unavailable. The recovery point objective is the maximum targeted period in which an asset or data may be lost from an IT service due to a major event. The mean time to repair, MTTR, also known as mean time to replace, is the average time needed to repair or replace a failed system or module. And then the mean time between failure, MTBF, is the number of failures per million hours for a product. For example, 10 years on a solid-state drive. Before we leave this list, a couple of things. The recovery time objective must be less than or equal to the maximum tolerable or allowable downtime, MTD. Also, even though recovery point does have a time element to it, the recovery point is when something was done. For example, a snapshot, a transaction log, a last known good configuration, the state machine update on the CEO's recovery volume. And the closer the RPO is to the actual event, the better it is. The mean time to repair is one of the most updated metrics over the last 5 years due to supply chain disruptions. And the mean time between failure is information usually retrieved from the original equipment manufacturer or the vendor, or maybe a third-party consumer report. Disaster recovery planning, DRP, outlines the technical aspects involved for restoration. The order of restoration, for example, beginning with the most critical asset, then finally the least critical. The location, hopefully off-site, of all of your backups, snapshots, and restores, possibly in the cloud. All of the contact information that you need on all key stakeholders and third parties, law enforcement, public relations, law firms, the communication plans. Hopefully your organization isn't completely reliant upon the single point of failure of voice over IP. Hopefully you have other modes such as two-way radios, citizen band radio, shortwave radio, and other communication mechanisms like satellite. The chain of authority, your organizational chart, and who steps up if somebody's incapacitated. Step-by-step instructions, preferably in written format as well. The DRP can't be all digitized because one of the catastrophic events could be an EMP, electromagnetic pulse, or solar flare, or something that takes out your electronics. The digital and physical location of all documents, softwares, keys, passwords, credentials, and more. And what are your recovery sites? Hot site, warm site, cold, mobile, cloud, or a shared site.
Within a traffic flow and block that.
Many large corporations and multinational corporations, as well as large organizations, rely on multi-cloud for ultra-high availability and business continuity. Multi-cloud is a cloud computing model where an enterprise leverages a combination of clouds, for example, 2 or more public or private, or a combination of public and private and hybrid or edge clouds. For example, using Amazon Web Services and Google Cloud. Multi-cloud enables the distribution of data, applications, and services from a practical standpoint to accelerate application transformation and the delivery of new apps. However, multi-cloud also supports disaster recovery by leveraging more than one provider for enhanced high availability and durability, often spread across regions all over the world. In the next lesson, we'll dig deeper on the different types of disaster recovery site solutions, as well as geographic dispersion.
Was over HTTP. This traffic flow originated from this client IP address and country, and you can see the details in the attack name. The attack itself is identified as SQL injection in.
Okay, in this lesson, we're going to start out digging a little deeper into those different recovery site options. Now, let me just say this. I don't want to scare you with this table. By no means do you have to memorize this for the Security Plus exam. Now, if you want to pause at any time as you're watching this and read through it, that's fantastic. However, we're just going to hit the high point, the things you need to know for the exam. So, the best solution to support your ongoing operations, the best recovery time, easiest to implement is the internal hot site solution, where you can recover often within an hour to 12 hours. The commercial hot site is also a great solution to support ongoing operations, but it's more expensive because it's a commercial solution and you're paying some other company, let's say a vendor or some other business continuity consultant. The warm site is going to be really anywhere between the internal hot site and what we call a cold site. And we'll see that here on the next slide. So a warm site is kind of hard to define because it really depends on your organization. It's just something in between the cold site and the hot site. Now you would think that the cold site from this table is the lowest cost solution, but that's not really true. There's a lower cost solution, which is a reciprocal agreement cold site, which seldom works, it's difficult to test, and it's a formal agreement, but it can bring in some legal complications. Let's say you're in Houston, Texas, and you find some other business on the other side of the city, and then you also locate about halfway in between a cold site where you're going to share the lease on that. That is not necessarily the best solution. It's suboptimal. To think that a particular event won't affect both companies might be a little bit naive, especially if it's a large hurricane, something like that. Now, on this slide, the emerging solution, becoming much more popular for companies to stage in certain regions of the world, is the cloud solution, where your recovery time can often be less than an hour, so 0 to 24 hours. So probably the fastest solutions would be the internal hot site and the cloud solution. With the cloud solution, though, you are going to save money because you're leveraging their infrastructure. Let's talk more about geographic dispersion, which is a disaster recovery solution. When you have distance between systems, or you disperse geographically, you gain a lot of benefits, but realize there are physical limitations and practical, for example, legal and data sovereignty limitations. For a disaster recovery solution, typically, The greater the distance between the systems, the greater protection you have from area-wide or regional disasters. However, this distance will come with application impacts, or it will impact your application environment. When distance is added to a data replication solution, for example, you're going to introduce latency. Latency is the added time it takes for data to reach the target system. The further systems are apart, the more latency or time is added to the data transmission. Using cloud service providers and managed security service providers, MSSPs, for high availability multi-zone and multi-regional data recovery and replication is a huge value proposition. Many organizations are migrating from internal and commercial warm or hot site recovery to cloud-based disaster recovery. And this is made more feasible and cost-efficient by the rapid proliferation of edge and hybrid cloud solutions.
Using an SSL or TLS VPN. This, of course, stands for Secure Sockets Layer or Transport Layer Security. This is the same protocol that we use to encrypt web server traffic.
Capacity planning is a technique for analyzing how much production capacity organizations need to meet consumer or customer demand, either external or internal consumers. It's widely used in data center, manufacturing, and cloud services industries. Capacity planning assists organizations to govern whether they have enough raw materials, people, technology, and infrastructure to deliver their value proposition, either product and/or service. There are several different types of capacity planning. There's product capacity planning. Do I have enough product, for example, on the shelves or available at my distributors or warehouses? Workforce capacity planning. Do I have enough and the right mix of employees with the proper skill sets? Tool capacity planning. Do I have enough equipment, and am I utilizing the tools effectively? Production capacity planning. What's the maximum amount that I can produce at peak efficiency? The capacity planning process takes 4 steps. 1. Identify all existing and new projects and tasks. 2. Determine a strategy. 3. Generate a realistic resource schedule. And 4. Discover any minute details, tasks, and planning gaps.
Acting as VPN concentrators. In this scenario, it's the firewalls that act as the VPN endpoints, so you don't need any additional software or configurations on any of the devices on either side.
Now, this lesson is entitled Testing Disaster Recovery Plans, but I want you to remember that the first 2 or 3 of these tests can also be performed for your incident response testing. And often, the testing you do on your incident response plans or your incident response teams will be leveraged when you do your disaster recovery. Because often, a disaster is just an escalated or elevated incident. So the first we have is a read-through or plan review. This is where the business continuity plan owner or the continuity of operations team discusses the business continuity plan. It's a brainstorming session. It's a workshop where you look for missing elements and inconsistencies within the plan or with your organization. So at the very least, even a small to medium-sized business should have a read-through plan or a checklist review. This type of checklist test is useful, maybe to train new members of your team, including new business function owners. This would be the lowest level of a test, reading through and reviewing your plan or evaluating a checklist.
Obviously, the cloud has changed where we access those applications.
Tabletop testing goes to a different level. This is where participants get together in a room to execute documented plan activities in a stress-free environment. However, it goes beyond a checklist or a review. You're going to use blueprints, topological diagrams, and very likely computer modeling and programs to effectively demonstrate whether team members know their duties in an emergency and if they need further training. Think of a tabletop as like an old black and white movie from World War II in the Pacific, where a bunch of admirals and captains are standing around a big, large table, pushing around little boats on the tabletop. You're adding visualization to help you further document errors, look for missing information, find inconsistencies across the business continuity plan. A walkthrough test is the lowest level of a planned rehearsal. For example, a limited fire drill for a certain department or a certain building in the campus. You're rehearsing a possible incident to evaluate your capability to manage that incident or disaster. It provides an opportunity to improve the organization's future responses and enhance the relevant competences of those involved. A walkthrough is typically done on a limited basis, for example, scheduling each department or building separately. In other words, it should have no impact on productivity or delivering the value proposition. So it may be done after hours or maybe paying overtime on a Saturday. A simulation test is an actual test where you're going to use, to some degree, the cold site, warm site, hot site, mobile site, or cloud DRP solution. You have to determine with the simulation if business continuity management procedures and resources will actually work in a realistic situation or a realistic scenario, such as a ransomware attack or a fire or an active shooter. This may be the most elaborate test that most organizations can ever conduct. You're going to use your established business continuity resources. You're going to use your recovery site. You're going to do restorations of your backups. You're going to use services, for example, from recovery vendors, for example, commercial hot site, and even transportation to other locations. It'll require sending teams to alternate sites to restart technology as well as business functions. A parallel test involves bringing the recovery site to a state of operational readiness. However, you're still maintaining operations to some acceptable level with maybe a skeleton crew at the primary site. The staff is relocated, backup tapes are transferred, operational readiness is established in accordance with the disaster recovery plan, while some operations are still continuing. Now, this may be the most comprehensive test that a medium-sized to large organization ever conducts, but realize it can be cost prohibitive and it will have a negative impact on delivering the value proposition. So often, what you'll see organizations do is hire a vendor to bring in crisis actors. So the crisis actors go through the parallel test, and they are basically replacements or sitting in for your actual employees. And then you can record it, and then your employees can watch the video as part of security training at a later date. With a full interruption test, operations are completely shut down at the primary site to fully emulate the disaster. The enterprise will transfer to the recovery site in accordance with your DRP. It's a very thorough test, also expensive, cost prohibitive, and really unlikely for an organization unless they have lots of extra resources, like an Amazon, or they have a large amount of taxpayer dollars, like a government agency or a military installation. A full interruption test will have the capacity to cause a major disruption of operations, especially if the test fails. This is the least common test of all of the ones I've mentioned.
And in many cases, all of this data is stored in different systems, some that are specific to the court itself, and others that might be available to the public. And of course, financial details will qualify as sensitive.
Now, a common form of disastrous or catastrophic event, either man-made or natural is a power outage. A blackout is a complete loss of power to an area.
Kevin, can you clock in for the afternoon for me?
Especially the longer it lasts, it
So,
typically
for
affects
example-
large numbers of people over potentially large areas. Brownouts typically occur if there is a drop in the electrical voltage or a drop in the overall electrical power supply. While brownouts do not cause a complete loss of power, they can cause poor performance from some equipment and some devices. A permanent fault is a sudden loss of power, typically caused by a power line fault. These are simple and easy to deal with. Once the fault is removed or repaired, power is automatically restored. For example, it could even be something like a squirrel or some other animal causing a fault on a transformer. Rolling blackouts are different from the other three. These are planned power outages, often performed in certain regions in time of extreme weather. They're also implemented in areas with unstable grids or with infrastructure that cannot handle the population it serves. Rolling blackouts could also be caused if there's not enough fuel to run power at full capacity, whether for the short or long term. An uninterruptible power supply, or UPS, is an electrical component that delivers emergency powers, often for 20 to 30 minutes, to a load when the main power source, typically utility power, fails. It conditions incoming power to ensure that it's clean and uninterrupted. It protects devices from power problems and enables seamless system shutdown or a temporary measure before switching over to a generator. A UPS system is particularly beneficial for networking equipment and other infrastructure devices that can lose data when power is suddenly lost. UPS is a critical investment to thwart damage, data loss, and downtime caused by various power issues.
This is protected health information.
A backup generator is a failover power solution that offers power to business operations, organizations, and even small office, home office environments. They're typically stationary, although not always in a small office or a small business, and require a concrete pad used as a foundation. They're usually situated outside a facility or outside of a site. Standby generators are a robust solution that can offer power for days during extended power outages, depending upon the fuel type and the configuration of the generator. Many sites employ prime or continuous generators for disaster recovery site solutions. According to the Uptime Institute, the UI, which thousands of companies use worldwide, all tiers should have at least 12 hours of fuel, for example diesel, for their backup generators at a minimum. Electricity companies can operate in the same area because they can compete to provide electricity to consumers. While the power may come from the same grid or transmission lines, different companies can generate and supply electricity to the grid. These companies then compete based on factors such as pricing, customer service, and offerings of renewable energy, for example, wind farms and solar farms. Think of it as how different phone carriers can operate using the same cell towers and infrastructures. A critical aspect of high availability and disaster recovery is to leverage whenever possible multiple power sources.
Data at rest. Any data that is saved on one of these storage devices is referred to as data at rest. Even if the data is not encrypted, it is still considered data at rest. Of course, if you
in this course, you learned about load balancing, clustering, and backup strategies, continuity of operations, multi-cloud, disaster recovery sites, capacity planning, and testing techniques, and power considerations. Coming up in the next course, we'll explore computing resources security techniques.
We can then apply different rights and permissions to limit who might have access to that data at rest. In your operating systems, you can usually assign individual rights or group level rights, and then assign permissions on what type of access a person might have to any of this data at rest. If you're transferring information across the network, we refer to that data as data in transit. Sometimes you'll hear this referred to as data in motion. If the data is not encrypted as it's traversing the network, then there's relatively little to protect it from somebody tapping into that network link and being able to see your data inside. So as it goes through switches, routers, firewalls, and other devices, you want to be sure that you're either providing the proper level of encryption or using other types of security. One way to protect this data in transit that's going across your network is to use a firewall or an intrusion prevention system. This allows you to set policies that would allow all good traffic to pass through, but prevents anything that may be unknown or unusual from traversing the network. If you'd like to add additional security to this data in transit, then you can take advantage of some encryption technologies. One of these might be TLS that we use to encrypt information that's going back and forth to a web server. And if you'd like to encrypt all traffic that you're sending across the network, you might want to use a VPN, like a site-to-site VPN, taking advantage of IPsec or the Internet Protocol security. To be able to work with data inside of our computers, we have to pull that data from some storage device, such as a hard drive or an SSD, bring that data into memory, and then manipulate that data using our CPU. When that data is in the memory of your system or it's being actively processed inside of your CPU, we refer to that as data in use. If you were to look at data that's inside of your RAM or inside of your CPU, it is almost always decrypted or in a non-encrypted form. That's because we need to be able to see the data to be able to perform operations on that data. That's why attackers like to go after data in use, because they know if it's in RAM, it's probably in a format that's easily readable. An example of an attack against data in use occurred in November of 2013 with the Target Corporation. The attackers put code on every point of sale terminal in the Target network and were able to retrieve 110 million credit cards from the memory of those terminals. Target, of course, was using encryption for all data in transit, and they were encrypting also all the data at rest. But since the attackers were focusing on the data in use, they were able to gain access to these credit card numbers without any type of encryption being used. If your organization stores data anywhere in the world, then you've probably run across the issue of data sovereignty. Data sovereignty refers to information that you're storing inside of a country, and therefore all of the laws and rules in that country would apply to that data. This is especially important if there are particular rules or regulations within that country that need to be followed for that data, and if there are any legal proceedings or any type of court orders, they will follow the laws of that particular country. You also have to consider any laws that may dictate where the data itself should be stored. For example, the General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, is a European Union regulation, and it dictates that any data that you're collecting on EU citizens must also be stored in the EU. There are also many other important legal considerations that are part of the GDPR, and if you're in the EU, it's an important regulation to become familiar with. So if you work for an organization that's in one of these geographies, or you have offices around the world, you may want to consider what the individual rules are regarding this data sovereignty for that particular geography. Another useful piece of information when managing states of data is where that data happens to be and where the user happens to be. And one way that you can tell this information is by using geolocation. Geolocation involves a number of different technologies to determine where someone may be located. For example, it could use GPS, but it could also take advantage of 802.11 information and details that might come from a mobile provider. Once a particular user's location has been identified, you can use that information to determine what type of access a user might have to data. For example, you may have seen this type of access associated with streaming media. If you try to watch a television channel from another
How's everybody doing?
message that you're prohibited because you're not currently
And we got some class time in today. 2 study halls, 2 different subjects, lessons for today. We'll continue on day 2 tomorrow.
We may allow them additional access to data than what they might have.
How's everybody doing with their Skillsoft stuff? Pretty good? Hadn't peeked in there yet.
Yep.
Doing good? Okay.
This is a team feeling zen. And these are the Dell PowerEdge servers that make them feel that way. They take care of themselves. So the team can spend less time stressing and more time growing.
One way to protect data is to make policy decisions on where the data is located and where you as the user might be located. We refer to these as geographic restrictions. One way to tell where someone may be located is to see what subnet they might be connected to using their IP address. This might be relatively accurate if someone's connected to an internal private network where we know exactly where those subnets might be. But wireless devices are much more difficult to determine location based on an IP subnet because those mobile phones and tablets could be located virtually anywhere. For those devices, we might want to provide some additional checks of where a person might be using geolocation. Geolocation can work with GPS, especially on mobile devices, to get a very accurate description of where a person might be. You might also use 802.11 wireless. There are wireless databases that know all of the SSIDs of wireless devices in your area, and if that's cross-tabulated against the list of SSIDs that your mobile device can see, we can get a relatively accurate representation of where you may be located. And as we mentioned, with mobile devices like this, an IP address may not be the most accurate form for providing geolocation. Once you know where a person is and where your data is, you can start making decisions on what type of access someone might have to that data. When you're basing this on location, we refer to this as geofencing. For example, there may be certain types of data that should only be accessed if someone is inside one of the corporate facilities. And if they're outside the facility, they should have no access to that data. We can make the determination on whether somebody's located inside of a building or not based around the network location or the geolocation, and then we can associate geofencing policies to that location. Protecting data is one of the primary goals of any IT professional. If your organization loses its data, it will effectively be out of business. One of the challenges around the management and protection of this data is that there is a lot of data and it's located in many different locations. It could be on a storage drive inside of a laptop or a mobile device. It might be traversing a network, either a private network or the public internet, or it may be working inside of a machine in the CPU and memory. All of these locations could be used as an attack against your data, so we need to make sure that we're using the proper amount of data protection regardless of where this data might be. So a good security administrator might apply some encryption to the data if possible, or associate security policies as the data is traversing the network. You could also set individual permissions of the data so that you would only allow access to the data by those people who may be authorized. One common way to protect data is by encrypting the data. That encryption process is one that takes data that is open or in the clear and makes it into a form that is completely unreadable. We refer to this in the clear data as plain text, and once we encrypt the data, the resulting encryption is referred to as ciphertext. If you're using technology that can encrypt this data into something unreadable, there's also a method to decrypt the data back into its original form. You need to make sure that you're using the proper implementation to be able to both encrypt and decrypt this data, and then you also have to make sure that you have the proper decryption key. One of the things you'll notice when you encrypt data is that the resulting encryption is very different than the original data. We refer to this difference as confusion, where your encrypted data has a dramatic change over what the original data appeared to be. For example, let's look at some data that we can encrypt. Let's take the simple sentence, "Hello world," and I'd like to provide some encryption of that data. So I'll use PGP as my encryption method in this example, and it creates a PGP message with all of this information on the inside. This message contains information that helps us with the decryption.
Okay, everybody, we are at the end of the day.
Our plain text, "Hello world."
We'll pick it up first thing in the morning. Thanks for being here, everybody. That's half the battle. Getting the knowledge is the second half. Look at that. Y'all are champions. We are the champions. That didn't come out. Oh. Don't worry about it. I'll sing the rest of it tomorrow. We'll just hang that up for tonight. But don't feel very champion right now. Don't worry about it. No time for failures. We are winners. We suck it up and keep going. That's what we do. Because we are champions. Yes. But if you need anything, as always, email me.
Survey of malicious activities.
People testing tomorrow, so we see how it goes, and Saturday. So, wish them luck.
Learn about crypto.
Y'all good? Y'all good? Sometimes I don't even think y'all want to leave class because y'all be hanging around. Yep, I stay here with y'all. But I'm hungry. I gotta eat. But if y'all need something for real though, reach out to me. Let me know. Mike, I'll be in at 8 on the class, so if you need something. If you're not there, we'll just plan on the first hour after break. So I know you got some things going on.
All
right. Carry out the order, and as we say every night,
where malware, typically malicious software, executes unauthorized actions on the victim's system. The malicious software, also known as a virus and or a worm, encompasses many different types of attacks, such as ransomware, spyware, command and control botnets, and more. Like other types of cyber attacks, some malware attacks end up with mainstream news coverage due to their severity. An example of a famous malware is the WannaCry ransomware.